don't like me. Well, I'm on the road, high speed chase, that's what I love. Can't see what I can't control. Did it once, yeah, do it once again. Watch my father, yeah, he taught me how to win. Cop new product, money taught me how to spin. Waves like water, music taught me how to swim. I'ma fill my bottle way up to the rim. Back then, yeah, I never talked at all. Ashes, yeah, let them bridges fall. I've been way better than before. Posted with my cash standing tall. Hey yo, watch this. Got a foreign gold switching for my necklace. Got $100,000 on my checklist. All the money you made, that's my work slip. You ain't learning. I be a new person. I be making money fast. They be so determined. I be working every day. Yeah, I'm up on my circuit. Get me another diamond chain, made it from the surface. I been hurting. Would you live with me straight till the end? Baby, don't leave my back. I'm too spent. This is what I got, yeah, it's how it been. But that's okay, cause I'm making ends. Don't like me, well, I'm on the road. High speed chase, that's what I love. Can't see what I can't control. Did it once, yeah, do it once again. Watch my father, yeah, he taught me how to win. Cop new product, money taught me how to spin. Waves like water, music taught me how to swim. I'ma fill my bottle way up to the rim.
Toss it all. Ashes, yeah, let them bridges fall. I've been way better than before. Posted with my cash till it's all.
I took people's drop boxes. I was like, "Are you a conservative, ma'am?" And like an old lady would be like, "Yeah, I'm a conservative." And I would fucking deck her, take her ballot, and just rip it apart right in front of her face. I was like, you're not allowed to vote this way in California." That's right, bitch. I got a funny one for you. Okay, here, look at this.
With what we were seeing in the polling data going into this election about what people cared about and the order in which they ranked it. So we have had a lot of questions throughout this time about new voters, people that hadn't been in there before that were perhaps not getting captured by the polling. So maybe this is a sign that we're going to see a little bit more of that tonight than we expected. We obviously don't know yet. And you know what's missing from this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 top 5 issues? Democracy.
We aren't better because we want to be. because the road to hell is paved with good intentions. All the do-gooders in the world, whether they're doing good for others or doing it for themselves, are troublemakers. We white Anglo-Saxon Protestants, British, German, American, have been on a rampage for the past 100 or more years to improve the world. We have given the benefits of our culture, our religion, our technology to everybody. And we have insisted that they receive the benefits of our culture, even our political style, our democracy. You had better be Democrat, or we'll shoot you. And having conferred these blessings all over the place, we wonder why everybody hates us. Because sometimes doing good to others, and even doing good to oneself, is amazingly destructive. Because it's full of conceit. How do you know what's good for other people? We can change society. We can get enormous enthusiasm going out of the idea that there is a revolution afoot, and that this revolution is going to set everything to right. Do you know a revolution that ever set anything to right? Whether the revolution came from the left wing or from the right wing? When we have a great system, great power to put it into effect, there is always more violence, more bloodshed, more trouble. Diabolical things are done in the name of righteousness. We don't change. We're doing the same thing today, but under different names. We can look back at those people and see how evil that was, but we can't see it in ourselves. So therefore, beware of virtue. We aren't better because we want to be. Because the road to hell is paved with good intentions. Because all the do-gooders in the world, whether they're doing good for others or doing it for themselves, are troublemakers. Lao Tzu, the Chinese philosopher, said, the highest virtue is not virtue, and therefore really is virtue. But inferior virtue cannot let go of being virtue, and therefore is not virtue. All the do-gooders in the world, whether they're doing good for others or doing it for themselves, are troublemakers. We aren't better because we want to be.
Dojo, not again.
I'm trying to make my mama proud, that's for sure. Landed in the city, but my heart is on the coast. I don't wanna look back what my life was like before. I just took a red eye, penthouse, top floor. In the stew, I got a spazzo. Back up in my bag, get the rackets and I cash out. I've been running laps, I don't got time to relax now. I just took a chance, wasn't looking for no handouts. Oh, they like proud of how we do this. I've been with my brothers in the hills, we going stupid. I can't stop, I've been different, always knew this. Trying to turn them Bordens into Benjis, needing blue strips. Oh.
Walking on the floor, this shirt, no one protects me. Wanna show Shawty my heart, she wanna text me. All this love I felt was a curse, I wanna XD. Going crazy, all of my nerves, who does to check me? All this fun, baby, why you gotta leave me on? Had to drop a bag on her when she gone. But I'm running with my click, yeah, they got me till I fall. Complaining if a bag's worth more than your love. Yeah, yeah. Feel my moment, yeah, yeah. I'm the chosen, yeah, yeah. I'm the one inside.
In the stew, I got a spazzo. Back up in my bag, get the rackets and I cash out. I've been running laps, I don't got time to relax now. I just took a chance, wasn't looking for no handouts. Oh, they like proud of how we do this. I've been with my brothers in the hills, we going stupid. I can't stop, I've been different, always knew this. Trying to turn them Bordens into Benjis, needing blue strips. Oh,
Henny got me wasted. You done cut the yola, I could taste it.
Biting on my swag, you niggas pussy tryna trace it. I don't need your love, I took a perk and I replaced it.
I'ma keep on going till my mama said I made it. Black and yellow, white, I got thotties different races. Did my dirt, I had a mask, I'm moving faceless.
I got 12 plotting on me, but no cases.
Running from my demons, lacing on my A6. I don't do that fake shit, nah. The way they treat me, they act like I'm feeling them. So I
I got a script, I was just trying to feel something. Now I'm alone, you don't care, and
In
I
the
feel
stew, I got a
numb.
spazzo. Back up in my bag, get the rackets and I cash out. I've been running laps, I don't got time to relax now. I just took a chance, wasn't looking for no handouts. Oh, they like proud of how we do this. I've been with my brothers in the hills, we going stupid. I can't stop, I've been different, always knew this. Trying to turn them boardings into benches, needing blue strips. Oh.
Do not come. Do not come.
Okay, this is the most disappointing video I've ever seen. She literally attacked the two things that I like. I'm a coomer.
They say, rah, rah, rah. You say, blah, blah, blah. Talk is cheap, homie. Talk is cheap, homie. Blah, 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 blah. Can't be no one else but yourself. You the best at being yourself. Remember that and never doubt it. Stand up, hello world, shout it. Leave your mark, build your legacy. Make them words count, live your fantasy. It's your life, time to live it right. Show the world what you're all about. Let them haters hate, let them doubters doubt. They don't really know what you all about. Let them talkers talk while you walk the walk. They don't really know what you all about. You only need yourself and the one and only. Even when you stand alone, you're never lonely. Take the path, less travel. One day you reach your true level. Allow yourself to take your place on your space. It's your birthright. Let your work outshine the talk. Let them smile, light up the dark. Let them haters hate, let them doubters doubt. They don't really know what you all about. Let them talkers talk while you walk the walk. They don't really know what you all about. They say, rah, rah, rah. You say, blah, blah, blah. Talk is cheap, homie. Talk is cheap, homie. Blah, 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 blah. Let them haters hate. Let them doubters doubt. you all about.
She says that she loves me, she just wants to fuck me. Got me feeling something, got me feeling nothing. Alcoholic junkie, says she thinks I'm funny. Think I might get lucky, spending too much money. She says she wants my necklace, put her on the guest list. Hope I don't regret this, hope I don't regret this. I'm feeling hella reckless, cashing all my checks rich. Hickeys on my neck, shit, she's on the offensive. I do not know my set list, still I'm gonna get lit. Yeah, I have a death wish, live until I'm breathless. I'ma stay progressive, she gon' stay obsessive. Life is so expensive, do everything excessive. I think my brain's defective, yeah. Can't think when she's aggressive, yeah. She's snoring, yeah. You think I'd learn my lesson, yeah. And we ain't getting no sleep. These girls don't even know me. Like Drake, I'm getting trophies. You want it, girl, then show me, yeah. And we ain't getting no sleep. These girls don't even know me. Like Drake, I'm getting trophies. You want it, girl, then show me. Cause we ain't getting no sleep, yeah. No, we ain't getting no sleep, yeah. She's sitting up in the front of the class, using that ass, she gonna pass. Keeping her pad and her pen in her lap. She been so bad with the men in her past. Now she just want the professor so bad. I'll give her lessons that she never had, like taking a freshman and teaching her math. I'll keep her guessing until she a grad. She always leaves them guessing, they don't know what's next, man. Learned it from the best, man. She loving every lesson, with hands-on sessions, points for attendance. She asks a lot of questions, I answer with my presence. I sit back while I'm texting, said she wants to get in, said she'll bring her best friend. Know what happened next, man. You know what happened next, man. Treat her like a guest, man. Rolling out the best, man. She had a confession, yeah. She wanna stay for a minute, she wanna play for a minute, she wanna slay for a minute, and now I'm all up in it. I'll be back in a minute, I'll be back in a minute, make a track in a minute, and now I'm all up in it. No sleep. These girls don't even know me. Like Drake, I'm getting trophies. You want it, girl, then show me, yeah. And we ain't getting no sleep. These girls don't even know me. Like Drake, I'm getting trophies. You want it, girl, then show me. Cause we ain't getting no sleep, yeah. No, we ain't getting no sleep, yeah.
Wait, are you fucking kidding me, dude? Oh my god, you are such a pathetic piece of shit. Shame on you. Shame on you, you fucking liar. You fucking filth. You fucking absolute dog shit. You fucking piece of shit. You fucking garbage motherfucker. What a fucking liar. What a fucking measly little liar, dude. What a fucking measly little... Holy shit. What a fucking measly little liar, dude. Holy fucking shit, dude. Fuck you. You fucking piece of shit. You fucking garbage motherfucker. I cannot believe it.
Hi.
You fucking piece
Hello.
of garbage. You know these motherfuckers
What's up, internet?
are such liars, dude.
How's it going?
Oh, I despise these people so
Hope
much.
everyone's doing well
Why
out
are you
there
such a fucking horrible monster, dude?
in the internets, in
Shame
the
on you,
Matrix.
and shame on your fucking parents for literally bringing to this world.
Hopefully
such
one day you can
pathetic,
escape it,
filthy
bro.
spawn. You disgusting, vile piece of garbage. What a fucking liar! What a fucking measly little liar, dude! What a fucking measly little... Holy shit! What a fucking measly little liar, dude! Holy fucking shit,
dude.
Fuck you! Oh my god! Oh, this is disgusting.
How's it going? Things are wild out there. There's like the mifepristone ban, which is pretty fucking fucked up. I was just checking out homozygotes coverage of that. I don't know. I think we're waiting on the FDA to make a decision. I think they're probably hopefully gonna ignore it. I don't know. I do not know. It's been approved for like 20 years. It's obviously safe. I don't think you're making a strong case there. Yeah, on a federal level. Well, like, there's one judge, I think, in the Fifth Circuit that tried to rescind the approval. And for anyone who doesn't know, it's like the main abortion medication. It's usually done in combination with another pill. The other pill can be used by itself, but I think it's less effective and a lot harder on the body. Yeah. You can use misoprostol only. It's like fucked up because like this is also used in miscarriages. So that's a big deal. Like miscarriages are probably more common than you think. Unfortunately. So having to pass a miscarriage like naturally like is A, like really dangerous, and B, like just really traumatic. Like you shouldn't have to do that. If you know that you're going to miscarry, you should be able to go to the fucking doctor. Like that shit pisses me off. But meanwhile, conservatives are screaming about, is Mario woke? So we've all got really great priorities. Doing great. Yeah. Hopefully the FDA just throws it out and says, fuck you. We approved this several times. It's baseless. Like, the decision links, like, some bullshit website. Homozygote was going over it. And they're saying, like, this is all bullshit. Like, there's nothing. It's something like abortionhurtsyou.com or something. Abortion harms you, I think. Doesn't even come up. Well, that's good. I'm glad Google is centering medical sources on this search. FDA commissioner is a Democrat, so hopefully they don't. Yeah. That would be crazy. They were joking that like, oh well, we should just ban ivermectin for the treatment of parasites, because you can't take away the right to life of the parasite. It's like functionally the same in my mind. Like a pregnancy you don't want and a parasite, like basically the same. It can literally kill you the same as a parasite can. Like, I don't know, dude. Alright. I guess we should get into it since this leftovers is 2 fucking hours. They kinda just do whatever, huh? Hello.
Wow. We are all domestic terrorists.
Ladies and gentlemen, we
Hell
are
yeah,
all
brother.
domestic
Hell
terrorists.
yeah. Raise hell, praise
Ladies
Dale,
and
baby.
gentlemen.
We're freaking back. We are
Welcome,
so
everybody. It's the leftovers here to bring the culture war back to the
Thank God.
Confederate.
back. Okay, I got right off the
Wait.
bat. I got some things to say.
Wait, what?
Go ahead.
One, you look very skinny today.
Thanks, bro. Thank you.
Skinny legend.
I didn't
Yeah.
sleep well. I'm very tired, but I am feeling skinny. I'm in the middle of a second push right now.
Uh-huh.
So thank you for acknowledging that.
I like
is
that
a
you talk
skinny
about
legend.
it like you're pooping. Like I feel
Well-
like that's something that you would use for shitting. But anyway.
I'm in the middle of a push, Hassan. Give me a moment.
So that's one.
Ew.
Number two, I'm digging the Steve Zissou, like the fuckboy beanie.
Okay, thank you.
It looks good.
Thank you.
You got the mustache.
You know, it's the regular beanie. I just like
No,
to
I
roll-
know.
I didn't get the memo.
Yeah, I just roll it up. That's my new thing.
Hold on.
Yeah,
I
it
hate
looks
it.
good.
Now, that doesn't.
Dan, you're
No.
bald.
Yeah, it doesn't work.
No.
for
You
you.
can't do it if you're bald?
Yeah.
Hassan does this all the time, and I fucking hate it. It looks like a condom that's not like all the way rolled down, and I just wanna roll it down. I'm sorry. Tell me I'm wrong, okay? That's a fucking condom beanie.
Okay.
You
Hold
you
on.
look like
You look like an unrolled condom.
no. You look like a
Literally. Oh my god.
Ottoman. You look like a boy that the Ottomans found in the fucking Balkan village, and you're about to become a janissary when you do it like that. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. What else?
So, those are the two things I just wanted to say. I
Okay,
saw
thank
the beanie. I saw the beanie the other day when you were talking about retrieving your $600,000 back.
620.
620. It's the 5% that matters.
5% is everything.
Yeah.
Takes
And
that 5%.
I saw your beanie. I was like, damn, he looks good.
Thank
He looks
you, bro.
hot. You
Thank
look hot.
you.
You look
Thanks,
hot.
man. Thank you so much. You know, that means a lot coming from a hot dude himself. So thanks. Real recognize real, apparently.
You're
But,
like, if you were ugly, it wouldn't matter as much.
Takes
well,
one to
no,
know
I wouldn't.
one.
I wouldn't. I would say, well, what do you know about being hot?
Oh, okay.
If you were like, you know.
It's not your fault.
Hey, Alfredo and Shredder are back. So we have a great episode today. As you guys know, the new Mario Brothers movie is out.
Ugh.
Lots of conflicting
Oh, yeah.
opinions. But the one thing
More
that
like
I forgot about that. Has anyone seen it? Jesse?
Mario sisters.
I know, right? Well said.
You're
The
not
one-
ready.
The one
You're
thing
not
that
ready.
we do know for sure is that it's making a ton of money.
And I hate that because anyway, I don't want to tease it. Anyway.
Well,
Need to see that in John Wick. Yeah. I still haven't seen the first John Wick. I didn't even know there was a second one. And Dungeons and Dragons. Oh my god, there's so much. Yeah. Gotta have like a movie marathon. No.
also, but the conservasphere is all
4? Jesus Christ. Oh my god, I didn't even hear about I think it's only the first one is the one I heard about. Right on.
Tied up into a pretzel trying to figure out, why is it making so much money? Is it because it's woke or because it's anti-woke? This is a dialogue that's consumed them somehow, and it just goes to show you just how obscene this
I do love Keanu. He's babe.
Argument is when they can't even agree.
Yeah.
They can't even agree
No,
if it's
they
woke
definitely
or not.
have a definition for woke, though, for sure. They do. They won't tell you. It's like Trump,
black
you know, when
people,
they ask
isn't it?
him.
Yeah, I mean, it's
Well,
black
oh
or
no,
gay
no,
people.
that's the real definition. I just
Yeah.
meant like what conservatives think is woke is you know, that's still up for debate. But if you ask them, they'll tell you like, I can't tell you. I know what it is, but
Let's
I won't
have
tell
the
you.
debate now, because I think I'm going to
You
destroy
want to get started on it like right off
So
the jump? You
here's
want to do like a
yeah
updates and all this shit.
Well, what do you have to say? I mean, you already called me hot. I mean, what else is there to say?
Now kiss.
You know, you want to ask me something about?
You could compliment Hassan back.
I mean, look, yeah, he always looks good.
Thank you.
He always
Thank
looks
you,
good.
thank you very much.
You've been working out. You've been keeping on the diet.
Dude, I've been going crazy with it. I'm very close. I'm very close to like finally doing some like full blown shirtless photos again.
Oh,
I'm
my
close.
God.
By
Okay.
summer for sure. Like by the time we get to like July, I think I'll be
Let's
there.
go. Okay.
So get excited for that.
Fucking thirst trap summer. Let's go. Big boy summer, part 2.
And what is there any consideration to doing the steroids yet? Maybe mild steroids? No, nothing.
That's like I'm holding out on that until like the very last moment. Like I have to until I like, you know.
You're saving that for when you're a bit older and
Yeah,
harder to
yeah,
keep
yeah.
muscle
Wait, Keanu was in a video game? That's cool.
mass.
Science is gay.
Science is gay. I'll have you know.
True.
Well, before we begin the actual debate, I, of course, as Nathaniel Klansman, I'm of the belief that the Mario movie is anti-woke, and that's why it made so much money.
Yeah, I am of the mindset that it's definitely woke, and you're wrong.
What?
Yeah, you're wrong. You're just wrong about that.
How can we not agree on something like this? I mean, it's like our whole culture war type of thing. Should be obvious. Let's.
You want to do it right now. You are so excited.
Well,
you don't even want to talk about like the
let's-
anti-woke beer or the daily call.
No, I want to watch all this stuff, but start getting in character because, well, I'm just gonna tell you right now, you have no shot, dude. Mario.
This ain't a character, Nathan. This is real life.
That's who I am.
Hey, this is who I am
That's
through
right.
and through. I'm a country boy, born and bred.
You know, I want to tell you something actually on a serious note.
What's up?
I was live streaming doing the podcast, and we were talking about, I don't know how it comes up from time to time about how my old, more not reactionary, but social justice warrior content.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of people were saying that they went down the conservative kind of manhole, and that because of this show or because of my switch or because of your show, a lot of people are coming around.
Yeah.
And I didn't know what was the actual effect, if it was doing anything or not, but it's nice to see that. It's nice to hear that.
There's a lot of, for sure.
The one thing I heard consistently was that I've been watching you since I was.
Dude, calling the manosphere the manhole is my favorite thing ever. That is definitely a fucking Ethan W. The manhole. Playing the game before watching the show. Good to know. Brain exercises. So his head grows back to proportional to its just short. Dude, you didn't have to murder him like that, okay? He knows his head is tiny.
Like in middle school, and as a 14-year-old boy, I started seeing like Ben Shapiro owns feminist videos, and then that's what got him down the rabbit hole of thinking Crowder and Ben Shapiro were awesome. But literal 14-year-old boys, I thought that was interesting.
Oh, for sure. I mean, you see the way that they
it's
pose.
just so embarrassing, though. Like
now they're doing it again. That's there's always a new crop of 14-year-old boys that are becoming 14.
Yeah.
And they gravitate towards like any kind of like anti-hierarchy, edgy content and commentary that they find to be subversive, disruptive. What they don't really realize is that the commentary that they're gravitating towards that they find subversive is actually just like the same shit that their dad and their grandfather.
Just out here trying to function. I feel that big time. Dead ass. I just had to mop the floors today and I was like, wow, that took all of my energy. So that's where I'm at. Doing great.
Believes, you know what I mean? But right now that is already happening. You got No Jumper, you got, you know, Adam 16, you got like all these accounts like
Wait, who's Adam
the
16?
Daily Loud, Adam 16 of No Jumper.
Adam 22.
Are you calling it that because that's the age that?
Oh, Adam 16? That's so good.
Oops. Yeah, I guess I had an oopsie there. Sorry.
Adam 16. That's
so-
great.
I thought you were making an implication there.
I'm only 16.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I mean, he said it.
So
not
you got
man.
that. You got
Didn't he?
those guys. You got the Daily Loud guys, like Rap TV. Like there's so much reactionary
And
commentary.
of course, the
happening.
coolest and most
Academics?
appealing, Dennis Prager.
Yeah, well, that's the old wave, right? Like
New Post Malone just dropped. Oh shit. I wish I could listen to it. Damn. I'm not that big of a fan, but I'm curious what he's listening to. What he's up to these days.
Ben Shapiro and them are kind of washed. The new wave of like reactionary
Nice.
content is coming from like.
What's your argument?
Coming from like the PUA commentary sphere, the women are.
I just heard like a jet engine back there. What was that?
They're just
a
seems like a
fan.
vacuum.
Okay.
I think like an industrial vacuum.
Oh, good. It's gone.
Anyway,
there isn't any.
So those guys are the ones who are like basically trying to radicalize or captivate and capture
Okay.
a market of like young boys.
But I just imagine, because, you know, Steven Crowder fancies himself like a stand-up comedian. So I just love the idea of him going to do his set, and it's just a bunch of 14-year-old boys. It's just like a bunch of kids in the audience.
No, I think his audience is like a lot older. I think Steven Crowder, well, conservative commentary usually is like very like the people that go in for the commentary and actually care about the politics on the conservative side are going to be older. The conservative base is older. The conservative base is richer. So those are not the guys who are watching like the Change My Mind anti-SJWs or SJW's own compilations. The SJW own compilations are all encompassing. That's usually how like a lot of 14-year-olds like dip their toes into it, and they might become like ideologically motivated. And the more they watch that content, the more they gravitate towards that, the further down the pipeline they'll go. And then before you know it, they're in a Discord splinter cell leaking, government documents, CIA documents.
Oh yeah,
Well,
that was the other big story. Is the huge leak. I still haven't seen everything about like what was in there, but it seems pretty fucking wild. And I also saw the arrest. That was also wild. Fucking Discord bros, dude.
Okay, so anyway.
In between screaming anti-Semitic slurs and shooting guns and stuff.
Steal 40K hearts and minds. Aw. I bet it was a pretty good show. I believe you. I believe.
The hole never sinks far enough. But I just want to
manhole.
pat ourselves on the back a little bit. So thank you to us.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We did it.
So let's talk about
Yeah.
Mario. So $427 million it's made in opening weekend, which I think might be the first or second most animated movies ever made.
It's certainly the top this year I saw. I don't know about ever.
I think it's all
made.
time, bro.
Top.
That's crazy
animated
money.
movie.
427 million opening weekend, dude. The F?
That is pretty nuts.
Or since opening.
It had the
last weekend.
third biggest U.S. premiere of an animated film ever. But if
What-
you include the worldwide, it might actually get up there.
What was 1 and 2?
Number 1 is the Lion King, the recent live, or not
No,
live
that
action,
one.
the,
New Lion King?
the CGI Lion King.
Dude, that's a bunch of woke garbage, bro.
Wait, I thought that was that movie. I never even saw it. I thought it
didn't
was
watch
dog
that
shit.
Hell no.
It made 191 million at the domestic box office on its opening weekend.
Bunch of woke shit, dude.
For sure. And then number 2 is Incredibles 2.
Wow.
What's number 1?
Lion King.
Lion
Oh, Lion King's number 1?
Yeah, yeah,
Lion King's
Hell?
number 1. Incredibles 2 is
I'll
number
have
2.
you know,
Yeah,
a
and then the
gay
Mario
man
movie is
made
number
the
3.
soundtrack to that movie.
Uh-oh.
Which one?
The Lion King.
Oh, dude, that's woke. That's automatically woke.
Oh, that's so true.
Oh, so Mario is number 1 worldwide. How about that?
You gay?
Dude, yeah. Elton John is gay. That's crazy.
Amazing.
Wait, what
So
was I supposed to be? I'm defending that it's woke, right?
you're saying
You're saying that it's woke and it's trash because of that.
Okay,
Yeah.
good. Thank
Yeah.
you. Just want to make sure real quick. Also, neither of us have seen the Mario movie yet.
Right. In fact, I don't think
they
has
have.
anyone here seen it?
He's so
Okay,
cool.
good.
I'm
I was
see
gonna
it
go to
this
the premiere and I didn't because it's woke.
Yeah, it's
Right.
trash.
That part is true. I was
Boycott.
actually supposed to go to the premiere. I thought that the premiere was a week before. Like we got ready. I was like, oh yeah, I'll take my brother to this, and then I realized like, oh shit, it's actually next week. So then I never ended up going to the premiere.
I'm going this weekend with my son. His first movie ever.
You're not worried?
That it's going to turn him trans?
Yeah.
I am a little bit
You're
worried,
gonna queer your child.
Hopefully the popcorn and the drinks and stuff will distract him enough.
Well, don't worry, Ethan. You're arguing that it is
It is
actually
good.
based in red pilled.
Right.
So it's actually going to red pill.
So it's
your
ethical
3-year-old.
ethical consumption for you and your child.
Well, so let's see here. Here's an album of right-wing YouTubers celebrating its success as anti-woke. Mario Bros. Is the worst movie in history? Insane critics roasted. So here he is defending this masterpiece.
Wait a minute. Is that Quarter Pounder?
This is, yeah.
Wasn't he defending another thing earlier this week? Someone getting ripped off by an MCN.
Oh, yeah, I know it. He was defending me.
He was Quarter Pounder with the...
Sometimes he comes
with
through.
the assist, dude.
Sometimes he comes through, you know. He goes...
Oh, now I must defend Ethan Klein. It is one of the most difficult things I have
Dude,
to
he's
do.
such a merc. Like, he is a mercenary. He doesn't... It's so obvious that he's just, like, straight up saying whatever he thinks, like, other neck-bearded dudes like him want to hear.
Yeah. He's a fan. We actually know that for sure.
Yeah, he's a fucking Fupa trooper, bro.
I'll piss in the basement with you, dude. Let's do some members-only content. Cross streams in your basement.
Didn't he have a sort of enlightened trans take a while back that all of his fan base got really mad at him for?
No, I think you're mistaking him with another bald, bearded man, Woke Star.
Oh,
Who
that
we
was
revealed was all a
Star.
troll, by
and
the
he was
way.
just trolling.
Wait, no, was Woke Star trolling?
Yeah, he's
I
like,
think he
trolling, death to trans people.
Wait,
he did a call with Keffels.
I thought no. He literally said that the second in command at Drama Alert is actually trans, and they started working there
Bentley?
pre-transition.
I don't know. I know nobody works there.
No, the person who I guess does his social feed or whatever.
Okay, good.
Who sources all the material. No, because recently he said he actually came out and defended Chris, and was like, it's so crazy how many people are just aggressively attacking
But then
Chris
he
for coming out
also
as trans.
put out a tweet saying people are canceling Ethan for
Yeah, that
calling
was
him
the
a
fuck
king.
with you. Yeah, you have to understand. That's different. That is irrelevant.
Okay, so we like Woke Star. I like Woke Star.
I'm drunk.
Anyway, here. So I don't know.
He's still a piece of shit. Don't get me wrong. He could just be surprisingly not transphobic and still be a piece of shit on every other issue. But yeah,
I don't think he's as surprisingly not transphobic as you think.
No, I think he's
he had this call with Keffels that was apparently like a total disaster.
Well,
and it
I'll say
wasn't that
like
long
this.
ago.
I say it like this. I
Don't open the fucking Keffels can of worms. Don't do it. Oh God. Oh God. Oh no.
think he is less transphobic than you would immediately assume he is.
Okay, that's
you
fair.
know what I mean? Where
Mhm.
my assumption is he's oh yeah, trans people are mentally ill type person. That's
Mhm.
what
Mhm.
that's my assumption. But it seems it's more like
it seems to be more like, yo, maybe we should like ease up on the gas pedal a little bit on how much we attack trans people. Like, what the fuck's going on? I know a trans person, they're fine. Or like my 18-year-old girlfriend is woke. You know what I mean? So I'm learning more about trans people because of that.
I like it anyway. I mean, listen, if dating a 18-year-old is what gets him education, then I'm all for it. Well,
16
debatable.
No,
Debatable.
no.
But there's plus and minuses. I mean, we got to take the wins and the
There's
losses.
better ways to learn about this stuff.
So I don't know what's this channel, Yellow Flash.
There are so many of these. I was shocked when I was looking for these last night. All of these channels that you've never heard of before, they're all quartering clones. They're all like late 30s, mid 40s, white guy with a beard in a room full of toys, just like the quartering, and they all have like 500,000 subs.
I don't get it. Like, shouldn't you be embarrassed?
No,
Like, you should be embarrassed.
They're getting paid like way more than they would make.
But
at
even
their
then,
other
you
job.
should still be embarrassed. Like, you're presenting yourself. If you're right wing, it's all about aesthetics. You got to present yourself as this like macho figure.
No, look at the quartering. His success defies all logic. He's like the embodiment of a
soy guy.
Of just like, I mean, yes, his whole essence is soy.
Well, I think that's because a lot of people look and act exactly like him on the right. So they're like, oh, he's just like me for real, type shit. You know what I mean?
So anyway, this guy, Yellow Flash, Mario just exposed critics, you guys. Make him gay. Woke media has meltdown over the Super Mario Bros. Not including LBGT content. Did he? The letters are mixed up.
They're a little mixed up, but.
Oh my God! There's a war going on.
Woke elites get destroyed after they trash Super Mario Bros. Hilarious backlash.
And Chris Pratt seems to be the hero. Of course.
he's saying fuck the elite.
That's right. Midnight's Edge. Super Mario Bros. Humiliates Disney and establishment critics by rejecting wokeness. Dude, y'all, I mean, it's like, this is such an expose on this whole system. It's so nothing to do with wokeness that they can't even agree on it. And they're still pumping out these videos based on like the thinnest fucking premise.
It is literally the Super Mario Bros. Okay? Like this is not a character that is known for even speaking. Okay? The idea that like this has like legitimate, well thought out ideological underpinnings is so silly. It's as far as like the age-old trope of like man saves the princess or whatever. I think what was it? That was the original argument that like Gamergate weirdos fucking hated, right?
Mm-hmm.
What was it? Who did that originally? Anita Sarkeesian? Was that her name?
Oh, what did she actually make a thesis about how Mario?
Yeah, and like that's why everybody fucking. That was one of the many.
That was one of the big parts of Gamergate for sure. She wrote like how a lot of games are basically like anti-feminist or just heavily misogynist, and a lot of gaming spaces were also misogynist. I mean, she wasn't wrong, but like it was all very like aesthetics focused. When like, yeah, you're gonna have big titties in games. It's we like titties.
Things that
I mean,
like
it
all
is
the,
like 50 years old, to be fair.
Like the reality is it's just super old school and not in like in any serious like ideological way. There are, I think, literally Nintendo's very weird with this, but they have like actually trans characters and stuff sometimes. They like hide in plain sight.
Oh.
Even you wouldn't expect it from like a Japanese company that started in like 1881. You know what I mean? But they do that sometimes. But other than that, it's just a movie, man. It's just a movie. Like I say this to liberals who constantly fucking look to like their content consumption to make sure that they're moderating it, make sure that it's like actually ethically good when you have good characters doing good things. Like I tell them to shut the fuck up and calm down, and I will bring that same energy. Yeah, there it is. Birdo. And I will have that same energy for conservatives that also try to do really bad media analysis.
It's just bad faith. It's not even bad. It's like you know what I mean. Not enough woke. Critics slab Super Mario movie. If you guys are looking for a job, just start doing this, man. It's easy money. Super Mario Bros. Destroys the box office.
No. Tell people that there is just as much money to be made
There's
on the
not.
other side.
You won't make
Stop!
a dime.
Don't say that.
There's like two successful, or maybe 3 successful lib shows on YouTube, and they're not that successful either.
Yeah, nobody's getting 50 million deals.
Although
and then turning them down.
Pac-Man's been crushing it lately. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, I mean, but like, yeah.
No, do this.
But
David,
David,
if you want to make
David
money,
is
do
like,
this.
David's like he is like a social democrat. He still has like liberal tendencies. You know what I mean? Like, there's no equivalent to this. David is not like an extremist on the left. You know what I mean? In the way that like some of these fucking extremely successful channels are on the right. Like, he's not doing the equivalent of
I
like.
heard him advocating for marching south on the Confederacy just yesterday.
Did you?
Mm-hmm.
Like now? Like in
right
2023?
Now. Calling for civil war.
He
David
says
Pac-Man.
Germany go far enough. No, but do you see what I'm saying? He's like.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. He's a sane, normal guy.
He's like a sane
he's not
person.
Like, let's kill people.
Yeah, he's a sane person who does commentary, and some of his ideas are to the left of what is the norm in the United States of America, albeit still very sane and still very normal. And even then, like, that's not the equivalent to a guy who's like hyper obsessively, trying to figure out who's actually trans, even though they're like cis people in media. You know what I mean? That's like, it's not a thing.
So as you guys can see, there's a ton of movement there on celebrating Mario, or saying no, Mario's woke. But here comes Steven Crowder. Okay,
yeah, and they don't need to do it.
One of the sweet boys, one of the darlings of the right, here with Alex Jones. No, he has a different opinion about it.
No. Crowder agrees with all these people. You're thinking it's the next conservative grifter that
it's
takes
the
so opposite position.
So wait, once again, I'm saying Mario's woke,
yeah, Tim
right?
Pool is the dissident.
I'm saying Mario's woke.
Yeah.
And Ethan is on the side of the
you're Tim Pool today.
I'm pro.
Okay. I hate that.
Yeah, you're Tim Pool today.
But better to be Tim Pool than Steven Crowder, I guess.
Castrated?
I don't know about that. Tim Pool, at least he's like virgin. He like can't even he like cries about how virgin he is.
I don't. So did Steven Crowder flexed about
Doesn't he
how
have, like,
much
a
of a
family
virgin
at
he
least?
was. I mean, but originally before he got married. Also, what do you mean? Steven Crowder is like a deeply closeted man who
but he probably
manifests all of that anxiety and anger, and it turns it into a vector of hate.
You
towards,
telling me
like,
he doesn't take a few days a month down at the Motel 6 for a rendezvous?
He works out too much to be perfectly straight. Okay, like I said, if you work out a lot, that's pretty sus, fellas. Okay, that's sus. What are you trying to have big old biceps for women? They don't give a shit.
Is this Hassan's coming out story? Oh my god.
Yet another reason why I am alpha.
Right.
Yeah.
All right, so here's Crowder.
Oh my
You
god.
work out too much. That's gay. That's gay, dog. You gotta stop it. You're not beating the gay allegations.
Here's Crowder.
Funny thing with soccer, because it's already there. So the Mario Brothers movie, though, by the way, this is a good example. It's not even necessarily anti-woke. It just shuns the idea of trying to be woke. So obviously the voice actor, Chris Pratt, who's a known Christian, I believe he's more...
It's premise that
known
Christian.
He's out of the closet.
Bro, they're
We're
making it
so
seem like,
proud of you, Chris Pratt.
It's
You
like the
come out of the
fucking-
closet as a white Christian man.
Dude, conservatives love portraying the idea that like there is a Holocaust-style situation happening for white Christians in America. Like, oh, he's so brave for coming out as a white Christian man in a country that was built by and still run by predominantly white Christian men. It's so brave. Thank you.
Yeah, no, it is. It's so brave, and he's out of the closet. I'm sure he's gonna get lots of shit for being a white Christian man, but he's brave. And Crowder, I'm glad you're showing solidarity.
Conservative. He said, this is the soundtrack to your youth. You don't want someone to come along and cynically destroy it. I fully understand that. You do not want that to happen. And by the way, critics did not like the movie. He can...
What the fuck, bro? So
Wait, he didn't even say anything. Wait, what?
No,
he literally just said like he took a lot of care and consideration.
He's
to
like,
not
I used to play
ruin this-
Mario Brothers. He's
Yeah.
like, there you go. He doesn't like trans people because he wants things to be the way they were.
Okay,
like
to be
Mario
fair-
Bros.
To be fair, Chris Pratt probably might not like trans people. Let's be real.
Right.
In his own personal expression.
But that statement, your thesis is weak there, buddy.
Yeah.
Look at the contrast. Critics had 56%, whereas the audience had 96%.
I love
that's
this. This
never
is my favorite
happened.
thing.
That's never happened before.
Bro, this is my favorite fucking thing that people do. It's like, wow, look at us. We're fighting back against like the woke critics because the audience score is like way higher. Like, dude, review bombing still exists, okay? I'm not even saying this is a bad movie. I don't know. People that I do trust have said like it's kind of mid. You know
That's
I mean?
what everybody said.
Yeah,
it's
it's like fine. It's bubblegum. It's kind of mid.
Yeah.
I had high expectations for it though. I do like the franchise. I thought that it would be good. So I am a little disappointed by people saying that it was kind of mid. But as far as like the movie critics saying it's not good, it's at 56, and then the audience saying 96, like that doesn't say anything. It's like the people that use Google Trends to be like, wow, like a lot of people are, you know, talking about abortion. Like, yeah, people fucking Google that all the time. That doesn't, you're not using it appropriately. Like, it doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean what you want it to mean. You can use it in whatever way you want to.
This is insanely desperate.
Let's read a quote here from a critic. Said, "It's a fan service above all else, regressively so." This is Eric Martin. Structure.
Dude.
I mean, probably.
Such a dumbass.
Wait.
I think he just means that, like,
Yeah, it's just full of
the movie
Easter eggs.
sucks. It just
Yeah,
went
he's
backwards.
saying-
It's going backwards.
He's saying that the movie
Like
is
you, Crowder. I mean, what the
so
fuck?
full of the movie is just slammed with fan service and nothing more. That's what he's saying, which is kind of funny because, like, as a critic, you're doing critique on the Mario movie.
No, regressive means that it goes too straight. Progressive is trans. Regressive is straight.
Yeah,
less straight, more gay.
Words, what do they mean? Can they mean different things under different circumstances? I'm Steven Crowder, and this is what we're going to get to the bottom of today.
It's incredible, though. They're really trying to prove this thesis so much, and there's just no evidence.
Featuring a threadbare story
So
around
fucking
iconography
stupid,
linked
bro.
to source material just isn't enough. It's a video game, and by the way, it's not.
Have you? There you go. See, he said it all. It's a video game.
I mean, it's not. It's a film based on a video game.
Right.
They're not rating.
Has
the video
Crowder
game.
seen the movie?
Even a video game with a real story when you go back to it. Okay.
The series of
So I think they're just doing like this mega straw man where they act like everybody on the left is like pissed off about this movie when it's zero of it.
Yeah.
They're like, everybody chill, libs. It's just a movie. Everyone's like, I don't care. So there's that. Let's see. But here comes Trouble in Paradise. Is this Tim Pool here?
Uh-oh.
Twitter has turned into a complete
Wait,
war.
who the fuck is this guy?
This is one of the people. I think it was actually the one that you were asking about.
Just no, it was a different.
Oh, it was another.
Josiah Rises.
Yeah.
Not like he rises. He's up.
He's up.
Listed this. Oh my God, this guy took my advice. He's just quartering junior.
Yep.
It's wild. If you're gonna emulate yourself after somebody, choosing the quartering is like wild, man.
It's the 8th pounder.
Zone
Right.
today over the new Super Mario Brothers movie that is coming out this weekend, and a lot of it has to do with.
He goes, the liberals are so triggered. This movie is coming out this weekend. And it's like, dude, chill. This man is like. This man is the human embodiment of triggered. Look at this.
With the Rotten Tomatoes score that is currently trending on Twitter because everyone is calling out critics in the most hilarious
why do they
way
all look the
imaginable.
same?
As you
That's
can see,
it.
it is currently
Yeah,
sitting
no,
at a
we-
54% rotten.
That's so weird. Wait, what?
They all look
Dude,
the same.
They all look like a mixture of like a guy who's not allowed to be anywhere near a school and like a, you know, like an operator. Like they're all dudes that were medically ineligible and couldn't even do basic training. But then they like grew the beard out to be like, yeah, yee, brother, I love my veterans.
I love how frantic he
And
is.
from critics with a 95% fresh from audiences. And the critics have this to say, while it's nowhere near.
All right, dude. Well, good for you, man. This guy, well, only 30,000. So here he's begging for subs if you guys want to help him. I don't know. Help me reach 400,000 subs. I mean, I'm not above that. help the guy out. You know, he's got good takes. Not woke enough slams Super Mario Brothers movie.
Kind of explain.
Here's another one. Again, they talk about virtue signaling. This guy's sitting here in like a thin blue clamshells.
Wait, what the fuck? What is he wearing, dude? This is
the thin blue clamshells.
This is so awesome. This goes back to the age-old.
Fisher's right.
This goes back to my thesis that everyone ultimately becomes a liberal. Like everyone is a liberal at the end of the day. Neoliberal capitalist monoculture is so pervasive. It doesn't matter if you're literally living in the mountains and then come down in the Kabul or whatever, or not Kabul. It doesn't matter if you're the Taliban. It doesn't matter if you're a fucking right-wing guy who's like supposed to be like yee. Ultimately, everyone becomes a Funko Pop collecting liberal. Everyone.
What is this shirt,
crying
though,
about
legit?
like media, crying about like the politics in my media. I'm
Yeah,
so
no.
mad.
Not woke enough. Critics slam Super Mario Brothers. It's literally not happening. But here, okay, now here comes the conflict. Okay.
Bro, you want to know?
This
you wanna know
same
what this
dude.
is?
Wait, hold on.
You want to know what they're doing right now?
You
What
got-
they're doing right now is exactly what they did before, where like they would say, if trans people get to compete athletically, then like why couldn't a man just simply say like, well, I'm a woman now and then compete? And because they couldn't find like real examples of someone doing that, which would be cheating, they wouldn't be trans, obviously, right? Because they couldn't find someone doing that, then they would go and do it themselves. Like they'd be like, I'm a right-wing podcaster. I want to, build a brand for myself. So I decided to go and compete in like the women's athletic competition as a woman. And guess what? Liptard zone. And it's like, well, you did that. You couldn't.
Robodogs policing the streets now? Yeah. You know they use non-tumbling remote codes. I don't know what that means. So no. I don't know. I haven't actually looked into it at all. I just have a short piece. Where's that? From the damage report. But yeah, it's New York Police Department. They tried to do this once before. There's a lot of backlash, but I guess they're finally doing it now.
Didn't find someone who actually does that in the wild. So you decided to be the fucking meme.
Steven
That's what
Crowder
they're doing
in the
now. They're
gym.
like,
wait, what is this clamshell lives matter he's doing? He's got the hat.
You
now?
are so fascinated by this.
What the fuck is it? I mean,
I
what
don't
is-
know.
he's
I don't know
repping
how
it
to
forever.
interpret. I don't know how to interpret what I'm looking at there.
It looks like maybe Phantom of the Opera merch. It looks maybe like a mask. I got to know.
Are they handcuffs?
He's wearing the same shirt.
Maybe they're handcuffs. Maybe it's.
it's all over his.
He likes
like,
BDSM. He likes being pegged.
It's all over. He's got the bisexual lighting in the background. Like, what's going on, man?
They
It's
all
over the
do.
place.
Cuff me, daddy.
He went and he got those TikTok ads, the RGBs for the TikTok ads. Like, oh man.
So here is the same guy who just decried it or celebrated it as anti-woke, talking about it being too woke 3 months ago. You got to get your stories straight, Jack.
Peach just taking charge. Peach just taking charge. Stands up right there. Like right at that moment right there, when I saw that, I was thinking Bo Peep from Toy Story 4.
Bro, you're gay as hell. I'm so straight. I don't even know what you're talking about.
Bro, I see this stuff. It actually does radicalize me. I become one of those like Joe Rogan style, like what is it like?
Jesus
strong
Christ,
men
dude.
make good society.
Yeah,
good
strong
society-
men. Yeah.
Good
Weak men-
society make men weak. Weak men make bad society. Bad society get owned by strong men. Like that. That's what I turn into. I'm like, go die in a war. What are you doing? Like, what are you doing?
Go, the Ukrainians need help, brother.
Yeah,
There's
go
a front
fucking
line
deploy
now.
to Ukraine. Go deploy to Ukraine.
Go.
Go deploy to
Yeah.
Ukraine. Stop talking about fucking. Like, why do you know the names of these characters? He's like, oh,
Dude, Toy Story 4? That's
bro,
like
he
deep
pulled out
lore.
a Toy Story reference, dog. Like, you're a
What was the
fucking whole
character?
ass adult. What's wrong with you?
Pull up the picture. He flew right off that. He took that right from the back of his mind.
Right at that moment right there, when I saw that, I was thinking Bo Peep from Toy Story 4.
Bo Peep from Toy
Like,
Story
if you
4.
actually loved it.
I know what's going on. They had a whole culture war about Bo Peep, probably.
Yeah,
Dude.
she was too girl boss.
Bro, this is like this is like you can't even enjoy the commentary unless you read the manga. Like, you need to know all 11 editions of like prior Culture War shit that went
You guys
unnoticed.
recall Bo Peep from Toy Story 4 was the beginning in this long culture war of making women look strong.
Yeah, hello, I'm the woke mind virus defender, and today I'm logging on to tell you about my encyclopedia knowledge of Toy Story and how many times I tried to jerk off to Bo Peep and I couldn't do it because, God damn it, the Patriots cannot rise up.
Oh my God,
That's what they're doing to us.
You know, I tell you what, man, if they only had Peach doing like housework or something
Sewing.
like that, it'd be a good movie.
She should be sewing.
She should be it's
Doing
like,
the
bro,
lawn.
what are you even saying? She's not allowed to fight for her rights, bro?
No,
you're talking about when we get invaded from China, you don't want women raising up arms? What happened in World War II? Women can, bitch-ass, fucking loser-ass clamshells, lives matter, BDSM, egged.
People pointed out it's the logo of his channel.
Okay, whatever. I know what it really means. It's cuffs that you wear when
What
you
is
get
it,
pegged.
Geek and Gamers? Is that what it's called?
Yes, indeed.
Geek and Gamers? Yeah, I think we should bully nerds more.
Yeah.
I take it back.
Well, someone was advocating for that recently.
Yeah, I was it.
A right winger.
Andrew Tate or Aiden Ross, and then maybe I don't know.
They're saying we need to bully people more.
Like, what's happening?
it was fresh or fit. Or
Oh yeah, and I was
whatever.
like, I totally agree, man.
Yeah.
I've been bullying you nonstop.
Yeah, except when I make fun
It'll
of
get
his
through
fucking hairline, people are like, oh, you're body shaming. I'm like, yeah, I am. I'm doing that with a full knowledge of what I'm
Correct.
doing. I'm body shaming him. Yes.
Yes.
Well, then, yeah. I mean,
Thank you
it's
for
a dose of their
noticing.
own medicine, right? This guy lives by body shaming.
No, it's just like, it's bad. It's wrong. Okay? It's bad and it's wrong. And sometimes I like doing bad things that are wrong. I'm not a good person. Okay?
fair enough.
Like, I never said I was.
Fair enough.
I think we should just be more open about that reality. Like,
That's fair.
I'm
That's
hedonistic,
fair. What you gonna
and I
do?
sometimes like to body shame those on the right for numerous different reasons because I want them to feel bad.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
I don't know. I don't know what else to say. It's honest.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so, but again, it's
Fair.
like World War II was won in part thanks to the empowerment of women. But now it's like, Peach, you got to put down that staff and just let Bowser invade your kingdom and rape and pillage your people?
And here's the other thing.
Bowser?
Here's the other thing.
The fuck, Bowser?
There are
get
things
it.
that I watch, right? And I like, and I do media analysis on it, or like I do like political analysis, look at like the political subtext. Like One Piece is one that I talk about quite frequently. But I like One Piece. Like, I'm not gonna fucking turn around and be like and make videos crying about a particular anime that has like things that I don't appreciate in it. You know what I mean? Like, Call of Duty is a great example. Call of Duty is a video game franchise that gets funding from the U.S. military that absolutely does propaganda for the State Department's interests, right? They do so much propaganda that they quite literally took an American war crime, the Highway of Death, in the Gulf War, where the United States bombed retreating forces, including men, women, and children, on this highway. They stopped them dead in their tracks, and they did like a multiple day-long bombing campaign where they eviscerated people, right? They destroyed people, men, women, children.
Bomb them.
And then in one of the latest Call of Duty games, they attributed that war crime to Russia in the fucking video game.
That's awesome.
Yeah, like that's propaganda.
That's good shit.
I still enjoy the game. I still do like criticism, but you don't see me fucking going like, why is this happening? This is so fucked up. I can't
Everybody
believe-"
remembers.
It's just like the show.
Everybody remembers when Russia dropped the nuclear bombs on Japan. The
Yeah.
world changed that day.
That was so fucked up of Stalin.
Yeah, it's just like it's so stupid. You can do media analysis over like more adult things, okay? Like things that happen in the fucking real world.
Remember
like,
who they're entertaining, bro?
What did I just mention? What?
8-year-olds. They're entertaining 8-year-olds. They got to speak to them.
I don't think this is it for 8-year-olds, man. I think it's for divorced dads that look exactly like that guy that are watching that and going, this is why Deborah left me. This is why Deborah left me, because Mario's too woke, or Mario's not woke, actually. and
I'll
that's
tell
why I
you
do
that
well.
Peach reminds me of my bitch wife. Taking all kinds of, getting a job.
Yeah.
Goddamn, getting a job, having her own income. Goddamn, hate that Peach bitch.
It's me, Mario. Princess Peach, why don't you get back in the kitchen and make me a sandwich?
What the fuck?
That's actually a quote from the film. I
so
pulled
that okay? Now I get why they like it.
Yeah.
Thank God.
Put down that axe and make a sandwich. Why don't you?
Rey Skywalker, and she seems to dominate the rest of the trailer. Mario's the bumbling idiot. Again,
are you not the bumbling
which
idiot?
is, by the way, which is
You were
very
Mario.
uncharacteristic of Mario. He was never portrayed as the bumbling idiot in any of the Nintendo games that I certainly played.
I mean, kind of, right? He goes down, she walks around in shit. He goes down sewer pipes. He's like ducking his head down like a little beta male. It's not, he's just bumbling his way. He's like Mr. Magoo, really. So anyway, here's where we have fun. Okay, this is where the big fissure takes place.
It's like if I watched this and I got mad at it because it's like upholding the monarchy, because like the main character, Mario is a working class citizen and a plumber, and instead of like being a blue collar worker that engages in like a proletarian revolution, he ends up reinstating the monarchist structures that are inherently oppressive to the serfs.
so true.
Like that's, if I did that kind of fucking media analysis, people would look at me and go, "You're a crazy person." You want to know why? Because that would be crazy to fucking look at a goddamn franchise like Mario and make something like that.
Your fan base is not as desperate or stupid to try to justify their shallow and unjustifiable worldviews. So they have to look for meaning in Mario Brothers and Toy Story 4. But here's Tim Pool. Now, what's he doing? Tim Pool comes against the grain. He says,
so
no,
brave.
Mario movie is woke. He's putting his foot down. Girl boss Peach is invincible, and Mario is incompetent. Conservatives are wrong, he says. You guys got it all backwards. This video is actually getting a ton of hate because I love this, man. Let's see. Tim, the studio originally had a far more girl boss storyline. Okay, good. They toned that down. Nintendo forced them to tone it down and elevate Mario. Okay, thank God.
According to who?
Thank God.
How do you know that?
They know that. I am not sure about this one. Mario's first mission would probably be a challenge for him.
She's a literal princess. How is that like feminist or woke? Like what?
Oh, see, now I love that. Mario apparently in the movie had a really hard time on his first challenge. And they're like, bro, it would take you time to learn how to jump through Mushroom Kingdom too. They literally saying shit like that. Mario isn't stupid in the movie. He's inexperienced. There's a difference. He's thrust into this world he knows nothing about, but overcomes that by the end, Tim. Yo, dude.
I think this is one of those situations where even if you're in the right, just simply describing it is frustrating. Like you've been owned. It's like a Reddit debate. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If you write a fucking paragraph on a subreddit, doesn't matter if you're right, doesn't matter if you're wrong by default. You've automatically been owned. If you defend the ethics of the Mario movie, in either direction, you're wrong. You've lost.
Mario isn't incompetent.
It's time to log off. If you have a strong stance on this, it's time to go outside.
And Peach praises Mario for his masculine traits and persistence.
And it sucks because like I'm gonna have to end up doing this now.
That's you. Well, take note. Peach is depicted as competent, but her immediate success she's embarrassed about, like a good woman should be. And she is more impressed by Mario's persistence through failure.
No way does it say that.
Which,
What?
Like a good woman should be.
Oh my God.
I made that
Fuck.
up. But he says, but her
Yeah.
immediate success she's embarrassed about, which is like, what the fuck? That's a feminine trait. Mario isn't competent. He's weak. But him being able to triumph despite his weakness is the message of the story.
No, we are in some
Tim,
ways.
you are wrong.
In some ways, I think everyone has become a baby. They want to keep being a baby. They want to live like a baby, right? And this is what happens there. Like this is some baby shit. Okay.
Whoa, this is a 30-minute video about Mario.
On the one hand, everyone is a baby. On the other hand, everyone's becoming like they're becoming like medieval peasants where they think like like there was that TikTok video of people being like, how can the mirror see the egg behind this piece of paper? It's like basic elementary science, like third grade science. about how light reflects.
Look in the mirror, see the egg.
Have you not seen those?
Wait, you haven't
TikTok
seen
videos?
that?
I haven't.
No,
Okay,
it's just
I'll pull it
we
up.
are
I'd love to see
like
it.
unwinding society especially in the Western world, especially in the United States of America. Like we are slowly but surely, and perhaps deliberately, making people actively dumber and dumber and dumber in each generation.
I don't know what you're talking about. This high academia analysis.
Can
of
anyone
Mario.
explain?
Okay, let's see. Can anyone explain how does this mirror know that there's an object there?
Can anyone explain how does the mirror know?
2.7 million fucking likes on this.
Wait,
dude.
what? No, this person's trolling. How does the mirror know there's an egg there?
First of all, they think like no. This is literally like you're like you are like a medieval peasant at this point. You're like, oh my lord, the mirror knows it's magic.
Wait. This is a trolling, right?
No, it's not.
Oh boy.
Something told me the mirror. Hold up is the top comment.
Yeah.
Well, because of the government.
It's like we have crippled.
Wait, but don't mute the. Oh, that's your.
This is our music.
That's me. Yeah.
Yeah, George W. Bush has left all the children behind. Okay, Ronald Reagan, you are responsible for this. You fucking monster.
Is
You
there
piece
more
of shit.
These egg conspiracy?
The Democratic Party is also responsible for this with their fucking advocacy for charter schools since the 90s. You fucking animals.
How do mirrors work, bro? Bro, mirrors are like crazy. Our eyes are just mirrors for the universe, or Jaden Smith.
It's like I had to literally do a step by step of like explaining how explaining how we see things and how like light reflects off of things, and then even unwind it further by saying, look, there are certain parts of the egg that the mirror, quote unquote, can't see, that your brain cannot make up. Perhaps it has something to do with, I don't know, light not being able to hit that part. Do you think that could be a reason why the mirror can see certain objects, or your brain can make it up, versus, versus the other parts of the object that the mirror can't see? I don't know. Maybe. Just think it through.
Shit, dude. I'm shaking, man. I can't even think about Mario movie right now. All right, so enough of that. Thank you. So let's get a taste of Tim Pool.
Mario Brothers movie has smashed a global record.
This is
and I'm
liberal
seeing all
Tim
of these
Pool.
people on the right saying the movie did it because it was anti-woke, which is really strange to me because the narrative for the longest time was that the movie was woke girl boss feminism garbage.
He's right to point that out.
I can't get over just like this idea that a strong woman character makes it woke. Like, we're talking about half the population of the world, and we can't have one strong female character. It's all girl boss wokeness. Like, the fuck? You guys have moms, don't you? You hate women that much? You think that little of women?
I mean, it's not it's not like they forgot they have moms. They probably also hate their moms. That's probably the root of it all.
She's this very unrealistic depiction of women. I'll have you know, it's breaking my immersion.
Hey, if women are so good, how come I don't have a girlfriend? Is what fucking Tim Pool is saying.
Ultimately.
It's not my fault. It's them. They are.
Yeah, it's not my fault. It's all the women in the world.
They are responsible.
Show the object behind the paper.
Now we've got another one, and he's showing a deodorant. Crazy, yo. That's crazy.
No, that's this is like a TikTok challenge.
I gotta make one of those. How does the mirror see my balls behind the paper?
Okay, get back to
Friends,
Tim,
there
though.
be spoilers ahead because I went and saw the movie, and I'm just gonna come right out.
Spoilers for my Mario movie.
Oh God!
no.
Turn it off. Turn it off.
We can't watch this, Ethan. When I saw this tweet from Steven Crowder, he says the anti-woke Super Mario Brothers movie just.
Why is he's opening a war with Crowder?
It's the opening salvo, baby. There's a war brewing.
Has there been a rift between them since the?
And Tim was mostly backing up Crowder during the whole Ben Shapiro split that happened a few months ago. So I think they're on friendly terms.
It's just a weird hill to die on. He's like, no, this is where I'm gonna have to throw the gauntlet.
Well, Tim, it sounds like Tim went and saw the movie, which it didn't seem like Crowder had. So I trust his opinion more than Crowder's.
Yeah.
Set a global record. I thought to myself, I don't believe Steven Crowder has actually seen the movie. And when I saw this tweet, I thought to myself, Well, the first thing I thought was, is it really anti-woke? Well, it's weird because all I've heard about it is that it is woke, right? Perhaps the issue is conservatives don't want to admit that a woke film made a bunch of money, especially broke a record, when the narrative tends to be get woke, go broke. Well, as I often say, get woke, go broke is not a law, but it's more of a tendency.
That's not even true.
There's zero.
It's not. There's that is never.
No, there's no correlation.
God. Oh my God, this makes me so mad.
As you know, go woke, get broke is mostly right. There are exceptions from time to time. AKA, it's just your theories.
You know what it
stupid.
is? It is so entirely removed from reality in either direction. Okay, that's the main thing. Chick-fil-A is a perfect example of this, okay? If you make a product that people want to eat, people want to consume, it don't matter. People are still going to fucking consume it, okay? It doesn't go in either direction. It's not because it's like anti-woke that people are consuming it or because Chick-fil-A magically became woke and people are consuming it. They don't give a shit. Most people don't consume content like this. Only hyper-obsessive, online, politics fucking weirdos think other human beings consume content like this, and then they try to tell you this is how people are consuming content or consuming products. That's not how this fucking works. And I know it's weird of me to say this because I'm a hyper...
Guys, I cannot see my OBS. Am I still live? Hello? Hello? That's kind of a problem. It just won't open. I do not know what's happening. I need to restart OBS, but I can't do that without ending stream. So, I'm sorry. Cancel, wait. Yeah, it's like not working. Okay, let me... Okie dokie. I'm back. I'm sorry. I don't know what happened. I'm gonna be real with you. I do not know. Yes. Looks live. Feels good, man. Apologies for that. My bad, homies. Done fucked up. Okay. Fucking OBS, I swear to God. Why I oughta.
Obsessive online political fucking weirdo speaking to an entire audience of hyper obsessive online political weirdos as well. So it's hard for us to see outside of our little bubble that we have crafted here, but that is the fucking reality. Okay? That's it.
I also love that depicting a man as incompetent is woke. It's like, Tim, look in the mirror, buddy.
No, this is...
You see your homies quartering?
Bro,
I mean, I hate to tell you.
This is what they did for years and years. Like, this is the exact same thing. They've become the SJWs that they fucking constantly criticize.
100%.
That's it. They would always say, like, oh, really? Like, fucking... Oh, wow. Having a bad character be like an anti-hero in a movie is a...
No! Not the audio issues again! Both of them could afford a new mic. It's so easy. Come on. You can fix this.
Bad thing? Shut the fuck up, libtards. It's a good movie. I'm going to keep watching it. Whatever. Now they're doing the exact same thing on the opposite direction.
Well, what's funny is I don't think liberals care at all about this. We're not, and then they just have to set up this straw man.
No,
like
there was a time and place, and I think liberals do
not
still...
now. I don't think they care right now.
No, I think the pendulum swung in the other direction. But under the Obama administration, especially when like this feeling of powerlessness, led people to basically reshift their focus on, making culture more sanitized. And it wasn't all that big of a deal even back then, but that was something that created momentum. Like, oh, a comedian said an anti-Asian joke, like we should fire him. Like what was it? Fucking what's his face? Last Week Tonight, or not Last Week Tonight?
I don't remember.
I don't know. It's just ultimately it's an old attitude that we basically left in the past. People don't actually do that as much anymore. Even though every now and then there will be some kind of momentum behind like boycotting Hogwarts, for example, which is an abject failure. Like it was always going to be a failure because people completely are removed from it. Like they don't even think that there is anything associated with transphobia in the product itself that they're consuming. They just want to go to fucking Hogwarts and feel good again like they're kids. So it's just not going to happen. And liberals don't do it as much, but conservatives do it more now.
All right, let's do this and let's get into the debate. Tim, go ahead. Finish.
And when
your
you're
point.
dealing with one of the most popular pieces of intellectual property in human history, Mario Brothers, it's bound to make a bunch of money. So here's what I did. I went to go see the movie because I think it is particularly culturally relevant. Now, to be honest, I didn't really want to see the movie a little bit. I like Mario. I grew up playing Mario. I'm interested in seeing how they could do this movie, considering back in the 90s, they made some weird movie. So, warning, spoilers.
No.
But I'll just say it right now. After going and watching the movie, I would say on a scale of 1 to 10 in terms of how woke the movie is, I'd give it a 6. Meaning...
I give it a 6, folks. All right, so there it is. We've got opinions all over the board. Now, I'm of the opinion, Hassan.
What's a 6? So it's like, it's kind of woke? It's centrist level woke?
I'll tell you what, brother. I heard that Mario movie is a woke, or wait, no, it's an anti-woke. We love Mario. I love Mario. Let me get that hat. Someone grab me the hat. I love Mario, man. Tell you what, brother.
Listen, Nathaniel, you're absolutely wrong on this. Let me tell you. Normally, I love your commentary, like how you should be able to fuck your cousin, your first cousin.
Absolutely,
I love your
brother.
advocacy for child brides.
Absolutely, brother. Age is just a number.
Where you and I are going to diverge, my friend. Okay?
He's so cool.
Right.
All right. Well, why don't you tell me why you think Mario's
movie
woke?
Fuck. What am I supposed to? It's woke, right?
Yeah, you're woke. It's woke.
Tim Pool's attitude is your attitude.
Yeah. The Mario movie is woke.
Why do
Let
you
me tell
say
you
that?
why.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
They made our boy. First and foremost, they made our boy Mario into an Italian, a POC. Okay, I'm sick and tired of the pro-Italian agenda. They thought they could pull a fast one on us and put big, beautiful, woke, muscly man Chris Pratt as his voice, and I thought to myself, maybe he's gonna have a accent that's reflective of my values that I want to see on screen. But no,
I'll tell you what,
running
boy.
around saying it's me and Mario.
He's kind of like one of them good Italians, like them kind of Mussolini Italians that we love. Kind of like the way they do things. You know, he's like a Godfather type of Italian.
No, I don't like that. I don't like Italians in my media. It's too much POC. Everybody knows. And then there's women. And then there's green characters. Again, where are the white characters?
Let me put it this way to you. Let me put it this way. I'll checkmate you right now. Mushroom Kingdom ain't one black person. Ain't one black person in Mushroom Kingdom. Amen.
Okay.
Oh my God.
Amen. No, it's anti-woke.
That's a diversion to make you forget that the real cultural battle lines being drawn in the Mario movie is about men and women. Men used to be plumbers in this society. Men used to be able to
a plumber, boy.
Women. And all this show is doing is teaching you and your kids that women can defend themselves. Women can go out and defend themselves against other people like the turtle guy.
Well, let me tell you.
I don't like that. Mario has to defend her.
I'll tell you what,
not
man.
herself.
My grandmammy, she used to hit down turtles come up on the porch and she had to get them away with a broom and sometimes a shotgun. So my grandmama, they was out there stopping all them turtles and all that kind of stuff. I was just a boy. They protected me from the wildlife, and they made me feel safe like Peach making Mario feel safe now. But
Did you say your grandmammy?
My grandmammy.
Protected you, a man?
I was a child at the time.
Protected you, a man, a boy, child?
Well, let me tell you this. We had.
You're woke. You're woke, too. That's what I've learned about this. I'm learning so much about you, Nathaniel.
Well, I'll have you know that once I found out Nana might be a lesbian, I pushed her down the stairs.
Good. Okay.
Oh, what the fuck?
We're back on track now.
Jesus.
But I'll tell you what, man. You want to talk about Peach? I'll tell you that woman looked good in pink, boy. She ain't wearing no kind of jeans. She ain't wearing no kind of lesbian kind of shirt, like with the ones with the.
You're wrong.
The crisscrosses. Hold on now.
You're wrong. I tried to jerk off to Princess Peach so many times, Nathaniel. I tried. And then, the security came over. Woke police came over and said, "Oh, sorry. What are you, P.V. Hermaning in the fucking theater?" I said to them, "Sorry, I have to do this for America. I have to jerk off."
You were masturbating in the theater?
As is my God-given right.
I don't believe that is your right.
Fuck you mean? Of course I was masturbating in the theater.
Peach was
Where else am I supposed to masturbate?
So you weren't able to finish at the side of Peach?
No. And it wasn't because of the security telling me I need to leave. And, they caught me doing this last time at Toy Story 4 and how I had to wear a fake mustache to hide my identity all whimsical like.
Oh, was you jerking it at that kind of mumbo that cowboy type of shepherd girl from Toy Story 4?
Nathaniel, I jerk off at every movie to make sure to
I
see
remember
if the female characters are woke or not.
I tell you what, I remember we went to Toy Story 4. We was both got it out together.
We did that. We did that old thing where
we did all sweepy
whoopie.
Yeah,
you put a hole in the bottom of the popcorn.
Friends help each other. That's right.
It's a tasty treat, and you get to jerk off in private.
I'll tell you what, mate. I got extra butter. That oil does work in there, boy. Nice and warm, too, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. Ew. The nanny state, the Chinese communist kids stopped me from jerking off at movie theaters.
And you know what?
Tell you what?
You know what my favorite thing is?
What's your favorite
Eating the popcorn afterwards.
Hell yeah.
You ever heard of a soggy waffle?
Yeah.
It's like that, but with popcorn.
Yeah, the viscosity helps the popcorn go down your throat.
It's like a special kind of butter.
Okay, we need to get back on subject.
Okay, well, I'll tell you what, man. That Peach, I'm sorry, brother, that you weren't able to finish at the side of Peach, but to me, she is a princess. She is wearing pink. She ain't looking like no kind of lesbianic truck driver kind of thing. And I'll tell you what, man, there was a scene in that movie where she leaned over, and I swear you could see kind of like the upper thigh kind of type of place, man. She got nice shaven legs, boy. Ain't no hair on Peach. Are you crazy? Ain't no hair on Peach. That's the way I like it. I don't know about
needed
you.
To be more revealing, and her titties needed to be larger, Nathaniel. I'll tell you what. That's what I'm saying. If it wasn't, it's woke.
Them titties.
They're so much better at conservative commentary. This is actually funny.
Titties weren't large enough.
Yeah, it was woke. I tried jerking off. I couldn't do it. It's woke, and I tell you what, it did well in the movie theaters. You know why?
Why?
Because George Soros, brother. That's right. George Soros bought all the tickets globally to make it seem like you can't. When you go woke, you go broke. George Soros said, nope. I'm going to make sure that I'm paying for the box office tickets and teach all the children globally.
I'll tell you, that does make a lot of sense because I seen buses coming in and I saw this movie about like 10 p.m., not real popular time. And I seen all kinds of buses coming in with black folk
They were
all kind of like
busting in.
poor-looking folk
Yeah,
coming
they were
in.
busting in Guatemalan migrant
That's
children.
right. They was filling up the
To
whole
watch-
theater, man.
To watch the movie.
Knew something wasn't right with that theater.
Yeah, and they came out. Those Guatemalan migrant children came out right back into the caravan, going to a white neighborhood.
I know they ain't
They
lived
also
there.
preach gender non-binary queer theory.
All right, but hold on. I'll tell you it's anti-woke, not just because there ain't no black people, which I do like, but because, again, Peach, she is a princess. She is a queen. She is upholding capitalism. She is a capitalist icon. She collects coins. She collects power-ups. She is a capitalist, and she is accumulating wealth like a good American queen she is.
Capitalist queen, slay.
I like that. I do agree with that. I am a big fan of the monarchy, but ultimately she's doing what I hate, which is called girl boss yassified feminism. That's yassified capitalism. I hate that. I want capitalism to be men. For men only. She should be in the kitchen instead of trying to save herself, instead of being in a position of power. Wouldn't you say? You want to know what the most woke country on the planet was? England. Why? They had a queen. They kept saying, yes, queen. Yes, queen. That's right.
I don't remember that. I'll
The
tell you
world
what, man.
changed dramatically when the queen became the queen.
I'll tell you, man, I agree with you, but there is one time a woman can't defend herself. It's when she's attempting to be raped by a big kind of turtle kind of thing named Bowser. She allowed to defend herself, and that ain't
she's not.
that
She's never allowed to
ain't
defend
girl bossing. That's just good sense, boy.
No.
And that's bestiality. Although I do like bestiality at times, so I don't know if I'm gonna do.
What do you-
Well, you ain't. Well, me and the boys.
A hole's a hole, Daniel. What do you got a problem with that?
What?
Sometimes you get real horny. You don't know what it's like to be living in a rural area where there's no women around. My cousin went down to the city.
Dan, don't act like you ain't never got cozy with a cow before.
Sometimes you
Just
gotta
wonder what it feel like. There ain't no goddamn
Sometimes
woman
you
around
gotta get
there.
up close and personal with a donkey.
Jesus.
A donkey, a cow ain't no
Hit the button. Someone hit the button.
bucket required. I tell you, man, I ain't never been with a woman get so horny around the age 15. Ain't no woman, the only woman there, my grandmama. And I tell you, come up right on cowboy, they sleep standing up, make it easy. Come up right there, give it a little feel, get up, down, back there. And you know, just to get ready for like when the real thing happened. So us boys used to go out. There was one cow named Sally. We used to line up, take a turn, run the train on dear Sally. She's a good old steer, boy. Good old Sue-wee. Tell you, she was real tight, too, for her cattle. You don't expect them to be nice and tight because they're so big and heavy. But I tell you, man, she was good. She was tight. We'd line up, and I'd finish, boy, because, she ain't getting pregnant or nothing. She ain't got no STDs, ain't no cow AIDS. We line up. I'll bust in her. Then my friend Buck Lee come up behind me. It's his turn. He bust in her too. We just live filling her up.
Rod
babe.
him, cowpoke.
And I'll tell you, the next day they come out and milk that cow, and there'd be a little bit of not just milk coming out of two holes, if you know what I'm saying. It's a little vulgar, but it is what it is. And I'm a better lover for it.
Let me tell you something.
On my wedding night, Hassan, I was a better man for it. I'll tell you, my wife was one happy camper right there. Thank you to Sally.
This is falling off the rails, brother. It's falling off the rails, and that's it. Look, all I'm gonna say is this, okay? My favorite content creator on YouTube is the Not Templar channel, Not Watch. Okay, he used to make medieval videos about armor, and he was a history nerd, and then he decided to take on a much stronger battle. Okay, he decided to take on woke culture and the woke agenda.
Mm-hmm.
And I love him for it. Okay,
I love him
and he
too.
made a 1 hour, 25-minute, 27-second video on the Mario movie. I mean, the Mario movie runtime is half the fucking. I mean, he made half. He almost made the entire movie. Okay. And let me tell you his review.
All right. Go
Okay.
ahead.
These are the points that you cannot address. Now, I haven't seen the movie, and I know you haven't either.
I ain't seen that movie.
Yeah.
I ain't seen that.
That's right.
I ain't seen
But,
that.
but who gives a fuck? Because our audience is watching because they're also fucking stupid. Just like we are.
I ain't watching that goddamn movie.
And let me tell you, he said, Super Mario Bros. Review. Peach is a girl boss. Yikes.
Yeah.
Bowser is a simp. Ew. And Mario is a punching bag.
Well, that don't sound so good, but let me put it this way, Hassan.
Let's vote.
Let me put it this way. This is one of Mario's enemies. You know what that is?
What is that?
That right there is an Islamic terrorist.
Is that
And I'll tell you, Mario be out there stopping. He putting out
he's a
bombs
Muslim
like
man.
that. Excuse me, Heston. This is my opportunity to explain. He's
ahead.
out there like that Kiefer Sutherland in 24, putting out bombs and destroying terrorists. He's a good American patriot agent. Look at this. Hey, is this not a terrorist? He's throwing bombs out there and
He's
everything.
so
He got his
cool.
head covered.
Where
He's
was
wearing
Bomb?
black.
Where was Bomb Bro on 9/11?
This goddamn turtle like he a member of ISIS.
Where was Bomb Bro on 9/11? Let me tell you.
Bomb Bro is some
No, that's
kind of
woke.
ISIS agent.
That's woke. I'll tell you why that's woke.
That ain't woke, brother.
No, it's woke. Because back in the day, you know, they would give him a Mujahideen style name, you know, but they won't do that no more. I don't even know what ethnicity that turtle is. You know what I'm saying? That's right.
Right.
That's why it's woke. They're trying to hide the truth.
That's a good point, brother.
Oh
He
my
should
God,
look more
guys.
Arabic.
Yeah.
Instead of
He don't even have no beard or distinguishing features. I'm a fucking dumbass. I need that.
But
like a Jeff Dunham card. That's why he's funny.
But they gotta wink at us and give us kind of soft signal. That's why he all in black, like kind of like a robe, like ISIS.
No, he's not.
Got a mask
I can't
on,
make
black
that. I
shoes.
can't make that distinguishment.
I'm telling you, man. Bomb Bro did 9/11, and that ain't all. He's still out there, boy. And Mario
Bomb
down.
them again?
Mario like CIA hunting them down. I'll tell you something else, because you think you're so smart. Let me ask you this, brother. What color is Mario's hat? Go ahead. Answer the question. Answer the question, brother. What color is his goddamn hat?
Nathaniel.
This right here.
No.
Is a MAGA hat.
No.
This hat been MAGA before MAGA.
You're right.
Hey, guess what that M stand for?
Make
MAGA. Make America great, god damn it. And that's why we going after ISIS.
I love it. God damn it, you're right.
I'll tell you, man.
You're right, it is anti-woke.
Man, there ain't...
It's a good fucking point. Mario is a good Trump-supporting American. Should have known.
No white man walking around in a red hat with an M on it who ain't MAGA.
You're right. You're right,
Come
brother.
On, man. Come on, man.
I concede on my point.
Thank you, bro.
You owned me, sir.
I've got more. I thought I had you at no black people, to be honest.
You got more?
Yeah, well, Chris Pratt, he's a good old boy. I don't know if you know that.
That's right. I mean, he's right. You're right about that. He is a good old boy.
I mean,
he's a Christian, which is very difficult to be in America nowadays, you know? Much more difficult than anybody else.
I'm surprised they didn't get that kind of like Hunter Schafer to play Mario. That's what I was expecting. But they got Chris Pratt, and that's what I appreciate. That's why they meant not anti-woke. I heard there was a memo.
I hate Hunter Schafer. I always see photos of her looking sexy on the timeline, and I'm like, damn, she's so hot. And then someone tells me, oh, that's Hunter Schafer. She's a trans woman. I say, oh, no.
I tell you, that Hunter Schafer make me feel all types of way. Hold on, we're having a technical issue. Oh, we got a technical issue? Can y'all fix that, or is that like a technical issue?
It's a technical issue.
Okay, hold on. We got just a little technical issue here.
We have some technical issue, it sounds like.
What do we do about it?
What are we going to do about it?
Stars anti-woke.
I hit the button.
Wait, why?
I don't know.
What? After everything that was just said? That was what you buttoned?
Why'd you say?
I
Hunter
don't know.
Schafer?
No, not that one. That was fine, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was all fine. Whatever.
I
Let's
hit the
just
button.
move on.
The button's never a bad idea.
Wait, what happened? Why did you hit it?
Let's not talk about it.
I don't think you said anything wrong.
I don't either. I was just being cautious.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, you know, let's
Fair enough.
just being cautious.
We'll move on.
Just being cautious.
How does it work? What happens when you hit the button?
It
like,
just erases the last 30 seconds.
The last 25 seconds that just occurred, whatever that was, will be deleted.
So can you button
into
twice?
place.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah.
Is that awesome?
Wow.
You can hold it if you want to go longer.
No, it's fine.
No, well, yeah.
I mean, I was
Just saying.
Yeah, you can censor it.
Yahoo! Did you see the thumbnail? It's so
They
good.
said
That
you.
was just.
I saw. Yeah. I don't. This is a misfire.
It may have been, but I'd prefer. Yeah, it was a misfire, but I prefer to be. On it.
I like that. I appreciate that.
Dude,
That you are overly cautious. It didn't need to happen, but it's cool that you did it.
Thanks, bro. Yeah. That's it, brother. I'll tell you what, mate. That Mario's kind of like an anti-woke hero. I'll tell you what, he did all kind of plumbing like a good.
Hey, you want to know what the most woke part about it was?
What's that?
The Rainbow Road.
That's gay. That's gay. I ain't
Everybody
got no
knows
defense for
rainbows
that.
are gay.
I got no defense for that Rainbow Road, man.
I saw a rainbow the other day after the Chinese rain clouds were creating rainbows left and right. Immediately went down to the truck stop, went to the nearest glory hole I could find.
Right.
And What? Why are you doing?
Why'd you do it again?
You guys are making me feel like I said I didn't do
Dude, you were popping off about fucking a cow in great detail.
But that's not offensive.
Okay.
Sure.
That is not
The
offensive.
History Podcast has gone woke. The woke mind virus has infected you, Ethan.
Well, I'm anti-woke, and you
I've
ain't got
never
no
seen a
evidence.
circumstance where both Dan and I would ever agree that you are being overly cautious.
Bizarro
I'm tired today, so my decision making's a little
okay. All right.
affected, but what can I do? I don't know what's left of that. We cut out a whole minute of it.
Okay.
But there
I
we
mean-
go. I think I took the dub. It seems
Yeah,
like the
no.
one that got you the most was the MAGA hat.
Hank Becker
Ah.
is super owned. Yeah.
The fucking audio demon.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, no,
Sorry
the
to say.
MAGA hat got me.
Yeah.
It got me good.
Is no one watching chat? You know they're talking about it. Let's see.
That's a red.
Hacker is mad.
You're my.
Audio bad. Uh, tomatoes.
All right, well we've got I guess maybe an hour, I don't know. Let's talk about some other stuff.
We
Robot
got 45
audio.
minutes.
I think we covered
Audio
ground on Mario.
crackles.
I think
Audio
we have discussed Mario.
audio
We've talked
crackle.
about Mario almost as long as the movie.
Button
Yeah.
overused.
Yeah, that's
Like,
70
audio,
minutes. I think the
audio,
movie's like
audio.
80,
Yeah,
so.
now we have truly
Robot
become
audio. I think the button doesn't work. I think this happens every time they use the button.
a right-wing media show.
Yeah.
Covering,
Way too
covering
dang.
something extensively
Oof,
that is
audio.
so like irrelevant, stupid, unproductive.
The audio is crackling.
You know, that is literally the essence of being a right winger. We finally did it.
Audio is spicy.
Oh my god.
Crackle Gang, rise up.
I just saw this.
Crackle Gang, rise up.
This guy Sunny V2. What's up, these
YouTube chat.
Yeah, he I remember
Oh
Sonny
my
V2,
god. You
from
broke it.
One time he did like a video. I've always been a little sussy on him. I watch his videos.
Audio.
Like, very well edited. But he did a video
F.
on Ninja.
F. Crunchy. Audio.
Not
I think the button is interfering with the audio. For the record.
It is.
Yeah, I actually I was
Oh, no,
just
we're
typing
getting-
to you.
Oh, no.
Since we came back from the second thing, the audio got all fucked up again. So
It was awful. It was so bad.
we just bypassed it.
Oh, there's no button?
So you are free balling once again.
button is on.
Hey, show me. There's no button.
There's
Don't
no
do
button.
it. Don't do it. Don't do it.
No kill
Yep,
switch.
that's not doing anything.
Uh-oh.
I mean, I haven't watched it, but here's a comment. It says, he boils down Chris's transition to a business decision. specifically how it affects Mr. Beast's brand. Sure, I guess you could say it's neutral point of view, but it just feels inhuman.
It's not a neutral point of view. It is inhumane. Like that's insane. You would never do that about any other group of people. It's always people get away with saying whatever the fuck they want about trans people because one, they're hyper marginalized. They're a much smaller subsect of society. And it is so normative. Like, it is the normal position to just be, like, so openly transphobic that, like, can you imagine, like, writing this exact same article about, someone coming out as gay?
No, yeah, it's like, don't
in the
do
Mr.
that.
Beast, like, in the Mr. Beast universe, if someone was like, I'm gay, by the way, whatever, I'm a gay man. Like, can you imagine if anyone wrote commentary like that? You would be like, what the fuck are you talking about? What are you, crazy? What the You're an insane person.
Apparently, he describes Chris as an over-the-top LGBTQ character. Maybe we should watch this.
I'm gonna end up watching it later. If you want, we can watch it now. But
let's do it. I'm into it. I like this cutting-edge drama. I feel like we got to defend Chris wherever we can because this is about to turn into like a big fucking nasty mess. And I feel like it's good for us to support him whenever we can. Let him know he got friends out here.
Yeah.
B2,
it is.
what's
It has
his name?
become that way. It has become so fucking insane. Like, we know this already. If you're
Holy shit, it's getting a lot of views.
Of course, it's getting a lot of views.
It's only 9 minutes. We can do this.
Because people fucking love. It's the same concept behind like the Mario movie, right? Because rage clicks get a lot of clicks. Ultimately, people love the drama. A lot of people are transphobic. They're like, oh, thank God, there's some more transphobic commentary. Oh, it's my favorite. Holy shit, let's hear what this guy has to say. And then it also gets clicks from the other side. People like us that watch it to be like, what the fuck is this guy talking about? This is bullshit.
This sucks. Let's watch this.
The Chris Tyson situation could become a complete disaster for Mr. Beast's brand.
I don't disagree with the premise, right? Because I know that a lot of his fans are probably transphobic, ultra conservative.
I don't even agree. I think a lot of his fans are children. And because a lot of his fans are children, they don't have any fucking like immediate transphobic opinions on the matter. It's just about social conditioning.
There is so many people though, like
there are a lot of adults, however,
so
are
many
transphobic,
people that
yeah.
watch Mr. Beast. I don't think anything could stop him. Not even being friends with a trans person.
Yeah, it's so.
However, it may also provide some unique benefits. So let's begin by going over the drama before explaining exactly how this will impact the Mr. Beast channel. In mid-2022, fans began to notice that Chris Tyson was changing. In the early days, he represented the quintessential southern gun and truck loving dude, yet
I mean, okay.
No, I mean, this is such a familiar story that I have personally heard from my own fans in my fan base that were like, I used to fucking hate you. I was super transphobic.
Whoa, I got breaking news.
What?
I got this from my accountant. You just received $620,000 wire from BBTV today.
Wait, wasn't it $622,000?
$620,000.
Let's fucking go. That's a huge fucking W. They fucking paid up. That's amazing. Wow. Good for Ethan. Just a casual $500,000 money transfer. Okay.
They gave me the extra K.
Damn, the extra K is everything,
Yo! We got the money, everybody. That's crazy. Holy fuck, dude. Hormone replacement for everybody. Who wants hormones? I got you. It's a party. Let's all go trans.
Like Emperor Ivankov. Empress Eva. What is that? What is that I see? Oh God! A new stimulus package for the H3H3 production studio. I wonder where could it go that could be so good.
I'm not going to Japan. It's too far.
Oh, that's interesting. Why did you say that?
Personally, I'm so woke. I'm against racial purity of Japan, and I am.
Well, wouldn't you be destroying the racial purity by going to Japan? Fucking own, checkmate.
No, I don't live there. They're just stealing my woke American.
It doesn't matter.
No,
Even
that's
for
a bullshit argument. I'm not living there. They let me come spend my money.
It doesn't
but
matter.
They would never let me live there.
It doesn't matter because what you're doing is like slowly but surely showing Japanese people that
like Logan Paul.
That white is right. That's what you're showing them. that white people should be allowed to live in Japan.
All right.
I'm surprised they didn't just shut down the border completely after Suicide Forest. They're like, this was a mistake.
Well, I think the Japanese government slowly but surely is coming to terms with the reality that if you don't let any immigration happen into your country, you're just literally going to be a nation of like 95-year-olds.
Yo, I just got 620K from BBTV. Let's go. Hit me with that music.
I will come with you guys if you go to Japan. I love Japan.
Hassan will come. I'm paying for everybody. I said everybody's invited. We're going. I'm not going to Japan though.
Well, come on. Have you?
Woo! Everybody's invited.
We can do a video with PewDiePie.
Dude, there's content. There's some juice.
Juice.
Let's go, dude.
I'm not going. I don't have time. You guys don't have kids. You don't know
wanted
what
us
it's
to. We're gonna do like a thing where we all pitch you on like our travel packages.
Yeah.
So obviously you know what mine will be, and I feel like I already started thinking about it last night. I feel like by the end of my presentation,
You need solutions.
What's your
problem.
what's your suggestion? Where do you want to go, Dan?
I'm the one pushing for Japan.
Oh, you want to go to Japan?
Yeah.
You need to pitch.
I was
solutions
unfamiliar
to my problem. I have 2 dogs and 2 young kids.
Oh yeah, no, I'll have that all.
Right, you can
I'll have that all covered.
You're gonna have a solution plan.
Yeah. I mean, I have the company credit card, so I'll just go ahead and book the kennel and the babysitters and all of that.
I'm not leaving my kids and dogs with ain't no goddamn stranger who fucks some kind of cow. I don't know who that goddamn is. Anyway, okay, but that's great news. That's
Many
exciting.
benefits. Don't see a lot of L's there. I'm just saying, a lot of pros, not a lot of cons.
Guys, I get it. I would like to go to Japan too. I can't do it. Y'all are single ass motherfuckers. You don't know what my life is like.
You don't think that your kids would love?
Dude, you wouldn't love going on a trip with my kids.
Of the Far East.
Okay, you just want to go. You don't want to hang out with everybody. You just want to go. If you just want to go to Japan, I'll fund a trip. You want to just go there by yourself? Because if the kids
okay, that's totally fine. Yeah, no, I'll take you up on that.
No,
Done,
Dan,
sold.
don't give up.
Dan. All right, well
Believe in
then,
yourself.
I'm glad that you have a nice salary. So go enjoy your trip.
It's just like
fund it.
It's like two things that I now wish Ethan would do. One, take steroids, and two, go to Japan.
I can't, you guys.
Both of those are so true.
I said a long weekend. I said anything you guys want to do, 3 days. I'll pay for it bougie as possible. Talking first class. I'm talking 5-star hotel.
No, you got to go. You have to go.
I can't.
I have no desire to go to Japan either.
It's not that I don't want to go. It's that I can't do it. I just can't do it. You know what I mean?
International travel with children sounds like a fucking nightmare. Like, they would need, like, nannies. Like, that's, like, so much work. Like, if you don't have, like, help, like, that's so stressful. Cannot imagine. I cannot. Doing it by yourself is hard enough.
I see a lot of myself in you, Ethan, in the sense that I also don't like traveling long distances or
That's not it.
leaving the comfort of my
That's
home.
not what I'm saying. I have 2 young kids. You
There
don't know
has
what
to
that
be,
means.
Japan is worth it.
Dude, do you know how insane it would be to travel with them to Japan?
There must be an instance where parents have traveled. Once. At least once.
Dude.
Japan
not,
is very
you guys want to go there.
They're going to become weebs.
Dude, just imagine for a second that you're on a flight with a child screaming for 14 hours. I think it's even longer. I think it's like a pretty long flight. Yeah. Depending where you're going, it could be like 10 to 16 hours. And that's a direct flight. Whether it's your kid or not, like, that's a hard flight, dude.
It's not like a family vacation, what we're planning. We're planning like we all go and do like podcast stuff together.
Are you seeing?
If the kids come, it'll become, in One Piece. That's pretty dope. That is pretty dope.
Wow, this looks so cool.
This is top attraction.
This looks so fun.
No, this is every corner. How about this is like your normal life?
Just
like,
One Piece everywhere.
Going to Japan, especially as someone who like loves anime and watches anime, going to Japan is quite literally everything that weebs say it's like. It is like living in an anime. 100%.
That's
You're gonna be walking
awesome.
down the street, looking around like.
And I hope you guys really enjoy it when you go someday.
He's gonna be eating. You're gonna be running down the street with a piece of toast in your mouth, late for your appointment.
Yeah.
You're gonna trip and have a funny encounter with a quirky schoolgirl.
No.
Yeah, maybe that sounds weird, but
Back that up.
Yeah.
How about a talking cat or something?
A 3,000-year-old schoolgirl, Dan. You know how this works.
She's 3,000 years old, but
Right,
she
she's
looks like she's
3,000
8.
years old. She looks 9, but
Guys, I know I can take. Would love to take my kids on a family trip, but that's not what this would be. I'm telling you, if we bring the kids, it would be a whole fucking thing where it's just about them.
You're tripping.
You're tripping. Nah, you're tripping. North Korea.
Having
I'll for North Korea.
So North Korea would be awesome too, but I think Japan's probably a little bit cooler.
So okay, let's watch this. Let's watch this. I guess that's great though. That's exciting. Thank you, BBTV. Love that about you. Mm-hmm.
Southern gun and truck loving dude. Yet beginning in March 2022,
He started painting his nails.
Oh, dude, that's how you know.
Yay!
Yeah,
Zach, show me your nails right now.
We're transing our children.
Then he got
Yay! Trans.
We're transing our adults, brother.
Wait, are your
also,
nails
I didn't know Zach was trans. Slay Queen.
painted?
not at the moment, but like that was the one thing that everybody like fucking absolutely would like lose their minds over is like whenever I painted my nails, they'd be like, are you gay? You're so gay. You paint your nails. You're gay. It's like, dude,
That's like
first of all, there's
grandma
nothing wrong with that. Like, there's nothing wrong with being gay. I don't know why you're fucking freaking out. But secondly, like, no, it doesn't work that way. Also, ironic because Chris here is rocking the Blue Lives Matter coat of paint on there. What the
Right.
fuck?
Real.
Chris began to display increasingly feminine traits.
Dude, I'm sorry. That is just so fucking dumb. You literally just showed this man with some paint on his nails.
Making tweets such as, I
What
finally
year is
got
it?
my nails done at a nail tech. Additionally, Chris would highlight that his facial appearance had changed significantly since the start of the pandemic, which accompanied another post reading, okay, so in 4 different customs,
Let's just acknowledge the context. This man is making like a intense thriller suspense style video about how this normal ass dude decided to go trans and be true to himself. They're like, at 2 p.m., Chris pointed out his nails had changed color. Come the next day at 11 p.m., Chris said, I'm feeling cute.
It's so weird, man.
People were concerned.
It's just like being this obsessive about anyone would immediately ring alarm bells for like normal people. But unfortunately, when you do it about trans people, then everyone's like, nah, that's normal. Like, we should all be just obsessive, psychotic perverts about trans people. Like, that's normal, right, guys? Come on, let's all do it together. Like, that's the attitude.
Dude, it's super, super, super weird and gross and fucked up.
I had to prove I was myself because
Creepy. It's creepy. Follow the trans thing. It's creepy and weird. Why is he doing this?
You want to see? I saw this chart the other day, and I can't believe, Hassan, you've probably showed it on your show or something before, but this was from a couple years ago, and I feel like it's only like massively ramped up since then.
Yeah.
This is from 2021, and this is showing talk about transgenderism on
gross.
Facebook by
Holy
the
shit.
ideological leanings of
That's
the
so
Facebook.
gross.
Dude, I say this all the fucking time. Ben Shapiro, Matt Walsh, Daily Wire freaks, all the fucking losers in right-wing media, they care about trans people more than trans people do.
Really
they
do.
know about who the latest and greatest like trans influencer is. Like Dylan Mulvaney is a great example of this, right? I didn't know who the fuck Dylan Mulvaney was.
Yeah, I agree.
Like I had no idea who the fuck Dylan Mulvaney was. Like I think she was like popping on TikTok or whatever. I don't know. I don't go on TikTok all that much. I had no idea. She became a fucking known entity because of how much right-wing media obsessed with her.
True.
Like it's crazy.
True.
It is absolutely insane. They follow everything that is going on in the trans universe so they can like cut propaganda off of it. And it's so obsessive, dude. And of course there's a secondary component to it, which is that they're fucking chasers. Like so many
I tell
trans
you,
people are
man.
just like straight up chasers.
Ladies, you should be worried if your husband talks about trans people all day.
It's, Yeah, I mean, definitely. Yeah.
For multiple reasons, yeah.
Right.
quote, look nothing like my passport.
Love the creepy
pic,
music.
So much that I'm considering updating my passport. Do you see any resemblance? Prompting replies such as, you went from man to boy.
Oh, that's the guy. This is the guy who we were just watching.
Wait,
who's
really?
Like, he's having like a full-on triggering spasm over Mario. This is the guy. That's Josiah Rises.
Oh,
the quartering
you're right.
clone.
Yeah, that was one of the videos we watched.
Yeah.
You're totally right.
He's like, this thing.
Freak.
Oh, Mario, because he's so woke.
That's
Freakazoid, dude.
pounder.
Yeah, the
Fucking
8th pounder.
Freakazoid.
Chris responded by stating, nah, to be honest, I just really started taking my mental health seriously and eating better, yet his Twitter photos kept insinuating that Chris was becoming more feminine, with this same kind of look showing up in his Mr. Beast appearances. For example, on the 6th of January 2023, Beast Reacts uploaded a video titled I strapped a GoPro to a fish, in which Chris dressed in a way that prompted comments such as, Chris has been-
Yo, look what he's wearing, dude. Are you freaking kidding me right now?
Oh, not a sweater. God forbid a sweater.
I just I don't. Sometimes I feel like in order to understand the right-wing mentality on issues like this, I have to like get a fucking Teflon pan and just like bang my head to it.
Right.
Like just bang on my head on a fucking drywall until I bust through it on the other side, so I can like understand the right-wing attitude towards these sorts of things. It's
Bro,
like,
I can kind of see through his shirt a little bit. So gay, dude. What the fuck, bro?
he's fucking.
He's wearing a
mean, he's
necklace.
unacceptable.
Ew, necklace? Gross.
That prompted comments such as, Chris has been adopting more and more traits that remind me of my grandmother. Okay, so
Is that a bad thing? I love Nana. I don't know about you.
some people just gonna ignore Chris's nails. Chris had to have lost a bet. The look is getting wild. The response to the video then prompted countless viral TikToks, such as this one with 700,000 likes, stating, how did Chris go from this to this? While others even made the claim that Carl had turned him gay.
True.
Dude, this is dumb.
Yeah.
You know what? I feel like I want to watch this whole thing on Friday, and you're probably going to watch it on your stream.
Yeah, you want to savor it? You
We'll
want to savor
save
the
it.
content? We can do that.
Yeah, we'll save it. Because I want to.
I love that, dude. Yeah, it's true. Carl is yassifying our children.
Dude, I don't know much about Carl, but I watched him stream a little bit, and I
love Carl.
And I was like, yo, what the fuck? I'm feeling a little gay right now.
Yeah, really? Yeah.
I was having gay thoughts.
It's so funny because like
I ordered nail polish on Amazon.
Like Carl is fucking hilarious. I love Carl. He's hilarious. I mean, he's a thief. That's number one, first and foremost. Stole my streamy, stole my fucking multicolored pearl necklace, and like literally took both of those things in North Carolina. I can never retrieve it any longer. Okay, so fuck you, Carl. Never finished It Takes Two. We were supposed to play it. We did it. We played it, and then we.
I understand you guys are great friends.
No, we're not. We're enemies.
Okay.
Okay. Why? Because he's yassifying our children.
I'll tell you what, man. I even got paint nails on my toes after I seen Carl play Minecraft.
Yeah. No, it's really fucking dumb. I can't wait to watch this. It's so fucking.
But yeah, I
stupid.
want to do a "We must defend Chris at all costs" video on Friday.
Yeah.
May even make a donation to some trans rights thing for my fat fucking stack of money from BBTV.
Yeah, and then also.
What's the best one? The Trevor Project? Is that a good one, or is there a better one?
It's a good one. A lot of these places have like legal funds as well, so they work towards advocacy.
Amazing.
Trans Lifeline is another good one.
So let's see. I could just do some news. If we're gonna move on from that. You did. Actually, to celebrate you here for a minute. I know a lot of people call you a fake socialist because you make money. You make a lot of money.
Yes, this is true.
This is gonna throw a wrench in their gears here. Apparently, according to Dexerto.
Highly reputable.
Yeah, they got the yellow one.
Esteemed journalistic institute.
Hassan was one of the biggest donators in the world to Amazon labor unions. Financial disclosures filed last week by the ALU shows the union raised more than $850,000 last year, more than half of it from just 3 donors. The American Federation of Teachers, the International Commission for Labor Rights, and the leftist Twitch streamer Hassan Piker. And all that tells me is just how fucked
That's amazing.
these kind of movements are. Because, like, there's so much money.
I'm
in
the George
crushing-
Soros.
You are.
I'm the George Soros, baby.
But first of all, that's great. Good on you, because everyone calls you a fake socialist. But here it is, right? Just donating a ton of money.
The thing is, like, I didn't really talk about this when I originally did it because it's off of the unionized t-shirt merch that I took all the proceeds from. It was also made domestically manufactured by a union shop. I took all those proceeds and I put it into the Amazon Labor Union Fund. Obviously, for those of you who don't know, that's not like a 501c3 or anything. It's not tax deductible, like in the way that immediately people assume because they're such fucking cynical weirdos. But I didn't really talk about it for two reasons. Well, one, because, it's not a big deal. This is one of the many...
I think it's cool.
This is one of the many things I've done throughout my career. And the other reason is, like, a little bit for self-preservation. Like, I have obviously had Chris Smalls on the show. I've done some fundraisers alongside him for candidates that are that align with our values. But part of the reason why I didn't like talk about it also was because like I don't want Amazon to catch wind of it. You know what
yeah.
Because like I don't.
Would they do that? I guess they're pretty ruthless.
I mean, they are pretty fucking ruthless. I think ultimately they think that it's probably they were probably not familiar with it until this came out in like a Business Insider article, by the way. Like this is not because they did financial disclosures as every union does at the end of the year, and the Business Insider did like kind of a hit piece on them actually. And a part of that also had the financial disclosures, and it showed that the union raised $850,000 last year. More than half of it came from the American Federation of Teachers, the International Commission for Labor Rights, and me.
That's some sad fundraising efforts right there, boy.
But there's not. But that's the reality is that like there is no billionaire-backed project.
No, I know it's sad because
ultimately we are all we have, and all of the funds that I have at my disposal literally come from people that are voluntarily giving me $5 a month in the form of a subscription. Or people purchasing the merchandise, you know what I mean? So like, it's just there's no right wing equivalent to that. Like I don't have like fucking factories that I am exploiting overseas to generate millions and millions and millions of dollars off of the backs of the the global South, and then also American non-union exploited workforces. That then I decide to dump into the Federalist Societies like 501c4 or whatever, you know? I don't have that. All the money I make, I still make from people that watch me and voluntarily choose to give me a subscription revenue on, which they don't have to. All my content is free.
Yeah, I mean, the union busting, there's so much money in that. It is just a sad reminder of just how stacked against the union and the labor it is. But by the way, Sonny V, the guy who made the video about Chris, I knew he got 2 video essays on my ass. H3H3's new content is awful.
The disheartening downfall of H3H3 Productions. Fucking 3.5 million views on that one.
Yeah, dude.
Very fucking nice.
Bro, if you go... that Ethan Hate videos is like a whole industry.
Yeah.
Man. They've got a lot of views.
I have my own version of that. Trust me, I know. Yeah.
The Ethan and Hila, everyone's, at least at one point, favorite YouTube couple. Okay, I'll take that. 2 of the greatest content creators to ever hit the platform. Okay, King, let's stop reading there.
This just sounds like compliments.
I love the...
He's fucking gassing you up, mate. He locked it. He fucking locked it. I think so.
Oh, okay.
That's not your ID.
It's not your ID.
Yeah.
They say, he goes on, he says, but 2 of the greatest creators to ever hit the platform who have had their reputation tarnished over the years. But the real question, has his downfall been justified? What downfall? You say, what downfall? Because you don't like me anymore? I don't understand this downfall narrative.
Yeah.
He went woke and he went broke. and I'm like more successful than I've ever been in my career.
$600,000 deposited in your bank account.
Right.
You had a downfall, mate, which means I don't like your fucking content no more.
I didn't like the way that you.
Which means it's a fucking downfall.
And what could have caused such a downfall? Was it the change in their personality from a chilled out couple to an angry, bitter pair of creators? Don't put that on Ela. I'm angry and bitter. Don't put
That's
that
my
on her.
that's my favorite take is like these guys who fucking sit there and cook content like this will then literally turn around and say that like you're bitter now because I disagree with you.
Yeah.
Like I disagree with your worldview, so you're the bitter one.
There was a time when I think there was a general bitterness, but it wasn't. It was that they didn't agree with my politics. Here he is. Is he gassing up Keem?
There's no fucking shot he's gassing.
Hold
up
on. The
Keemstar.
unbelievable story of Keemstar and the disheartening
Jesus fucking Christ. Oh God. Oh God.
downfall. I mean, I'm getting a bias here. It's unbelievable.
Okay,
Keemstar's story
if we're
is
looking
unbelievable.
if we're looking at two media careers, I would feel like Keemstar's on a bit of a downfall, mate.
I don't
No?
think
No?
downfall is putting it generously. That
Yeah.
man is a meteor in the ground. He's just a crater. But has their downfall been justified? Was it all owed to the H3 podcast? Has their extreme rise in status caused an arrogant personality? This is the rise and fall. It seems like you answered those questions when you said fall. These are just my problems with Ethan. And my opinion. It's wild to see someone go from one of the community's strongest to one of the most out of touch. And yeah.
Yeah.
In your opinion.
Your new content is fucking awful,
It's
mate.
fucking out of
It's
touch.
BuzzFeed 2.0, mate. You've had a disheartening downfall.
He goes, the H3 podcast has really taken over the mindset of Ethan. You know, they have disbanded their original style for ad revenue, Teddy Fresh, and H3 merch sales. What the fuck, you dummy, stupid ass. Here's Keemstar, by the way. The incredible career, the unbelievable career of Keemstar. Oh, the last person to upload was some random ass dude? Why would you hire someone that looks like this? Stop, dude. Stop putting
What do you
these
mean
people-
he looks like that?
I know, but if he's looking for a replacement.
Also, I don't think that's him.
Hassan,
No, that's not him. That's
Hassan,
I know who that is.
Listen to me. Keemstar looks like he looks. He can't help it. But if he's in the
That guy's
privileged
someone else, though.
position,
He's covering that guy.
Okay.
He's the Immaculate Friday vibes guy who was like yelling at his Twitch stream chat.
Yo, Ethan, I just looked.
Yeah.
The last bit of that guy's Keemstar video is about your content nuke video. And
Okay.
how it's hopeless because Keemstar will never go away and his career will always be strong. Like,
No
racist
shot.
and
Wait,
da-da-da.
play that.
That didn't make me just
DJ,
give up.
play that
I didn't
shit.
go in my hole and say, "Oh, everyone thinks I'm a racist. I'm done, and that's it." You know, you got to go to work every day. You got to make videos every day.
Inspiring.
Basher, I've been shut down like 15 times. Had to rebuild. I just never
Inspiring.
gave up. Back in 2000.
Wow.
So we can sit here and highlight all the terrible things that Keemstar has done over the years like H383 did. False accusations, racial remarks, general scumbaggery. But I think sometimes we're so busy hating him that we forget about some of the good things he's done as well. Think about...
Wait, what? Like what?
The many good things Keemstar
Wait. I want to know what are the fucking good things, mate?
All right, let's
What's going on?
all the awareness he might
What's
have
going
raised for
on down
domestic
under?
violence, as well
What,
as
is
other
his
ways
brain
that he's helped
working?
the YouTube
Whoa,
community.
go back. I gotta hear this whole thing.
Is his fucking brain working in the opposite direction too, mate?
But I think sometimes we're so busy hating him that we forget about some of the good things he's done as well. Think about all the awareness he might have raised for domestic violence, as well as other ways that he's
Wait,
helped the
stop.
YouTube community, which
Think
no
of the
one talks
awareness he raised for domestic violence?
Huh?
From beating?
What?
He did it? No, I don't think he did it. But that'd be kind of funny.
Wait,
what does he mean by that? He
I'm gonna beat
raised
her.
awareness for domestic violence.
I mean, just covering drama when there was like incidents between
That's super
YouTuber and their
admirable.
girlfriend.
Yeah.
Oh, and by the way,
Like-
he
Wait, doesn't he literally also oftentimes like take the side of the, depending on like how he feels about the person or if he's friends with them or not, doesn't he literally take the side of the abusive person in certain
I
instances?
mean, oftentimes.
and
yes.
cast doubt
Like,
on the victims.
I would say 100% of the time. I think there was
No,
a
no,
point
no.
where we were
It's
looking.
entirely dependent on whether Keemstar personally likes you or not.
I think we actually looked into if he's ever sided with a
victim,
and I don't think he ever has. Genuinely. So he's girls be lying, girls be shopping.
I feel like he's one of those dudes. Every right-wing dude does this, where they will just like take something, no matter how like ridiculous it might seem, and often will like jump to defend the accusation, regardless if it's someone that he doesn't like. If it's like a leftist, you know what I mean? If it's like a liberal. I can see him doing that. I see a lot of right-wing
I think
people
there
do
probably
that.
are examples, but you're right. It's poisoned by him hating whoever he's trying to make look bad.
So go ahead. But he says, oh, he sent $500 one time to this guy. Yeah, I gave $100,000. You mentioned that, you asshole. $100,000 out of my
But you did it in a woke way, so it's a downfall.
Literally, I gave it
It's a
to
fucking-
anybody and everybody. It wasn't
It's a
woke at
fucking
all.
downfall, mate.
I picked them totally randomly.
It's a downfall, mate.
How's that a downfall?
Yeah, because you did it fucking leftistly. It's a
16
downfall.
is the age of consent.
About. You can either love him or hate him, but I think we all have to unbiasedly admit that Keemstar has had a very impressive career on YouTube over the last 11 years.
Yeah.
He's maintained relevancy.
I've
and
had a
watching
more
multiple-
impressive career. I mean, I don't want to
pause
toot
it.
my own horn, but if
Easy.
I'm downfalled, we're not saying he's impressive.
The 15 times that Keemstar has been fucking personally been banned off YouTube, he's come back in a very impressive way by doing this fucking quick scheme through Drama Alert.
Hey, whether you like him or hate him, you got to admit the amount of people he's made want to kill themselves is pretty impressive. It's
fucking
what,
impressive, mate.
5? I mean, how many people can say
Feel
that?
like you're being a bit hard on
And
him.
one of them did. Let's be real. I mean,
I
who
can't.
can
I
say
can't
that?
stop. I can't stop doing the accent. God damn it. Oh my.
I would do that if I could.
It's fine. I'm fucking puma stuck.
He's like, look at this dude who I almost bullied into killing himself.
Yeah, kind of ironic too.
Did you know Basher died of COVID?
I don't know who this person is.
Oh, I was deep into
because
this.
I don't know anything about you.
This was a guy
YouTube.
that Keemstar basically harassed for years and years and years, and he just destroyed him, and then he moved to Australia for like a new life, and he died of COVID.
Rough. I did not know that.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Well, let's finish it. There's only a little bit left.
grow despite waves and waves of hate, a feat that's not often achieved by others on YouTube.
So inspiring, man. That's what right before he screamed
Wait,
the
that's
N-word.
the N-word clip.
This man is doing the N-word clip over inspiring music.
No, I think he's. I think he's like literally. Yeah, this is like revealing his perspective. I think this is a bit of a troll. Like he's basically saying like, Keemstar is good. There's nothing you can do about it. Look at me fucking playing him. The clip of him like saying the N-word.
Play it. Let me
as
see
a
how it
positive.
plays out. Let me see.
That's going to be all for this video though, guys. If
Thanks,
you guys
man.
got-
No, this guy's
Roll it.
Yo, that was fire,
Yeah.
dude. Super
Wow.
cool perspective.
When he said the fucking N-word, I thought he's doing it in a good way.
Super brave.
He's raising fucking awareness. He said, Keemstar said Black Lives Matter. When he said the N-word, he was ahead of the game, mate. Raising awareness for police brutality and racism in America.
Keemstar, shut up.
People are saying this is satire. It ain't I don't think that video ain't satire. I had the downfall, and Keemstar had an inspiring.
Also, this video is
Rise
from
of
2
fame.
years ago, which was before. I mean, he was on the downslide, but before it like went off the cliff like it has. of
Yeah, I think
completely
I think
disappearing,
this
so-
dude thought
Not much of a problem.
because of his own personal biases, he thought Keemstar is gonna fucking stay relevant no matter.
Wait, is he gone now? Did he disappear? I thought I saw him not too long ago. Ain't no shot. I mean, maybe he's just not relevant is what they mean. 3 months ago. Wow.
Or what, and not become this like drama farmer who's like desperate for clicks, but like not even doing enough.
Not even posting anymore.
Yeah.
Thank you.
He was
Amen.
too ashamed to post because he was just sad.
But
Yeah,
he's
but
woke now. He's woke now. So maybe now that Keemstar is like, you know, defended trans people a little bit on the timeline, maybe Sunny V2 will make a downfall of Keemstar mate video, you know?
I'm disabled.
Keemstar went woke and then went broke, mate.
Sonny, I'm giving you an
Broke.
opportunity to make this right and make a new Keemstar video. And also, I'll expect a new video about me. Just say, listen, I hate him, and he's a libtard or whatever you want to say, but at least just say, but his career's okay.
I see a lot of people don't like Ethan, and that's totally fine. You don't have to like
Come
everyone.
on, you guys. Can I just live my life? Let me just be the person I want to be. Did you hear that? Charlie defending me against BBTV. Play it again.
I see a lot of people don't like Ethan, and that's totally fine. You don't have to like everyone or anything.
Dude, that's like every time now. Anybody who's not like explicitly left-leaning, they go, I understand that you all hate Ethan. But let
Charlie,
me just
I'm gonna have him on the podcast, on my podcast this weekend. I'm gonna go see him, and I'm gonna ball with him. I'm gonna I'll dunk on him for you.
Wait, are you going to Creator Clash?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm going to fucking Creator Clash, mate.
Yeah. You know,
That's
AB,
fun.
he left last night.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he's gone.
fucking going, mate.
We're having a big-ass watch party this
Watch party.
That's right.
Nice.
Let's
You're
go.
going?
Yeah, I'm going. And
Do you guys like my drawing? It's a weed fairy. I'm not sure about the palette yet. Probably gonna finish it tomorrow. But I like how it started. People shy. I showed you my drawing. Please respond.
I'm
You go to
going
events like that? Why? Oh, you? There's. I guess there's other Twitch people there.
Well, that I want to show support to my boys that are fighting, my girls that are fighting. A lot of my friends are fighting, and also obviously Ian and Anissa. Like they're great. They're wonderful.
Oh, thank you.
I understand that most of you guys hate Ian and Anissa, but I do want to say that Creator Clash is a pretty good event. So let's just do it for at least for the other people involved.
It's not easy having 12 million subscribers and consistently pump out videos that get over 1 million views when you're like direct to camera. You gotta fucking toe the line. And I think Charlie is an interesting figure because like he does do that. He fences pretty aggressively, but when push comes to shove, if he's not defending a content creator that is on the left that he has to make 1 million qualifiers for, I've heard him talk about like labor rights against XQC, like aggressively defend labor rights.
That's impressive. I like that.
So like he's a very interesting character.
Well, he did ultimately defend me against BBTV
no, he was definitely on your side.
Many people don't like Ethan because he's at a downfall. Sonny V2 actually did a pretty good job of describing his fucking downfall. Ethan's career has tanked harder than the Belle Delphine porn video after her OnlyFans debut.
Wow,
it made me
good.
genuinely feel like Ethan is dog shit. But having said that,
watching an Ethan video is like when my dog wipes its ass on the carpet. It's, you
drags it across the carpet and it leaves a big shit stain, and then I walk out and I slip on the shit stain and I crack my head open and there's blood pooling all over the place. And it goes
just
all over
like
my
that.
body.
Yeah, I mean, look, like I
watching an Ethan video is like wiping your ass with toilet paper and the finger goes through. Like you expect one thing, but you just end up fingering your own asshole.
But then also, it's a sudden feeling of elation and feeling of euphoria when that finger goes in your butthole. So there's at least a positive side to that whole experience, even though you have shit in your fingernails now.
Right. That's actually. I think we nailed it.
There you go. He said one positive thing.
Yeah, but okay, whatever. I do think if you watch those videos, it's kind of funny because it all really just comes down to Ethan is woke now. I think, right? I mean, ultimately.
Yeah. I don't agree.
Oh, they say,
I don't agree with
say
Ethan.
I'm a hypocrite because I changed my stance on things.
Yeah.
And I'm a sellout.
Well, it's also because, like, they think that they are incapable of change, or they don't even want to. So they think when people change, it's from a cynical perspective because they lack the imagination. It's always projection. Like, they just don't think that they are capable of change. And therefore, if anyone has made that change genuinely, it must not be for a real reason. It must be for some other inexplicable financial component. That's
the thing that I don't get about, like, similar to the Chris thing. People go, oh, he's going trans for clout. It's like Chris has literally everything to lose by doing this. The only possible explanation for Chris doing this is because it was really, really, really important to him. He has nothing to gain from doing that. And for me, it was the same way. Switching, coming out more as a lib and and stuff like that. I had nothing to gain from doing that. It was all just pain and suffering for years and years. I mean, you were there, Dad.
Yeah, no, there was definitely a lot of animosity from sections of the audience that were not down for that change. But
Bro,
like we said at the beginning of the show,
too.
They came back. A lot of them came back around. So
Idubbbz is going through that as well.
Yeah,
like
he's getting it rough.
He's just people fucking rip on him so much. Obviously,
There's not much of a grift to be had on the left. Not a lot of money there.
it takes the issue is like that kind of growth and change also takes time. Like obviously,
Unless of course you are, Hillary Clinton or something like that.
marginalized backgrounds are not going to immediately turn around and be like, oh, he said he's sorry. Okay, I'm on board. You know what I mean? It's going to take some time. There will always be people that will look back to what you've done in the past and remember that, because we don't just analyze things from the outside, especially, well, we do. We're white. It doesn't impact us in the same way. But if you're like a black teenager in predominantly white spaces, and all these other white kids were debating on the right to say the N-word and like making fun of you and whatever, and you grew up in that environment and you link it in your mind not to like systemic white supremacy and how pervasive that attitude is, but to like Idubbbz's videos, then it's going to take a while for you to come around, and maybe you might never come around.
My opinion.
You'll
on
always
that,
link him back to like the psychic damage that you experienced when you were growing up. It's something that I see all the time.
My opinion on that is, I never expect anyone to forgive me for anything. You know what I mean? I just gotta like be true to myself, make amends, or try to acknowledge the things that I've done wrong, that I've said that were wrong, and it's up to people if they want to forgive or forget or whatever. But like, I totally understand if there's things that I've said or done that puts people off forever. That's fine. I get it. Just gotta do what I do and hope for the best. That's what I'm going to thank some donators. A, thank you for the generous donation. It's just A from
just
Canada.
A. And I gave one of those animated sticker things, which
A from Pretty Little Liars. Oh my God, it's real.
that cannot be copy pasted in Discord. So, but we'll acknowledge.
$230 for an animated sticker?
Over the whole stream.
Oh, wow.
They donated quite a few times.
Thank you so much. That might be actually someone from BBTV who's just rounding up for me. The Dynamic Jab, 5 gifted subs. Thank you so much. We love you.
Oh,
Nick
that's one of
Reyes.
mine.
Oh, you know him?
Dude, I know my chatters everywhere.
The Dynamic Jab? Thanks, bro. He's been a member for 6 months, so we love that for him.
Hey, shout out.
And gifted 5. Nick Reyes says, hey, Dan, any reason why yesterday's podcast never went on Apple Podcasts?
There was a reason. There was the recording got corrupted, and like our local recording that we usually use to put up. So we had to default to the YouTube version, but the YouTube version took, I didn't mention this to you, Ethan, but it took hours to process. Like, I mean, it was a long episode, but usually it takes about 20 minutes. It took like 3 or 4 hours, but I'll throw it up after it's good now. So I'll rip yesterday's episode, make an audio version of it. And
Thank
we'll
you,
throw it up
Nick, for keeping Dan on his toes.
Yes, thank you.
Rory here's the Mole Man says, after the mandatory viewing of the latest Mario movies, the original Mario movies is better, of course.
Facts.
Half the population of the Fortress of the Mole Folk immediately changed gender.
Oh, no.
And the other half became Alex Jones fan. Is this because of COVID? Golly.
There's a
There's
lot going
strife
on.
in the mole.
This is because of COVID.
Thank you, Rory. Resident mole person. Julie says, I used to watch Basher and Sky Does Minecraft. That was my childhood. Yeah, dude. That's going to be rough for you.
I don't know anything about that. I don't know who that is.
Those are like old, long time ago Minecrafters, and they both... Well, Basher's dead. Sky Does Minecraft, I don't know, but I don't think he's doing well either, but I don't know. Maggie says, can I get a birthday shout out for 25? We could do one for 21.
Close enough, right?
Thank you, Maggie. We love you. Happy 25. So anyway, we basically covered nothing in the document.
Yeah.
And suck my tongue.
What did you think of Dalai Lama suck my tongue?
Oh my
God.
Fucking suck my tongue. That was so gross. That was so cursed. Used to watch Sky Does Minecraft as a youngin. I have not heard of them.
Dude, what do you mean?
Well, because this man lived his whole goddamn life being pretty much universally loved. And he's almost to the fucking finish line, bro. He's so close.
Wait
86-year-old.
wait till you
And now
find
he's
out-
out there asking kids to suck his tongue. He was so close.
Wait till you find out
Of
look
course
up.
his son hates him. Okay, let's
No,
hear it.
that's not what I'm talking about. Look up Dalai Lama CIA for more information.
Oh, stop it.
Wait,
no, that's
What?
very much a real
I'm
thing.
going to look it up.
Dead ass?
I'm looking it up.
Even the Patek Philippe that he talks about that FDR
Oh shit! I did not know about this. What?
gave him. You know who gave him the Patek Philippe? It wasn't FDR directly. It was CIA agents that gave him the Patek Philippe from FDR.
What is Patek Philippe?
He's a famous fucking watch that he always shows that FDR gave him. He's like,
Shit.
this is one of my most prized possessions.
The CIA gave it to him?
That's crazy.
The CIA openly.
Why would he want to
For
watch
what?
the CIA?
The CIA declassified all these documents, so you don't have to take my word for it. You can literally.
So
look
what do you
up
do
the
with
government.
CIA? I mean, okay, he's friends with the CIA.
The CIA was funding the Tibetan nationalist movement because to fuck with China, essentially. It was
Yeah.
part of our war, our Cold War.
Oh,
with
so
China.
he's like a
And then they
agent
gave
to
up.
agitate China.
And then they gave up. That's why it's like they basically did the same like Mujahideen style like arm radicalize counter propaganda movement in Tibet. They spent, I think, like at the time, $1.6 million. This is all open. This is all
That's
government
crazy.
documents that have been declassified at this point.
not conspiracy level. This is
It's
just
not like
known.
it's not like a conspiracy theory.
Well, so he fought against China. I mean,
Yeah, no,
not a big deal, is it?
Yeah, because China at the time, in the 50s, took over or annexed Tibet.
Okay, so he's fighting for freedom. What's wrong with that?
Destroyed the
Freedom fighter. What could be wrong? What could go wrong, Pepe Law?
previous serfdom that the Dalai Lama and like the Tibetan landlords and serfs had. Like the prior construct in Tibet was the Dalai Lama. This current Dalai Lama had 6,000 serfs in his lifetime.
6,000?
Yeah.
Oh,
Like
he
that-
fucked them. He fucked
among
a lot
a
of
bunch
them.
of other like
You don't go through 6,000 serfs without fucking at least a dozen of them.
Yeah, he had 6,000 serfs, which was like one of the
crazy.
aspects. They had like child monasteries, like they would just like take children in the
Oh
monasteries. and-
God, he definitely did it. He did all
So-
that.
so there's all that
A child
stuff.
monastery.
So there's all that
no.
stuff that the at the time the Chinese communists did not find to be good. But I mean, it was brutal. It was a brutal. There was certainly a lot of brutality on the Chinese end for sure.
So, but it seems like there is a suggestion that this man has been sucking tongue for a while.
Well, remember your boy that you had on your show that you that couldn't cure your Tourette's for some reason?
Boy?
For
your
some
boy,
reason.
your homie.
Oh, my boy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Nexium guy.
The Nexium guy.
Yeah.
What would you say if I were to tell you that the Dalai Lama engaged in a
I know.
pay-per-play, legitimization operation of Nexium?
The way that I saw that, first of all, I'm not defending the Dalai Lama. I'm just saying I know all about that. The way that I saw that at the time is Dalai Lama does this. He does a whole like cross-country PR tour, and they're just one of the weirdos that paid
Yeah,
him to
you
show up.
got a couple thousand and was
Yeah.
like, "Yeah, I'll suck your tongue."
Yeah.
You suck my tongue, I suck your tongue.
I get it.
Tit for tat type shit.
So there it is. The Dalai Lama's been getting his Dalai Lama.
No, it'll go away. I mean, this is like
go away. He's gonna die before this goes away. He's 86.
She dolly on my llama. My God. She dolly on my llama till I'm free of eternal suffering.
No, it'll go away in the sense that like there is so much media in mainstream media surrounding like the Dalai Lama being a positive person, from Hollywood all the way to like mainstream media, that I didn't really see a lot of coverage on this issue in
Really?
mainstream media at all. Like there was a little
guess.
bit, but no one's talking about it now.
Yeah.
I guess.
It didn't make that big a wave.
I am.
Yeah. So I don't think they're going to, I don't think that they're going to cover it all that much. It's going to go away. No one's going to care. They'll probably a couple months down the line talk about like, the Chinese mistreatment of Tibetan people and like their religious suppression or something like that. And then people will be on the Dalai Lama side again. And so
I'm sorry, I can't even listen to them because Holy shit, this song. So vibey. I'm starting it over. I'm literally like the I think I have it.
Slow down, raindrops on the window. I'm dreaming, but it doesn't make sense at all. And the microphone on the wall. I'm upside down, singing down the hall. Slow down, raindrops on the window. I'm dreaming, but it doesn't make sense at all. And the microphone on the wall. I'm upside down, singing down the hall. Slow down.
Oh, I did have it.
Slow down, raindrops on the window. I'm dreaming, but it doesn't make sense at all. And the microphone on the wall. I'm upside down, singing down the hall. Slow down, raindrops on the window. I'm dreaming, but it doesn't make sense at all. And the microphone.
Okay, I'm sorry. It was just too good.
Some people will say, wait a minute, didn't he ask a child to suck his tongue like 2 months ago? And then they'll tell you, shut the fuck up. You're a piece of shit. You just love the Chinese Communist
Hey.
Party and you want every Tibetan to be murdered ruthlessly.
Suck my tongue.
And suck my tongue.
Suck.
My favorite
my
was
tongue.
people that were trying to defend it by being like, oh, that's like a Tibetan culture
Yeah,
thing.
you stick your tongue out to tease people. Shut up.
Yeah.
And I take my dick out to greet people.
It wasn't. It wasn't.
Suck my dick.
It wasn't a tease thing. It was.
Oh,
It's a
greeting.
greeting. But
Greet me,
to
boy.
ask to suck it,
The
ask to
sucking
suck
part.
it is you know.
The sticking, the bad part was the sucking part.
Yes, correct.
The tongue part, nobody had a problem with the
Not a
tongue
problem.
part. Let's just be
Yeah.
clear.
Not a problem.
Yeah, it's
Socks?
a formal Ethan greeting to put out your dick and say
Dude,
suck my dick.
I think he's going Dianne Feinstein with it. You know what I mean? He's just like his brain is melting. He's old as fuck, and
Oh my God.
normally he would
Dianne
probably
Feinstein
control his
with it.
urges in public.
Pulling a Feinstein.
But now he's just letting
Grandpa's
loose.
slipping a little bit.
He's letting a little loose, man. You know,
Yeah.
let the Dalai Lama have it.
Grandpa's feeling
Keep your eyes on the prize, everybody. China bad.
Listen, young boy, I have so much to teach you at our Tibetan program for kids. Please join us.
My tongue.
Suck my tongue. Please join us. Please join the ranks of 3,000 serfs of
Bro.
little young boys like you. I promise I will not fuck you.
Yeah, they don't have it no more. To be fair.
All right, it's been 2 hours. We've covered nothing.
Hell yeah. Which means we're ready
Great.
for next week.
But I had a good time. I'm so tired, man. I don't know what's going on with me, but
Have a good night.
have a good night. It's these early ones. I can't do it. It's not that early.
You did do it. You
I
put
have
on
been
a-
doing it
you
for like
put
a
on
year.
a hell of a show, buddy.
Thanks, bro.
Good show.
She's gonna do it.
Did you hit the button?
I thought you said it's disconnected.
It is.
Yeah, I was just kidding.
Okay. Well, just making sure you know that I didn't do anything.
yeah. Just a joke. I was like, is it not disconnected?
No, you're good. You're good.
Yeah, so Hassan, a real socialist, a donator.
Fake champagne.
Nope. This is the real deal, folks. He's out here donating money. And he says I'm skinny today.
Please don't fire me, Jeff Bezos. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Yo, but in a way, he is funding the union busting.
Yeah,
The union.
no, not at
Yo,
all,
think
not at
about it,
all.
Jeff. That's crazy.
No, not at all. Let's stop talking about this.
Oh, but you could always come to YouTube, and
I don't want to lose my but I like being on Twitch.
Yeah, but if you get banned because Jeff Bezos is mad, that'd be such a great story.
No, let's do the outro. Let's do.
That would be
Come on
epic.
now.
I was trying. I think it'd be good. I think it'd be good.
No.
I
I'm
think
good.
it'd be
I'm
good.
good.
if Jeff
I'm
banned
happy.
you.
I'm happy.
Good
I
one.
don't want to. I love Twitch.
Bye, everybody.
I do feel like Hassan could do better on YouTube. I don't know. Maybe not live, but if he was just doing videos. IDK. IDK. Time for Dark History. Yes.
Hi, friends. I hope you're having a wonderful day today. My name is Bailey Sarian, and I'd like to welcome you to my study and to my podcast, Dark History. This is a chance, I don't know, just to tell the story like it is and to share the history of stuff that maybe you would never think about. I do all the thinking for you, and then I just tell you
Thank
what I've
God.
learned, okay?
I hate thinking. Thank you, Bailey. That's exactly what I came for.
Okay, so all you have to do is sit back, relax, and let me tell you about that hot, juicy history, guys. Oh wait, this is a sad story. Let me tell you how I really got to today's episode. Back when I was doing research for my murder mystery makeup, I did an episode about the Tulsa Race Massacre. I had never heard about it, and I was like, what the hell is, what? Like, I felt so dumb. I mean, I think I even said in that video, that was just like a little tiny seed in this big, larger history, part of our history that just seems to be missing from our school system. What I'm getting at is, while
Curious, it just happens to be missing by coincidence, definitely not by design. Surely that's not part of systemic racism. Surely not.
researching for murder mystery makeup, I kept coming across all these like super historical events that I at least can say the schools I went to, I never learned about. And that's really what was the start of dark history. Really all of that, yeah. I just wanted to share like what I had learned. Anyway, so with today's episode, I had originally come across it when I did the Tulsa Race Massacre episode, and I was like, holy crap, this thing it just like it doesn't make sense why anyway, let me tell you, okay? I kept being brought back to something called the Red Summer, and I was like, what is this, like a really hot summer or something where everyone was like their
really
skin was
hot?
like really red? It had nothing to do with that. Look, the Red Summer of 1919 was a bloody period of violence in America sparked by racism. I'm talking about crazy riots, fires, and
Yeah, I wish it was just really hot. If only. If only.
murders that had happened across 26 different cities. And some sources say that up to 250 people were murdered. Now others say that there was actually way more. Before the Red Summer of 1919, America was going through some changes. I mean, America, she is always evolving. Ugh. But after the
True.
Civil War ended, millions of enslaved Americans were now technically free. But like, just because a piece of paper said they were free, it didn't mean they were treated equally all of a sudden. Like a wand was like, poof, everything's great, yay, you know? Tensions were at an all-time high, and literally America almost like went up in flames. So after the Civil War, things were awful in the South for Black Americans in most aspects of so many people's lives. And kind of in response to that, there's something called the Great Migration that happened. And this took place in 1910, where millions of Black Americans were moving from the South to the North to chase a better schools and better job opportunities. And of course, to escape the racism that was threatening their lives every day with groups like the KKK, who had a strong presence where they were at. Yeah, so it's like, yeah, we're gonna get the fuck out of here. Do you blame them? No.
Yeah.
The Great Migration ends up being one of the
People don't know that America had a literal Nazi party. Like a literal Nazi party. It was like Democrats, Republicans, Nazis. So.
The largest movements of people in the history of the world. 6 million people spread across America. But it's still, in the years after the Great Migration, Black Americans were able to come together and fight for the basic rights they were owed as Americans. I mean, just like everyone else. Many white Americans and people in power, they no likey, you know? And this created like just the perfect climate for violent backlash toward the Black community. What took place during the summer, it happened over 26 different cities. So, look, that's a lot, you know? You know? Are you listening? 26 cities, that's a lot. And I'm just doing a little episode. So, you know, I'm just going to focus on 3 big cities just to kind of like give us, you know, a good idea of just how chaotic and disastrous the Red Summer was. But please, I encourage you to always like do further research. I'll list in the description box or whatever, like different organizations you can go to, different books, anyways. I'm getting ahead of myself. One of the biggest events of Red Summer happened in a city where like nothing bad has ever happened. A place that has like never seen 1 ounce of corruption. The nation's capital. Good old Washington, D.C. There's one person who's extremely important to the Washington, D.C. chapter of our story, and that is Mr. Woodrow Wilson. Now, if you don't know who this is, he was a president of the United States. There's just so many of them, you know? Anyways, so we're going to call him Woody. Now, Woody, as we affectionately called him in our Edith Wilson episode,
Toy Story?
he was like a lot of men I've known. He seemed like a pretty great guy at first, super charming, friendly, approachable, like, and hey, he didn't support segregation. He seemed great. I mean, look at him. I'm not sure how I'm supposed to react, but you let me know.
Looking.
Did you like that, Joan? Wow, he looked great. So when he was running for office in 1912, he was making all these promises to the public, as one does when they are trying to get votes, you know? And one of them that really stuck out to people, especially Black voters, was the idea of quote unquote new freedom for the whole nation. So the country was divided and still at this time dealing with Jim Crow laws and segregation.
Yes, freedom asterisks.
Many Americans were like, finally, like someone who's for us, all of us. And Black voters came out for Woody. They showed up. They ended up casting more votes for him than any other Democratic candidate in history. And thanks to all of that, he wins. Okay, so it's like, yay, woohoo. But then literally, within the first few weeks of his presidency, Woody starts to disappoint some people. In one of his first cabinet meetings,
Woody.
His postmaster general stands up and is like, you know how we've been segregating schools and buses? Well, what if we made that a federal thing? Ideas? Feedback? This would mean that anyone who worked for the government, like postal workers, would face segregation rules of separate but equal. This essentially meant that, you know, if you worked at the DMV and you were a Black American, you would have to work in a different part of the office completely, which pretty much separate but equal was never actually equal. Math, huh?
Imagine.
So you'd think that the president who promised new freedom would be against all of this. Doesn't make any sense. Well, unfortunately, Woody, he doesn't do anything to stop it. He thought segregation might help ease everyone into this new America. Kind of like a soft opening, you know? Friends and family only, 20% discount kind of deal. But all it really did was screw over the Black middle class. During this time, the Black middle class was emerging and getting great opportunities to work and succeed in government jobs, which awesome benefits. So like a government job, great. This allowed them to really start to make a life for themselves and their families. Finally, it was an opportunity to build their generational wealth. I mean, just like everyone else had the this opportunity in America, right? But once Woody's law passed, they were now being physically forced out of their offices and isolated away from everyone else, so they weren't able to really do their jobs. A lot of the time, if an office didn't have enough space for segregated workers, they just weren't going to hire them. But let's say you did manage to already have one of these government jobs. It didn't mean life was all rainbows and lollipops. I mean, there was one male clerk who couldn't technically be segregated due to the nature of his work. So his office built a cage around him. Yeah, they literally built a cage around him. The reasoning to separate him from the same people he'd been working with for years, right? It makes no sense. Such a waste of freaking money. That's my feedback. It's such a waste of money. I'm sick. A lot of sitting lately. I need to get up and move. W.E.B. Du Bois, one of the founders of the NAACP, said that, quote, the federal government has set the colored apart as if mere contact with them were contamination, end quote. If that wasn't bad enough, I mean, crime was on the rise, and the newspapers, they weren't helping at all. On July 19th, the Washington Post rolled out a story about a black man violently attacking a white woman, okay? And like this was getting everybody riled up. They're all like, see, this is why we shouldn't.
This is a trope that has been repeated throughout history. It's a very common, like, dog whistle, I don't know, fearmonger, I think, type thing. It's like not any more frequent than, you know, a white man assaulting a woman, but it's somehow focused on a whole lot more. Interesting. Also, this was not even a real thing. I think the victim came out and said that she was lying, so that's also another trope.
Have let them move over here, referring to the migration. And they're like, yeah, no, they're hurting our people. And they're just, it's like this circle jerk of just hatred. And people are just like really feeding into this story. And it was now becoming a media frenzy. But it turned out that the man who was named in that story, his name was Charles Rawls, he actually did not attack the woman. Her name was Elsie Stefanik. She was a white woman, right? And I don't even know why they named this guy. Like, he had nothing to do. It was, okay, look. Elsie's husband was in the Navy. So somehow word got back to him about what had happened. And you best believe he brought in his troops to defend his wife's honor and like get even. Pretty soon there were like hundreds of sailors, soldiers, and Marines in uniform out on the streets hunting down Charles or like anybody who looked like him. And the city's newspapers, again, were not helping in any way. I mean, they were mainly white-owned, and they were constantly putting out these completely made-up stories about black men assaulting white women day after day. When this mob of men eventually spots Charles, because they do, who is just at the time on an innocent stroll with his wife, they attack and they beat both of them. Thankfully, they are able to break free and like book it back to home to safety.
Jeez.
But like gunshots had followed them all the way to their front door. Now the mob that was chasing them, they tried to break in, but Charles had some good neighbors who had their back and they come out to defend like their neighbor and just the neighborhood in general. So there's just like a lot of chaos happening and a lot of fighting and you know, somebody's gonna get hurt. And I guess some sailor ends up wounded. And this kind of feeds into the angry mob situation. They're like, you hurt my friend. And now they're just even more amped. Eventually though, the confrontation ends, but these people were not gonna let them get away with this. And they were seeing red. On July 20th, Charles and his neighbors, they call up the police to help them out because the mobs are still out for blood. But the DC police, they had completely ignored the call. They're like, sorry, our phones aren't working for some reason. My battery died. I hate when that happens. They literally weren't answering the phone. So at this point, there's a mob of angry military guys growing on the streets of DC. And because no one has stopped them yet, they all know it's just a free-for-all. They're going to do whatever they want. And they do just that. They start yanking innocent Black people off the street, out of their homes, beating them for no reason, and in turn, facing no consequences. Man, it's just chaos. Meanwhile, Elsie, nowhere to be seen, probably eating brunch somewhere, we don't know. During all the violence, Washington Post runs another front page story that told people where to meet up if they wanted to join the growing mob. And they're like, hey, if you just like want to commit some hate crimes, just meet up with us. And it made it to the front page. This episode raises a bunch of this seems like a perfect time for maybe the president of the United States to step in and say something. I mean, DC was essentially on fire, and several people had already been murdered. Like, come on, this is your time to step in and defend the people who maybe got you elected.
Art figures
Arrested art dealers. I don't know. He just seemed like he was a little too busy or something, because he ends up doing nothing at all. And according to his own employees, the president was worried that all the riots would damage America's image as a place of justice and peace. I wonder why. So he continues to be absolutely no help. And, I mean, different communities all around DC formed self-defense groups to keep these violent mobs from terrorizing their neighborhoods. The next morning on July 21st, 1919, the Washington Post, they went on to publish another, this time questionable, headline. This one was like a mysterious call to action. No one seemed to know where it had come from or who was behind this headline, okay? It just like showed up. The headline called for, quote, mobilization for tonight. And it reported that, quote, every available serviceman in or near Washington was being called out to a cleanup that would make the events of the last 2 nights pale in comparison. End quote. I wonder what that means. So DC's Black community requested official protection from the city police. Obviously, this is a little scary. Can we get some help? But this time, they didn't just ignore them completely. The state and federal government, the officials, they all refused. We're busy. What are they supposed to do? So then Monday rolls around, it's July 21st, and a full-blown race war explodes in the streets. I mean, just like that newspaper article had predicted. The original mobs were just like a bunch of drunk dudes roaming the streets, still doing bad stuff, but like it was sloppy. Now these people in the streets were like a full-blown militia. Now these people were patrolling the streets, lynching, beating, and shooting any Black person they saw on sight. And they believed the government was cool with it because no one was coming to tell them to stop. Nobody stopped them. And eventually, the president, he wakes up in the White House, I guess, takes a peek out the window, and he's like, fine, I guess I'll do something today. So after 4 days of chaos, the president, Woody, decides to send in 2,000 members of the National Guard to help calm things down. And then the riot finally ends. But the damage at this point had already been done. I mean, 15 people were killed and 150 others had been injured. The Washington Police Commissioner blamed the article in the Washington Post for all the violence. The NAACP asked the government to charge and prosecute the newspaper for their article. And essentially, so they could send a message like, hey, it's not okay to print stuff like that, and you should be held accountable. But their request was denied. Now, the spooky part, no one could find out who even freaking wrote that headline or where it came from. Congress also blocked the NAACP's request to find out how the 15 people died in the riots. Woody, could have acted on both requests if he had wanted to, but no dice. And his refusal to take action really set the tone for the Red Summer. Because if the president didn't care, who would? So, just a few days after the DC riot ends, Chicago was feeling a little inspired or something. So by 1919, Chicago's Black middle class was thriving and growing. But just like in DC, the segregation laws from the president were causing major tension in Chicago, and not just in the workplace. At the time, most of the Black population was squeezed into segregated neighborhoods on the south side of the city. Living conditions sucked, and there weren't many places where people could go to escape, really. But there was a little place to get away to called the 29th Street Beach. 6 days after the DC riot on July 27th, the weather is hot. It's hot outside in Chicago.
Some like
and
it hot.
Eugene Williams, a 17-year-old boy, and his friends headed to the beaches on Lake Michigan to escape the heat. So he got out to the beach, spread out, and then just headed into the water to float on a raft and just enjoy being a kid during the summer. But then Eugene, who was Black, accidentally floated into the section of the white beach. And he had no idea because he was in the water and there was no sign saying he was in the wrong area. But some people on the white side of the beach see young Eugene float into their section. And they decide to do the mature thing and throw rocks at him. Yeah, they were trying to send a message that he floated.
Jesus, what the fuck? Ugh, people are awful. Jesus Christ.
Floated into the wrong area, they say. Well, one of these rocks ends up hitting Eugene in the head and he loses consciousness. Well, he ends up falling off the raft. So while his friends are frantically searching for him in the water, none of the people who witnessed this on the shore did anything. And after a few minutes, poor Eugene drowned. He died. All because he drifted a few feet in the wrong direction on a pool floaty. The fuck? Well, Eugene's friends, who witnessed everything, are of course very upset, very angry. So they go to the police and they tell them exactly what happened. They even point out the guy that did it. I mean, it was a packed beach and there were a lot of eyewitnesses. So the police let the guy go who did it and they end up arresting no one.
Why?
For good reason.
Why?
People were outraged. I mean, an innocent kid was killed and nobody was being held accountable. I mean, what kind of sick world is this? Like, do we have no feelings, people? This poor kid just died and no one seemed to care. I mean, not even police. Well, the news spreads quick about what happened to Eugene. And within 2 hours, there were over 1,000 people at the beach demanding justice. People were like confronting the police, getting in their face. And then a gunshot rings out. A man fired a gun in the direction of the cops, who then end up like shooting back and they killed that person. So now there were 2 bodies on the beach. And it's like, at this point, all hell breaks loose.
Damn.
Now, people had read about what happened in DC thanks to the Washington Post. And it was like, it was happening all over again, but now in this new location. Once again, white-owned newspapers are pushing rumors that Black citizens were stockpiling weapons to start a race war, which turns out to be completely untrue, but there were a lot of people who believed it. So over the
Imagine propaganda against Black people. Oh no, that would never happen in America. Ugh. There is a similar sort of rhetoric now, which is why we have to be really careful when we discuss gun control. Because historically in America, gun control has been racist. Explicitly anti-Black. So, when we make measures that are meant to curb gun violence, we cannot be, like, targeting the Black community. It's tricky. It's hard. But, yeah. Like, the Black Panthers protested with guns outside the California state capitol. California did gun control pretty quickly after that. And there's a lot of patterns like that throughout the country. So, if we're gonna do it, we have to really do it, not just for some people.
The next few days, mobs of men loaded themselves into cars and began to rampage the city. They were randomly shooting into the homes of Black neighborhoods and Black-owned businesses. There were even reports of bombs going off, like so much drama. Oh my God. And if anyone was killed, these men would just take their dead bodies and dump them into the Chicago River. This place sucks. And even if you weren't involved in the riots, Chicago newspapers were telling citizens to be scared. You need to be scared because in their words, Black bandits were terrorizing the town. Which, it was funny, they never mentioned anything about the white people involved. They were never a terror for some reason, but they were dumping bodies in the lake. Or river.
Serious.
I don't know. So one
Serious. Kind of like how Fox News painted all of the BLM protesters as, violent rioters. Meanwhile, the people doing the violence were all right-wingers, like fucking Kyle Rittenhouse. Nothing to say about those motherfuckers.
The official said he witnessed Black people lighting torches, burning buildings, and then fleeing. But after the riots, the authorities did an investigation and proved that none of the fires were caused by these quote-unquote Black bandits. It was done by people who wanted to stir up trouble. I don't know, maybe point the finger in a different direction. One of the major areas of the city that was targeted by rioters was an area known as the Vortex of Violence on the south side of Chicago. Because there were so many people moving into such a small area, the south side became overcrowded and did not have many of the basic things people needed to survive, like heat and bathrooms, But still, this was their home. This is their home turf. And Black Chicagoans were going to defend it, as they should. One Black Chicagoan who was a superhero to his community, and honestly should be to all of us, was a man by the name of Jesse Binga. So Jesse founded the first Black-owned private bank in Chicago, and his company grew over the years. So did other Black-owned businesses in the area. It was just doing really well. And Jesse's success made him a target basically right away. So during the Red Summer of 1919, Jesse's business and home were bombed. Oh yeah, someone was trying to take him down, but whoever did it did not destroy the business and home. Ha ha, he's like, I win. He also received a letter from a group claiming to be something called, quote, the headquarters of the White Hands, end quote. I know when I was thinking about it, I was just picturing like those big ass Mickey Mouse gloves. The White Hands, I don't know. But the letter essentially said that Jesse was the cause of the riots because his loans allowed Black Chicagoans to move into white neighborhoods. It ended with, quote, just take this as a warning. You know what comes next, end quote. Did this scare Jesse? No. I'm sure he was scared. But I mean, he wasn't going to let this stop him. During the riots, his bank was located in that vortex of violence. So he's kind of right in the middle of just all the drama and chaos going on. But even though all this was going on, his bank became a meeting place for Black citizens to share news about what was happening or put together self-defense forces. So there was this group of Black soldiers who had fought in World War I, and they were actually part of these defense forces. This was the 370th Infantry, but that's not the name that they would be remembered by. This was the only troop run by Black officers, and they fought so hard during the war that the Germans on the other side were terrified of them and gave them the nickname the Black Devils. Got me thinking, you know how terrifying you have to be to scare a German soldier? That's badass. So these soldiers returned from the war thinking that America was going to embrace them for defending democracy, defending their country, doing a lot of things that nobody else was going to do, But no, they did not return to a very warm welcome. It was so rude. When the Red Summer popped off, the Black Devils did not stand on the sidelines at all. They dug in and waited for people to attack so they could protect their neighborhoods. The Black Devils saved so many homes and lives that there's actually a big statue dedicated to their bravery that still stands to this day on the Chicago's South Side. The Red Summer riots lasted about a week in Chicago. 38 people died and over 500 people were injured. Over 1,000 homes in Black communities were burned or destroyed. And all on top of this, there were zero consequences for the white rioters, just like in DC. And these riots swept across the whole country. With each city, they just kept escalating. And even though it was bad in DC and Chicago, it gets so much worse when I tell you about what went down in Arkansas or Arkansas. After everything that happened, some people are on high alert while others were getting super paranoid. And then on top of all this mixture of chaos going on, communism enters the chat. Yes, communism. Huh? Why? This is a lot, I know. Being a communist back then meant you did not believe in like social classes and you believed wealth should be equally shared amongst the people. Everyone gets the same size slice of the money pie. And it's essentially anti-capitalism. Who the fuck knows? Everyone kind of makes up their own definitions these days, I swear to God. Anyways, so in the 1910s, the social classes and wealth gaps were starting to get pretty big. So communism was starting to sound like really great to some people, especially in Russia. They love this shit. In 1917, communist leaders took over Russia during a bloody revolution that took down the monarchy or whatever. I guess a lot of people were killed and it was not good. So the powerful leaders over here in America, they see what's going on and they get very nervous. And they're like, oh my God, you guys, people are going to form little communist groups, kill us, and like take our money. Just like over there. No, we can't have this happen. So a massive propaganda campaign goes out saying to look out for communist-like behavior. Okay? And they say the places you can expect to see communist meetings are with unions.
Goddamn commies. They're lurking around every corner. Watch out.
Within unions. And where immigrants and people of color would meet. Weird. Very convenient, huh? So this led to a crazy amount of deportations and arrests based purely on paranoia. So what does all this have to do with the Red Summer of 1990? You know, you're like, Bailey, get to the point. Well, that paranoia would lead to yet another bloody battle, this time taking place in Arkansas. So during this time, Arkansas was experiencing a windfall of money. The price of products, especially cotton, was going through the roof. I mean, it had quadrupled in price from 11 cents a pound to 44 cents a pound. And people were making like some serious money. But the people who were stuffing their pockets with the money were landowners, merchants, and like factory owners. None of the money was being seen by the people who were actually doing the work, you know, to like harvest the cotton or the sharecroppers. A sharecropper was essentially a farmer on someone else's land who was entitled to a cut of the profits. Now, this model became really popular after the Civil War since slavery was no longer legally allowed. People were like, well, you know, they would get paid for their work, but they were getting ripped off. I mean, the sharecroppers were rarely making even close to what they were owed. So this is when the sharecroppers decided to unionize. Yeah, baby, unionize. There was one man named Robert Hill who formed the Progressive Farmers and Household Union. And his union really led the charge in all this. I mean, Robert and his union started making plans to sue their employers who were screwing them out of their hard-earned money. And all this led to the final and deadliest chapter of the Red Summer, the Elaine Massacre. The night of September 30th was a tense one. Robert had gathered around 100 workers to a church, and it was the night before the big cotton harvest, and they knew if they were going to take a stand to be treated fairly and stop getting ripped off, they had to do something now. So while Robert and the union members were inside discussing plans for what their plan was. They had a few people standing guard outside. Then a car full of armed men end up driving up to where they're all at. And someone, I guess, had tipped them off that the union meeting was happening, and this person wanted to send them a message. So this car full of pissed off men with guns, for some reason, they pull up, wasting everyone's damn time, and they end up shooting and firing directly into the church windows. Glass breaks, it's going everywhere. People are freaking out, obviously, right? It's immediately just chaos. The armed guards, they're standing outside, and they end up firing back in self-defense. And one of them ends up killing a white man and injuring another. Now, once a white man gets hurt, that's when it's like they really lose their shit. So the car drives off and nothing else happens that night. But the real violence, you know, it was brewing. They were marinating in it. And the very next day, So the next morning, the local sheriff had found out what had happened. He got the details about, you know, who attacked who. And honestly, it didn't really matter to him. At the end of the day, a white man was shot, and that's all he needed to know. He immediately created a militia to hunt down the people who did this. Who shot this man? And they went straight for Robert and his union. And the sheriff was like, I freaking knew it. I knew it. I mean, he had been saying for a while that black labor unions were just a communist front and that they wanted to kill everyone and take over the government, just like Russia. So dramatic, I swear to God. Robert Hill, the union leader, he managed to escape and survive like all this insanity. But in Elaine, a massive investigation, quote unquote, was launched. By most accounts, black workers were cooperating with the sheriff, even though his investigation was really more of a manhunt. But it didn't matter. I mean, just like in DC and in Chicago, the media shows up and they made things worse. There were stories in newspapers all across Arkansas that had completely false headlines blaming black Americans for a, quote, plot to rise against the white residents of the southern part of Phillips County, end quote. The sheriff got 500 military troops sent to join the violence in Elaine. And the sheriff was, why does this sheriff have so much power, right? Does everyone just want to fuck this guy? I don't get it. He just was making all these wild calls and people were just like, yeah, I don't get it. Do people not know how to make their own choices? The sheriff, this douche, was able to convince the military to help him out. He's like, I need help, you guys, because we're outnumbered. Okay, there's way more black people in this neighborhood than white. We need help. So the sheriff was kind of like calling him his mom. I'm scared. Well, so right after the troops arrived, 4 brothers who were black men were returning home to Arkansas from a trip when a large group of men jumped them and shot them to death. Now, this was a straight up hate crime, period. And nothing was once again done about it. It came across essentially as legalized murder. And reports say that the troops and groups of the angry men, who were usually drunk out of their goddamn minds on moonshine, they would just open fire on groups of black people, even if their hands were in the air. If they weren't shot on sight, they were rounded up and taken to jail. But angry mobs formed around jailhouses, saying jail wasn't enough. And the cops were like, don't worry, you guys. We're taking care of it.
Jesus.
We're taking care of it. So the cops put the wrongly imprisoned black Americans in front of a judge, knowing that the judge would sentence them to death for no damn reason. Other people were interrogated and were tortured into saying whatever the cops wanted them to. Reports even said that some imprisoned people had to choose: turn on your friends and give a fake testimony so they get killed, or be sentenced to death by the electric chair and get yourself killed. So, which option do I want? You know? I mean, no one was showing up trying to help them or save them. So after 3 days of terror, at least 100 black people were killed. Some sources say the number is closer to 230, but many believe that the number may be even way higher. But it was such a time of chaos, it's hard for the records to actually show everything. And plus, you know, white people weren't going to be honest about how many of them. You know, they're just kind of round and shit. They're just being little shitheads. Point blank, period. On top of that, dozens of black people in the area were tried and convicted for crimes that they didn't even commit. Nothing, just for being black. 0 white people were ever charged with a crime. Everything that happened in DC, Chicago, and Arkansas does not just happen out of thin air. The riots in each city were lit by a match. But for all of it to burn as hot as it did, there had to be fuel in that fire. And that fuel came from the very top. Starts with the president, right? Corrupt politicians, crooked law enforcement, lies being spread by newspapers, trickling down into terrible housing practices, and then black workers being taken advantage of. We can go on, and it's just...
It's crazy how nothing has changed. Literally none of that has changed. Curious.
Name a few. One of the craziest things is that no one really knows how many casualties there were. But historians agree it was likely hundreds. I mean, this was a time when a lot of people didn't consider Black Americans as real citizens. It's really sad at the end of the day that hardly any investigating went into the deaths of so many innocent people. It's more sad that there really hasn't been more research or anything done to get an official death toll and to talk about this more, to understand the facts and not feelings, because that's the only way we can heal and move forward. I mean, right? Isn't that what we want? And the only way we can do that is by recognizing the truth in our past and our history, right? All right. I love you. You love me. Okay, but there's a lot of history books out there that really don't talk about Red Summer. And if they do, it's a sentence or two. And even for me right now, I mean, I couldn't give you the full story. So much happened. I mean, to this day, many scholars and historians call 1919 the worst year in American history. You think that would be, I don't know, chapter 1 in our books? No, I don't know, right?
You would think.
I wish there was a happier ending to this, but usually when it comes to history, there just isn't. Unfortunately, though, all of this is true, and all this pain and suffering didn't just end with any new protections for Black Americans. The Red Summer is just as much a part of our history as Washington chopping down that cherry tree. And guess what? That never even happened. Oh my God, you know what tree was chopped down? Bitch, get this. Listen, there was a willow tree in Elaine, Arkansas. Okay, they planted this tree in 2019 to remember the lives lost during the Red Summer and also during the Elaine massacre. But I'm not even kidding you. It was completely destroyed shortly after they planted it. I'm laughing because, why? No. You would think that it would be an important thing to shine a light on and it happened here, whatever. But it didn't even last that long.
Jesus.
Shame on you. Anywho, I don't know how to end this. There's no way to be okay, have a great day. But in the episode description, I will put some links to additional info and organizations to check out. Thank you guys so much for listening, and thank you for learning along with me today. Remember, don't be afraid to ask questions, to further research, and just get the whole story, because there always is one. And you deserve to know it. Why not? Now, I'd love to hear your reactions to today's episode, so make sure to use the hashtag #DarkHistory over on social media so I can follow along. Join me over on my YouTube, where you can watch these episodes on Thursday after the podcast airs. And while you're there, also catch my murder mystery and makeup. I hope you have a great rest of your day. You make good choices, and I'll be talking to you next week. Goodbye. Dark History is an Audio Boom original. This podcast is executive produced by Bailey Sam.
Oh God. Robot jump scare. I'm sorry, that was so loud. What the fuck?
Emergency service unit in hostage negotiations, counterterrorism incidents.
Jesus.
That is the Digidog, and it's back. After being originally unveiled as something that the NYPD might use a couple of years ago, people had issues with it, obviously. People had issues with it. Unveiled as something that the NYPD, and it's back.
POV. You're a terrorist, and this has a gun on it. What do you do?
After being originally unveiled as something that the NYPD might use a couple of years ago, people had issues with it, obviously. It's back, and it's not just the Digidog, actually. There's also a GPS tracker for stolen cars they're going to be using, and a cone-shaped security robot that will be rolled out in a manner that is, quote, transparent, consistent, and always done in close collaboration with the people we serve, who will soon be subjugated by robots. Here's a photo of some of the robotic forces that will soon be deployed.
Yo!
So you obviously have...
That's a Dalek. They made Daleks. Ain't no way, dude. They literally ripped the design off the Dalek. For anyone who has a life and is not a nerd, I'm speaking of Doctor Who. This guy. Tell me that's not the same shit. Tell me. Tell me that's different. They're the same picture.
Of the Digidog. The tracking system is called Star Chase. It will allow police to launch a GPS tag that will attach itself to a stolen car so that officers can track the vehicle's location, which in theory doesn't sound that bad. In the very specific context that they seem to be describing, where the cops see the stolen car, I guess they're chasing it, so they shoot the tag onto it, and then they're able to find it later. Aside from that, it seems like this could be used for a lot of bad stuff if you're just routinely tracking people's cars. None of them are going to use that in their personal life or anything. And then, of course, you also have the, if we can put up the photo again, you have the autonomous security robot, which Mayor Adams compared to a Roomba, which will be deployed inside the Times Square subway station in a seven-month pilot program starting this summer.
What?
I think it's the big one in the front. It might be the little one in the back. Whatever it is, soon people will be peeing on it and
those are Daleks.
Pushing it into the tracks. So JR, we have a little bit more of the Digidog. Why don't we take a look at this and then we'll discuss.
Here's Digidog. The robot will be remotely controlled only by trained TARU, Technical Assistance and Response Unit officers, and be deployed to assist ESU, or Emergency Service Unit, in hostage negotiations, counterterrorism incidents, and other situations as needed. This will only...
What is that robot doing back there? What is it doing back there?
...be deployed at the direction of the Chief of Department, myself. This is something that's been used with the FDNY for the last year, and they've had positive success with it. And we believe that this Digidog will help save lives, increase public safety, keep people who are suspects in crime, people who suffering from mental health crisis. It will help them and help us provide better service to them.
Cap.
How is it? Like, I'm not saying that there's no role.
I don't see it being safer at all. Not even a little bit.
In a hostage situation. What exactly is the Digidog doing in that case? Can you be very clear? Is it shooting people? Because it seems like in some of these, that's the only thing that might be helpful. You clearly don't want to send in a person who might get shot. So you send in the Digidog who might get shot to shoot someone? Or to what? Is it a communication device? Is it surveillance? What exactly is the Digidog doing in this case? I would love for them to not be quite so vague about it, JR. What do you think?
Well, people always have the worry that we're going to go to iRobot. I think it was the movie, where they start having the minds their own and they're going to take over and now humans are done. But the first stage, before we get to that science fiction ending, is that humans are still in control of these robots. And then it's by the whims of these humans, which are the same humans that have a history of imposing things like stop and frisk, or even when it wasn't a direct policy for the NYPD, it was stuff that officers just do. They do it all over the country. It's one of those things. So therefore, they've lost, at least they've separated themselves from this, from having to walk up on suspects themselves. Send the robot in, just like they've sent in, real dogs in before. But those are real police officers, so they actually probably care about those dogs. This one is a machine. We can go in and send him in anytime we want, and pull off whatever kinds of things we'd like. One of the things that cop mentioned was mental health it would help with. How does it help in mental health situations if someone's struggling with a mental health crisis and you send in a robot? Is there something programmed in it? Maybe it is. Again, you have them honest questions. Maybe it's programmed to have certain kinds of responses for people dealing with certain situations and it somehow reads it. I don't know. It seems like it's pretty amazing technology. And if it is, tell us. where's the transparency of how this is going to work? Hostage negotiations, counterterrorism situations, and he said other situations is needed. What other situations? Protests, maybe when we've had cop cars driving in the middle of protests like we saw in the summer of 20, they use their cars for these situations in times, depending on what the cop wants to do. We don't know what they want to do. We've had stories of
Yeah, cops can just do whatever they want, you know?
cops that have used the current technology they have to track down ex-girlfriends, wives, harass people, maybe just a woman that rejected them. We've seen these stories. So if they have further technology that distances them from having to actually physically do this stuff, it can get very dangerous. And that's why we keep pushing this narrative of you just have to trust the cops.
Yeah, you just have to trust our new K9,000 overlords. Maybe. I don't know. I need more details, because if I had to decide right now, I would say digidog the police. Maybe these robots will end up making everyone safer and will cut down on the police use of force. Probably not, is what my gut would say. Probably it's going to result in a lot more surveillance and cops, feeling like they can send that in there without risking one of their lives. Maybe that results in less violence, or maybe it does the exact opposite. I'm not an expert, but you know who is? Ileana Mendez Panate, Program Director of Communities United for Police Reform, who says this latest announcement is just the most recent example of how Mayor Adams allows unmitigated overspending of the NYPD's massively bloated budget. The NYPD is buying robot dogs and other fancy tech, while New Yorkers who can't access food stamps because city agencies are short-staffed, and New Yorkers are getting evicted because they can't access their right to counsel. Yeah, these things are not cheap. The programs to train and operate them are not going to be cheap. The maintenance is not going to be cheap. Thankfully, New York doesn't have any other potential use for the money, I guess. I like robots. I'm not against robots. I just don't know if they're the people who should get the first crack at using robots, maybe.
For more political news breakdowns, interviews, stories of activism, and me trying my hardest to care about the occasional big celebrity news story, subscribe to our YouTube channel at youtube.com/.
Sup, you beautiful bastards. Welcome back to the Philip DeFranco Show. Buckle up, hit that like button, and let's just jump into the news. Starting with, this guy got arrested after chasing people through their lawns with his car, right? Monday night.
Dude, what the fuck? What the fuck? It's terrifying.
In Massachusetts, a man reportedly tries to break into someone's home. He finds the back door unlocked, he enters the house only to find the owner sitting inside. He then quickly runs off, jumps into his car as the owner then follows him outside with a rake. And as police were responding to that, they got a call about an SUV.
With a rake, dude? Fucking Giga Chad.
Driving erratically in a nearby neighborhood, with that same guy being caught on video chasing a woman around a large bush before veering off through several front yards, turning around and ultimately hitting another woman, and then speeding away down the street. And luckily, police caught up with him. He was arrested on Monday night. He was arraigned yesterday morning, and he is facing an absolute wild amount of charges, including breaking and entering, assault and battery, negligent operation of a vehicle, and leaving the scene of a personal injury accident. That's what, 4 stars in GTA? Jesus Christ, my guy. And then, I'd like y'all to meet Claudia. Claudia is a 19-year-old. She loves showing her body on Reddit. She details her slutty confessions, and she gets a little bit of cash on the side for her efforts. And Claudia's in the news today because people are pissed off at her. But it's not because an old tweet resurfaced or anything like that. It turns out Claudia isn't Claudia. She is AI generated. And reportedly, she's not the only person doing this right now. Tools are just getting more and more powerful, and more people are picking up on them. But Claudia's story has genuinely raised a lot of questions about the future of the adult industry. Historically, it's one of the first industries on the cutting edge of new technology. But also, there is a debate to be had that for the consumer, how is this that much different than the content they're already consuming, right? Yes, usually if you have an OnlyFans model or performer or whatever, that's a real person. But for a number of those content creators, when people are sending them messages and their interactions, that's not actually the person having that conversation with you. It's a team that they have, or it's the team that their manager has for them, right? Which brings us back to a point that I constantly talk about, perception.
A lot of the time it's bots, or they just hire people to do the chatting part.
Is reality. If the consumer feels like something's real, it's real. I mean, think about it. For 99% of you, we will never meet each other in real life. I, like Claudia, I'm just a thing that you consume online. Now, because I'm an actual human person, which is a way that a real human person would describe the situation, there are mountains and trash bags filled with things that prove I'm a real person. But as far as for consumers, that doesn't matter, right? Everything that we consume online, it's surface level, which is also why I think stuff like this in this industry, it's just going to skyrocket. This has opened up the opportunity for anyone, anywhere who looks like whatever to launch a person. And you don't even have to manage that person. You can can try and automate as much, and you can make as many people as you want. Or you could search up the 20 most searched things on Pornhub and then create people that just hit all those targets. With all that possible money on the table and with a constantly lowering barrier for entry, of course more people are going to enter this world. Now understand, I'm not saying that's morally right, but this is how things are going to move, because money moves mountains, money moves people. And then in entertainment news, Ariana Grande would like you to stop talking about her body, with her sending this message in a new TikTok where she addressed all these recent comments she's gotten about her body, primarily from fans concerned that she's too thin. And there, she kind of starts off by not talking about just her specifically, but in general. It should have never been normalized to give unsolicited comments about a person's body.
I think we should be gentler and less comfortable commenting on people's bodies, no matter what. If you think you're saying something good or well-intentioned, whatever it is, healthy, unhealthy, big, small, we should really work towards not doing that as much.
We're saying there are other ways to compliment people, or of course, if there's something you don't like, you can always just shut your fucking mouth. And also noting that, there are a lot of ways that a person can look healthy, a person can look beautiful, and in her case,
for me, the body that you've been comparing my current body to was the unhealthiest version of my body. I was on a lot of antidepressants and drinking on them and eating poorly, and at the lowest point of my life when I looked the way you consider my healthy, but that in fact wasn't my healthy.
and adding that you just never really know what a person's going
Yeah. Everyone's different, you know? You don't know.
through, what they've struggled with, or how they're going to receive whatever it is you say, regardless of your intention. And in general, you had many people praising Ariana, thinking that it's vile that the internet in general, or even some of her fans, have kind of pushed her to this point. People also pointing to other examples like Selena Gomez, who was kind of similarly pushed into a corner to address people's comments on her body, and having to discuss her weight fluctuations being tied to lupus treatments, and saying as much as she tries, that negativity still impacts her. Saying I would go online and I would post a picture of myself and I would say, it doesn't matter. I'm not accepting what you're saying. All the while being in the room posting and crying my eyes out because nobody deserves to hear those things. And then we've also got to talk about the streaming and theaters news, with right now it appearing that movie theaters are officially back, with parts of the industry seeming to finally be recovering from its COVID losses, right? Which, when we're talking about COVID, you had studios kind of just getting used to throwing movies right to streaming platforms. But now with the recent bounce back that we've seen at the box office, you have studios going, oh, theatrical releases. Great, this is what we know. Or as how one analyst put it, studios have found religion. They've come to recognize that having an exclusive theatrical window is the best way to maximize profits instead of releasing everything simultaneously on demand. There's a lot of marketing value in having your movie in cinemas. And the numbers currently show that there is money to be made again, with Variety reporting that overall the domestic box office stands at $2.3 billion, which is up 36.8% from the same period last year, and that's an astounding 589.5% improvement over 2021. So I guess that's all to say, if you thought that we were going to see the death of theaters, that's not happening. But where we are seeing a death is to another HBO name, right? Well, we've had HBO Now, HBO Go, HBO Max, and I guess today they realized the HBO part's the problem, with Warner Bros. Discovery announcing today they are changing HBO Max to just Max, with this reportedly combining programming from HBO Max and Discovery. And all this notably
You're
happening.
gonna go watch Max. It sounds like you're gonna go watch somebody, like my friend Max. I'm gonna go watch Max.
Just a little over a year of that $43 billion merger. And this new offering will reportedly go live on May 23rd. And then in business news, NPR is quitting Twitter, or rather suspending activity. With this coming around a week after Twitter labeled NPR's account as state-affiliated media, which the outlet notes is the same label used for propaganda outlets in places like Russia and China, with Twitter later changing that label to government.
I mean, it's just true, though. There's nothing wrong with it.
Funded media, but NPR still fought back, saying it only receives very minimal amounts of federal funding, which is not enough to warrant this label, especially since it holds editorial independence and is a private nonprofit. So they stopped posting on Twitter last week and announced today that it stopped all Twitter activity indefinitely, explaining in a statement, the platform is taking actions that undermine our credibility by falsely implying that we are not editorially independent. We are not putting our journalism on platforms that have demonstrated interest in undermining our credibility and the public's understanding of our editorial independence. With NPR CEO John Lansing also sending an email to staffers that it would, quote, be a disservice to the serious work you all do here to continue to share it on a platform that is associating the Federal Charter for Public Media with an abandoning of editorial independence or standards. And NPR releasing this kind of last thread of where readers and listeners can find NPR, like its newsletter, app, and other social media accounts. And notably, this also comes at a time where the BBC has fought back against Twitter slapping it with the label government-funded media. But also, the BBC actually just did an interview with Elon Musk where he said he would change BBC's label to publicly funded instead. That interview also resulting in other major headlines, like Musk saying that running Twitter has been quite painful and a roller coaster, with Musk claiming he sometimes sleeps at Twitter's office and saying that the whole ordeal has created really quite a stressful situation over the last several months, though he still maintained that buying it was the right thing to do. Another clip also going viral from this interview where Elon is asked about reports of rises in hate speech on Twitter since his takeover, and there you can see this interaction.
Well, you've asked me whether my feed
whether it's got less or more. I'd say it's got slightly more.
That's why I'm asking for examples. Can you name one example?
This interview was such a fucking disaster. This interviewer was such a fucking loser. He could have done something, but he really didn't do a damn thing.
I honestly don't need...
Okay, so then you must have at some point seen the for you hateful content. I'm asking for one example.
Right.
And you can't give a single one.
And I'm saying...
Then I say, sir, that you don't know what you're talking about.
Really?
Yes, because you can't give me a single example of hateful content, not even one tweet. And yet you claimed that the hateful content was high.
Well...
That's a false.
No, what I
You
claimed...
just lied.
And while online, we've
That's a false.
seen plenty of people dunking on this interviewer. You also had others noting that even though this specific interviewer could not in that moment come up with a specific tweet or example, there are numerous reports, examples, and studies citing an increase in hate speech since Elon jumped on. Though that's also not where the Twitter news ends, with Musk announcing the new, definitely final, not gonna change it again date for removing legacy verification check marks to be April 20th, because of fucking course it is. He's like a walking stolen meme machine or like a calculator you flip upside down so it reads boobs, but turned into a person. Though that said, some people have already lost their check marks, including the likes of Doja Cat. Though she definitely didn't seem to mind. After a fan pointed out that the check was gone, she responded, "Having a blue tick now means there's a higher chance that you're a complete loser and you're desperate for validation from famous people." And then, you know who I feel bad for? Landlords who bought places and then jacked up the rent prices. That's who I empathize with, the most beloved people in our society. What a lot of these poor souls realize is you can make the biggest profits, not in homes, but actually in apartment buildings. And that pandemic that we all just lived through, it exacerbated that problem as rents and occupancy rates skyrocketed. But now we're seeing things crashing down on the heads of those investors, with one of the best ways to understand and look at this situation happening at Laguna Point Properties. They spent $400 million in 5 apartment buildings in downtown Los Angeles last year. These being near Skid Row, which is like a mishmash of there's gentrification, but it also still has a lot of the old issues as well. Now, the deal was easily one of the largest commercial real estate deals made during the pandemic, and it was made possible because of cheap financing options for landlords that involved high amounts of collateral for short-term loans with skyrocketing interest rates if the feds raise the rates, with these deals allowing them to cheaply buy a property, quickly renovate it, and then charge high rents for a profit, with them betting that they could pay off the debt before interest rose. But as you know, if you've been paying attention, things did not go as planned once the Fed raised interest rates to combat inflation, cutting into their profits. So that, coupled with plateauing or even falling rent rates, ruined any real chances of getting enough profitability to make the buildings worth it by the time that the debts came due in 2027. So they auctioned off the portfolio, with many believing they lost the entire investment. But Laguna Point Properties is hardly the only one of these massive companies that took on this risky strategy, with $278 billion of debt for flip and rent apartments coming due this and next year. Now, this should make you panic like it's going to be some 2008 level crash, but with commercial real estate instead of homes, because these specific loans are normally pretty stable because they require massive amounts of collateral, but it is expected the defaults will rise and riskier loans will be needed to keep many of them floating. But ultimately, I think the main point of this story is if we can all just come together, pray, or just have a moment of silence for all these poor landlords. They just wanted to disrupt regular people's lives and price them out of the places that they live, because that's their only mission in life. And now, because all this bad news, regular people are going to be able to afford rents, or at least a little more than many of the landlords were hoping. Say a prayer tonight, because those rent rates are finally plateauing. And then, this massive fire in Indiana has forced thousands to evacuate, with a fire reportedly starting at a recycling facility in the town of Richmond. And the Indiana State Fire Marshal Steve Jones saying last night that the fire could last for several days. So far, we've seen an evacuation order put into place for people living within half a mile of the fire, meaning about 2,000 people have been ordered to leave, though that number may change if the wind shifts direction. But as far as how the actual fire started, it's a bit of a mystery. We know that firefighters arrived on site yesterday to find a semi-trailer filled with plastics completely engulfed in flames. The fire then quickly spreading to nearby piles of plastic and then to the massive building. But what we currently don't know is how the fire started with that semi-trailer in the first place. And we likely won't officially know until the blaze is completely extinguished and a deeper investigation can happen. But according to the local fire department, the owner of the building had been warned on several occasions of fire hazards on their property. I mean, hell, they were even under a city order to clean everything up. So the fire department, when they pulled up yesterday, not really that surprised. The Richmond Fire Department Chief Tim Brown saying, "It's very frustrating for all of us. The battalion chief on today, he was very frustrated when he pulled up because we knew it wasn't a matter of if, it was a matter of when this was going to happen." Now this morning, you had the EPA announcing that overnight air quality testing had not found any toxic compounds in the smoke, though they said they'll continue to monitor Richmond's air quality. But also notably, a former regional EPA administrator and current president of Beyond Plastic said there is another concern, saying when plastic burns, dioxins often form, which the EPA describes as toxic pollutants that can cause cancer, and explaining that state officials will have to test for dioxin, and even a small amount can pose a serious health risk.
Burning plastic is bad for you? Is that Yeah.
And so for now, we've seen officials advising residents not to disturb any debris from the fire that may wind up in their yards, saying that based on the age of the building that burned, it may contain asbestos, with the EPA also saying they plan on testing the debris. And then in political news, Senator Lindsey Graham just had a very nice, cordial meeting with the Saudi Crown Prince, which is a sentence that may sound weird if you don't have full-blown amnesia. Or because you might remember back in 2018 when the same Crown Prince murdered Jamal Khashoggi and Graham had some choice words for his friend in the Middle East.
He's been a wrecking ball. You know, one minute he's a visionary leader, the next minute he's putting women in jail. I will not have my intelligence insulted or my support disrespected. This all originated from the Crown Prince. I'm convinced of that. There are plenty of people in Saudi Arabia that we could have a good relationship with, but if the Crown Prince stays in power, it will be almost impossible to reconstruct this relationship at a time both of us need it.
And he kept going, tweeting, "It is not our national security interest to look the other way when it comes to the brutal murder of Mr. Jamal," even demanding sanctions against the kingdom, calling the Crown Prince beyond toxic and saying, "When we lose our moral voice, we lose our strongest asset." But now you have Graham proudly announcing, "I just had a very productive, candid meeting with the Saudi Crown Prince and his senior leadership team. The opportunity to enhance the U.S.-Saudi relationship is real, and the reforms going on in Saudi Arabia are equally real." And going on to say, "I look forward to working with the administration and congressional Republicans and Democrats to see if we can take the U.S.-Saudi relationship to the next level." And if you're wondering what could possibly have changed Lindsey Graham's mind, it might just possibly be connected to how he finished, saying, "I also express deep appreciation to the kingdom for purchasing $37 billion worth of Boeing 787s, which are made in South Carolina for the new Saudi airline. Investments like this are game changers." But it's also possible there's a more geopolitical angle to this. As we talked about last month, China brokered a landmark diplomatic agreement between Saudi Arabia and Iran, which are longtime rivals in the Middle East. And many observers, especially Republicans, feared that this marked a long-term trend of Beijing displacing Washington as the new preeminent power in the region. And actually, that peacemaking by China could be paying off, because on Sunday, Saudi Arabia proposed a deal to end the war in Yemen, where it's relentlessly bombed the Iranian-backed Houthi rebels since 2015, getting the leadership of its client, Yemen's coalition government, to agree to a minimum 8-month ceasefire, as well as talks on the future of the conflict. With Saudi and Houthi leaders meeting for the first time in public, and actually, the UN's Yemen envoy called this the nearest the country has been to peace since the fighting began. Which, I mean, we can't downplay how potentially huge this is, because this war has killed tens of thousands of people and displaced millions, leaving the vast majority of Yemenis dependent on humanitarian aid. But we are going to have to wait to see how this all actually pans out. And then, I don't know if there's ever been a problem that the United States didn't think it could solve by bombing it. With the latest example of that being a number of Republicans advocating for the US, and this is a real thing, to be able to bomb Mexico, with Representatives Dan Crenshaw and Mike Waltz introducing a bill seeking authorization.
Sorry, what the fuck? To put us at war with the cartels? I'm sorry, what the fuck?
For the use of military force to go to war with the cartels. And this coming after the Drug Enforcement Agency assessed back in December that most of the fentanyl distributed by 2 cartels is, quote, being mass-produced at secret factories in Mexico with chemicals sourced largely from China. Right, so for America, that's like 3 of our favorite things. Sniping China, chasing fentanyl, and going pew 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 in other countries. And we're seeing a growing faction of the GOP starting to take this idea seriously. Senator Tom Cotton saying he's open to sending troops into Mexico even without the government's permission there, as well as lawmakers in both chambers of Congress introducing bills to designate some cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. And this in line with things like we've seen in recent weeks, like Donald Trump promising to use special forces in cyber warfare to target cartel leaders if he's reelected. Rolling Stone even reporting that he asked for battle plans to strike Mexico, though that really not a new thing for Trump. Right, according to former Defense Secretary Mark Esper, he actually looked into firing missiles at drug labs in Mexico when he was president. But of course, with all this, we've seen the Mexican president flatly opposing it all, saying last month that in addition to being irresponsible, it is an offense to the people of Mexico. But as far as what the hell's actually going to happen, we're going to have to wait to see. And then in international news, apparently some Russian soldiers saw those ISIS beheading videos and they were like, that seems like a great idea. Because right now you have Ukrainians absolutely outraged at an extremely graphic video that's emerged seeming to show a Russian serviceman beheading a Ukrainian soldier, with the victim still alive as it happens and pleading, "It hurts, stop." And although it is still currently unverified, there are multiple clues within the footage to suggest that it's real. People pointing to the victim wearing a yellow armband, an identifying symbol for Ukraine's troops, while the other men wear white leg bands, a symbol for Russians. Then one of the men holds up body armor bearing a trident mark, the state symbol of Ukraine. And there's a booklet that can be seen on the ground matching the appearance of a standard issue Ukrainian military ID and its color, layout of the writing, and the same trident mark. But whether it is real or not, and of course the Kremlin is suggesting that it may not be, what matters is that people believe it right now, with Ukrainian authorities claiming that Russia is spreading this video and others like it to sow panic ahead of the planned Ukrainian counteroffensive, with President Zelensky trying to rally international support and saying everyone must react, every leader, do not wait for this to be forgotten. And although on the surface you have the Russian government distancing themselves from these videos, pro-Kremlin bloggers and Telegram channels have been sharing them and cheering on the use of brutal methods of waging war. And that is where today's today's show is going to end. Thank you for being a part of another daily dive in the news. My name's Philip DeFranco. You've just been filled in. I love yo faces, and I'll see you tomorrow.
Somewhat connected to, various, being an HBCU grad, knowing people that have worked in government, knowing people in MPUs and neighborhood associations, I found myself being sometimes outnumbered in my, dislike of this project. But I've gotten used to that in the last few years as I've moved further left. And what that has made me critical of is the way that the black bourgeois, black elites, Atlanta is well known for having a lot of black money, a lot of black wealth. And what people often don't realize is that that's not new money either. Like Atlanta has, for generations, really since Reconstruction, Atlanta was one of the few, semi-successes of Reconstruction after the civil rights, after slavery. And then in the 70s and 80s, we get Maynard Jackson, who kind of creates the city too busy to hate, and establishes the groundwork for what at the time was, black excellence and, the moving on up of black people. But what over time has become clear, just another class distinction between the black haves and the black have-nots. And it's hard for black folks who have worked hard, who have faced racism, who are affected by policing in the city, to reconcile that this is not good for anyone, let alone them, and be okay with it. And so, starting with maybe just Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms, who I don't know her actual, she was the mayor when this was starting, and then she famously didn't run for re-election. And the rumors locally that I heard was because there was conflict between her and the police at the time. She, as well as I think a local moderate Democrat mayor could do, resisted the will of the police during 2020. Into now seeing Andre Dickens being booed at his alma mater by Morehouse students, so I guess engage with if you can, as much as possible, the line between what Mayor Keisha was doing into what Andre Dickens is doing, and how that is indicative of the corporate interests, the black corporate interests of Atlanta.
Yeah, and so we should state that under any poll that's been done, the majority of black people have continually said that they're against Cop City. And the majority of white folks have said they're for it. But of those black folks who in particular have been for it, you are completely correct, have been part of what we would call the black petty bourgeois class. They are folks who are either been managers, who have corporate ties, let's say, the consultant class. So you have a certain class of black people, which doesn't mean it doesn't filter down, of course, because we've all been hit with this narrative that we all have to be scared of crime and criminality, and that the only way to protect ourselves against that is more police. Again, even though there is no study whatsoever that has ever correlated more police with safer neighborhoods. So just want to be clear about that. But I think it's real. I think what you said is extremely important for folks to understand, is that there's always been an element.
Oh my God, my camera almost fell over. Whoa, I'm way so zoomed in right now. Okay.
Of a sort of
Sorry about
black
that.
leadership, or sometimes I refer to as a black leadership class, that has worked closely, particularly with the white corporate elite, in Atlanta, and this of course can be extended to other places, to make sure that things remain cool, particularly here in Atlanta. The idea of the Atlanta way has always been, prior to Black elected officials, that particularly the Black clergy class, or what would have been considered the Black leadership back in the day before civil rights, that there was an understanding. Like, you know, even though a lot of the civil rights leadership came from Atlanta, notice there was not a real big civil rights movement in Atlanta, because the agreement was basically that if there's not a lot of demonstrations and riots, we will hold back, particularly since the 1919 riots, I believe, we will hold back the white masses and make sure they don't attack. And we will give a little something, right, for these segregated neighborhoods. We'll give a little something to build housing over there. It will not match what's given and the quality of what's given to build housing for white or corporate interests. And that was always the way. When Atlanta turned majority post Jim Crow, and then we started to have Black mayors, there was, again, another teaming up of this Black elected official elite would run the city, but they would run it on behalf of the corporate white elite. And that's been the hallmark of Black leadership in Atlanta, Black Democratic leadership, particularly in Atlanta, from Maynard Jackson's time onward. I think the first time that Maynard Jackson was elected, he did step out and do some very big things, different things. But by his second administration, you know, there was various things that were done to make him fit back into the moderate box. Now, I say all that to say is that because we've come to a point now where Atlanta is gentrifying like it's never before. And it's basically turning into a city that is going to be akin to a San Francisco or to a Seattle, where if you cannot afford to pay the housing prices, basically you can't afford to live in Atlanta. It doesn't mean Black folks are moving out of Georgia, but it does mean Black folks are being pushed out of Atlanta. And that's all being done under a Black mayorship and a Black majority, now near majority, city council, where Atlanta's going from over 60% Black to now less than 50% Black. And that's happened within a span of 25 to 30 years.
Yeah.
And that's no accident, right? That's because we've had
basically since the Olympics is what you're calling.
Exactly. Now I was just going to say, and that's happened when they decided to tear down all the public housing, when they decided to give houseless people a one-way ticket out of town, that when they decided to arrest houseless people so they couldn't be seen when tourists came. And so that's been the general direction of Atlanta since that time period.
If I'm not mistaken, from like 2003,
Yeah.
2004 to like 2000.
I think this has been like a nationwide trend. As far as I know, it's happening like this everywhere. All of a sudden, every city, it's illegal to be camping in city limits, whatever the fuck that means.
2012, they had a moratorium on Section 8 vouchers within the city. Like there was none for like, I don't know, those years may be wrong, but I know for multiple years, if you got a Section 8 voucher, you could only use it outside of the city. And so you had places like Clayton County, South DeKalb, which is not too far from where Cop City is, you know, that were suddenly inundated with these, underserved Black communities and populations that overwhelmed their systems and really changed those local economies and those local experiences, and really hurt both the people that were there and the people that were sent there. Because the thing that people don't know about the hood per se is that it's not like some movie set, you know, where people just duck and dodge bullets and drugs. There's a lot of interpersonal communal resources that are there that sustain people, you know. And you suddenly take people and you might give them a voucher for a nice apartment, you know, 30 miles away from where they were, but they've also moved 30 miles away from the resources that they've needed for a while to sustain themselves. So yeah, I saw that as a teacher. You know, I would have kids suddenly pop up. I'm in Kennesaw, so I'm like 45 minutes away from the city, and here come this kid that looked just like me with peasy locks, talking about, yeah, I just came from Carver Homes. I'm like, how'd you end up here? You know, and of course he comes up there and gets mistreated by people, you know, because now he's a fly in the milk, and like a fly that's been in the slums over there. So yeah, so
Right.
continue. I just want to
No. You're exactly correct, because that's you know, there's. I grew up in Albany projects in Brooklyn, and people, the imagination. You're right, is that people can't walk outside of their homes. It's like you can walk outside your home. You can go across the street. You got friends. You got family, and of course, it doesn't mean you have all the resources you need. But usually people navigate because they know, like, you don't mess with this one, or this one is into that one. This is the people who can watch your kids. These are people who will watch your car. These are the people that'll tell you what's going on the block, so you know where to go and what not to go. These people you can loan money to and you'll get it back. These are people you can get money from and you can get it back, right? People create community. It doesn't mean like it's the most well-resourced or it's the way that we want it to be, but people create community, and you're right, and they're next to those services. And once you move them out, basically Atlanta's becoming an economic sundown city, right? Unless you can afford to live in Atlanta, you only come here to work. And then after a certain time period, you're expected to be out. And if you're not out, you are threatened with arrest and violent behavior by the police and checks and stops and frisks, because the idea is that you don't belong here anymore. And that's what's happening in Atlanta. And that's what's happened. Again, we talked about the black mayors, including Andy Young, including Keisha Lance Bottoms, and including the current mayor, Andrew Dickens, right? Andre Dickens, excuse me.
Yeah.
All of that is not an accident, not happenstance. Oh my God, how could we not see it coming? This is based on policy that the city continues to enact. And again, after the 2020 uprisings in Atlanta, that took place all across the country, fighting against police violence and police terrorism, the killings of Rayshard Brooks here, obviously George Floyd, Breonna Taylor. Those are the things in which Atlanta and other places decided that they wanted to react to. And hence was the birth of putting out the idea, which had already been simmering for a while, but they had no plans to really bring it out. After the 2020 uprisings, they put out this idea with the Atlanta Police Foundation, the Atlanta Police Department, the City of Atlanta, and these corporate interests, and in a lot of ways, the corporate interests which are headquartered in Buckhead, put out this common stance. They were all for it. So I don't want to suggest for 1 second that the Black Democrats were somehow steered toward this or were forced into it. They held the same position, that their role was to protect corporate interest, and by doing that, and police interest, and they would do that by developing this militarized training center, which would serve to stop future uprisings, right? Future fights or future organizing against police violence and police terror, as well as continuing this over-policing of the Black community. 90% of the arrests that happen in Atlanta/Fulton County are Black people, again, in a city that is now only 49% Black.
Yeah, it's obviously fucking disproportionate. Surprise, surprise. Just like the rest of the country. Not to say that Atlanta isn't like a unique situation. Of course it is. We got one more of FDs on Cop City.
Right. And I just want to kind of end with this somewhat easy to get behind, like piece of like good information, which is like I'm from Chicago. So I'm from a city with literally half a century's worth of corrupt Democrat-led political power. The home of Barack, the home of the Dailies, Rahm Emanuel, who came out of Barack's camp and drove the city into the ground and had 7,500 different police things happen. And not to put too much faith into electoral politics, but they just elected an outright socialist mayor, right? Now, is that going to solve everything? Of course not. The police.
Yes, of course it is.
Are already protesting there in Chicago. But what it does show, because this gentleman, from what I understand, came out of union work. He was part of the teachers union. As a former student of Chicago, I remember them strikes. You know what I'm saying? And they've been, the teachers in Chicago strike every couple of years to let people know, to try, I should say, to get things right there. And like, I don't expect like magic from this brother. And you never should, especially because it's still working within a system that will not allow the type of change that is really necessary. But one thing I get from people a lot is what is it? Doomerism is what the kids call it. Despair, black pill, because it's hard to go from, especially within this petite bourgeois framework of YouTube content creation, where most of us making content and watching content are of a petite bourgeois class distinction. It's easy to be like, I don't know what I can do. I can't do anything. I'll just duck my head down and keep moving forward. Where no, there is plenty that you can do. Whether it's donating to community movement builders or one of the other organizations that I have posted, or finding people in your area where you are that are doing this work, that are supporting. Power to the people is not like just a really awesome phrase. That is a reminder of what we're really dealing with, and that people can make changes. We can stop Cop City. Like, the political heat under these people is significant, and there's elections coming up. You know, there's the elections about to happen, and a lot of there will
go vote
be a backlash to this, an opportunity for progressive voices to seize power for this if people don't get their acts together. You know, I'll let you get the last word.
Yeah, I mean, I was really quickly going to add, and you're right. I mean, we ask people to start from where they are, right? Like, everybody may not be where someone like me is, and some other folks where, you know, part of our call, I didn't mention this, is that we're saying no DNC in Atlanta, right? If the DNC comes to Atlanta,
I saw that. Oh, yeah. I almost want them to come just so people act the fool. Because
the only reason we've had that argument, and the only reason why is because, like, we want Atlanta to pay an economic cost for this foolishness, and so to be able to stop them from coming, for us is just as possible than if they do come here, to understand that there will be protests. But I mentioned that to say, because there are progressive elements even within the Democratic Party. We've had the Young Democrats, and it's been told to me, like, you know, the Young Democrats nationally are about to come out with a statement against Cop City, right? But here in Atlanta, the Young Democrats have said that they are opposed to Cop City, but to show the backlash or the conditioning, or the punishment that is dished out if they
I just want to make sure you clarify. The Young Democrats nationally are against it, but locally are in support of it.
No, locally they are also against it, but they've been told that if they come out with a statement, and this is inside information that I've been given, so this is all from me, but Lakima Williams, who is the state head of the Georgia Democratic Party, has threatened the Young Democrats with taking away funding for them if they come out with any written document any written statement saying that they are opposed to Cop City. And so that's the kind of disciplining that happens here, unlike a Chicago, where they have a history of a class struggle, black class struggle, and black folks working with labor. Again, too many establishment type politicians here who claim progressivism, but who are really tied to corporate interests, have worked their way up into these positions. And so
that's libs for you. Libs gonna lib.
From here, we're building from the ground up to even get a lot of these folks who, you know, again, may be more closely aligned to doing political work through party apparatuses or electoral work. You know, it's really great that we have here the Black Voters Matter, which is really pushing, I would say, a more voting rights game, an inside game. But even for those small gains that you're talking about, to be able to challenge on that level, we have to create the atmosphere, the institutions, the intellectual ability, the ideology to challenge both party politics, but also to challenge on the street and create radical alternatives to what we see happening on the inside.
Definitely.
Radical, dude. Radical. We can do it. It can be stopped. Let's go. Sup. Sup. So aggressive. Okay. It's time for Stavvy, baby. He did a crowd work special. I'm very hyped.
We're not gonna get anywhere else. You're pretty drunk on a Monday. My man's got his toes out, just on the chair. Fucked up. It's 8:00. It just turned 8 o'clock. This man was this drunk at 7:55.
Came ready.
On a Monday. Jeopardy hours, this fucking guy. This guy is fucking drunk as shit in a folding chair in a bowling alley.
That's awesome.
Respect, man. A strong male figure in the Italian household has to be obese. Yeah. It's true. The two types of Italian fathers are obese and cheating. That's it.
Oh my God.
And sometimes both, but.
Sometimes.
What's that?
So that's my dad.
That's your dad? Which one?
Rip.
Obese and cheating?
Cheating.
Oh, just cheating. Is he fat?
No, he's skinny.
Yeah, exactly. See what I'm saying? Yeah. Okay, nice. Is he like, that's his thing?
No, he's got 2 sons, so he just tells them like, "Yo, I cheated on your mom."
He's got you said that like, well, I mean, he's got 2 sons, so he tells them. Of course. Nice. So yeah,
What?
strong family values, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
How's your dad vote?
He doesn't. He's illegal.
He's illegal? He's an illegal. Wait, is he Italian?
Yeah, dude.
Oh, this is fucking old world. Yeah. Wow. I'm gonna get in so much pussy. Fabrizio, Enzio, come here. Let me tell you about all the pussy I was snacking on today. You mama, she got us so fat.
Bro, stop. Stop.
That's awesome. Good. That's a hysterical guy. An illegal Italian. That's a real throwback. You've got an heirloom father. They don't make them like that anymore, dude. Yeah. It's horrible what he's doing to your family, but part of me respects him. You know what I mean? Like when you go to a company that has no website, you're like, no website? What the fuck? I have to call to make a reservation.
Yeah, a company with no website.
There's a company with no website.
You're kidding. Oh my God.
Damn.
Amazing.
Fuck.
Hilarious.
What does he do? He's a contractor, I'm guessing.
He works in garbage.
In garbage? Come on! Shut up!
No way.
Now you're fucking. This
No
is
way.
bullshit. He's whispering in your ear stuff to say. Okay, so your father's in the mafia, I guess. He's an illegal Italian who cheats on your mom and works in garbage. You haven't put this together until right now?
Yeah, that's
I'm
not
the guy telling you
real.
your dad's in the mafia? Yeah, he has to disappear for 8 months at a time. You know how garbage goes. He's at a garbage conference for 8 months. You know, he grows a mustache, dyes his hair blonde. You know what garbage guys do.
What's up, dude? Come on in. Picking out some fucking clothes. First show back.
Let's go.
Yep. Took 3 months off. Now, unfortunately, I have to do stand-up comedy again. Let's see how this fucker looks. Okay. A little fucking... It's alright. It's alright. Give the people a little underbelly.
No, I'm happy to be here. I don't have much planned. I have a couple jokes I want to do, but I don't, just want to... What have you guys been up to? I don't know. Anybody do anything fun this summer? Anybody go on vacay? Prague? Nice. Where'd you go? You go to some fucking castles and shit? Just bars. You went to Prague to go to bars? Really? Would you go by yourself? Did you go with a crew? With your dad? Oh, father-son Prague trip. Interesting. That's nice. You guys do stuff together all the time? Or is this like, is he making something up to you, or is he just being a good dad?
Go on a trip like once every 4 years.
Once every 4 years. Do you have any other siblings?
No.
Just you. Okay, so he can afford to pour some shit into you because there's no other. You doing okay? And how old are you? 21. Oh, so you have time to fuck. Every 4 years? What do you mean? So you've gone on 5 trips with your dad? Wait. Maybe he's not that good at that. You go on vacation every time a president gets elected? Oh, all right. Interesting. Everybody else had to work? You didn't go anywhere? What about you, my man? Honeymoon, nice. You guys just got married? Congratulations. There you go. How long you been together?
5 years.
5 years, nice. No problems have come up. You still a couple years from that, probably. Yeah. No, you guys will, oh yeah? No, your face says something different. He's like, we're good. Oh, 20 years. Wow. Who made you've been wanting to fuck her forever, right? Yeah. And just her life kind of hit a lull and you were like, time to bounce.
Oh
You've
my
been
God.
beating off her since middle school.
You know it's true. It's true.
Anyway, there's no way shit's going good for you two, right? No way. No, right? Yeah. You've got an interesting energy about you. Something's off. I can't tell what it is. You're wound a little tight. You need a massage or something. I don't know. Are you dealing with any stress? Something at work, maybe?
I'm like there all the time. Yeah.
You're there all the time? What do you do?
Fireman.
Fireman. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. Something's fucked up. Are you a fireman too? Or you guys just, you are? Oh, okay. Nice. Do you ever do the little, is that thing real where everybody slides on the little thing? The pole? You guys got a pole? Is that much faster than stairs? You know what I mean? Like, it feels like it's just more for panache, you know? Doesn't seem like you're shaving that much time
For
off.
fun.
But when did you start being a fireman?
About 4 years ago.
4 years. Okay, nice. Didn't get any post 9/11 runoff pussy then, I guess. Yeah. That must have been sick to be a guy who joins the firefighters in 2002. You know what I mean? You're like, yeah, it was tough. That day was tough for all of us. Just was fucking at home hanging out. Yeah, I'll never forget it. That was the sickest time to be a fireman. Didn't have to deal with it, but just getting sucked off left and right.
Amazing.
Anybody here losing their hair? Yeah? How's it going, buddy? You look okay.
It's coming in the crown.
It's coming in the crowns. You're going to have one of those fucked up dick-shaped hairlines. How old are you?
27.
27? All right, yeah, so you had a good run. You know, it looks good. How you dealing with it? Does it feel okay?
It feels alright. My doctor told me it's going. So.
Your doctor told us?
Oh,
I feel
no.
like he fucking overstepped his boundaries there.
You know it's bad.
That's all. Why did he tell? Did you ask?
No.
Oh my God.
How did it come up in conversation?
What a dick.
Which didn't ask about either.
Okay, nice. He's like, listen, you're a fat, bald piece of shit. He's like, start fucking running on the treadmill because the hair ain't coming back, pal. You got one of those you can control. You're like, okay, sick, I'm actually here for my elbow, but thank you very much. Yeah, nice. So you're bracing yourself. You seem...
Like multiple step situation, taking like a pill.
You're taking a pill, wow. Is that one of those pills that makes your dick soft, though?
No.
No, yeah. That is the fucking trade-off.
Definitely not.
I'm sorry to tell you this. And by the way, gals, check out my hairline. I'm just saying. No, my dick is also soft, but... Anybody in here dealing with a little heartbreak? Anything? This guy is right here. Your friend just fucking ratted on you. Sorry, dude. How are things going? Everything okay? Yeah, you, dude. You're good? You don't sound good, man. It's all right. Ah, man, I'm good. It's not a big deal. Huh? Is it fresh?
Not really.
How long? 3 months. That's all right. You're still in the zone. Nah, you're all right. Listen, don't lie to me right now. Don't lie to yourself and don't lie to me. How did it end? Whose decision was it? Hers. Okay. See? You don't have to posture here, brother. It's all for you. It was hers. How long were you guys together? 3 years. Come on. What are you lying to your friend Stav for? 3 years, you think 3 months you're over it, huh? Gotta get over it. Okay. In 9 months, this man is gonna fall to his knees and start sobbing. He's gonna be at work. He's gonna be like, I fucked up so bad. She was the only one for me. Just looking at her wedding pictures and just sobbing.
Oh my God.
That's your future if you don't fucking tell me what happened right now. Huh? She got a new boyfriend. See? What are you cackling about, Baldy? I see. So you're hurt. You want to be like Mr. fucking tough guy. I don't give a fuck. 2 weeks. Yeah, you will break down, I promise. And when it happens, remember me.
Oh my God.
When it all hits you eventually, remember this face. Anybody here have a nemesis? You have someone you think about like that? Yeah, who's the person you hate the most in the world? You got one.
I don't know.
You can tell me, dude. It's all nobody knows their name.
No, I don't actively hate anyone. I just got out of a 6-year relationship.
Oh, so it's her, is what you're saying?
Damn.
You would never say that unless the answer was her. You see how he couched it? Where he's like, actively hate anyone, so you passively hate her.
Yep.
I'm guessing it was kind of this guy's situation.
Bro.
wasn't really.
Trying to be too cool, like, nah, like, I don't even care about her that much. Like, I don't even care. Like, I'm not even bothered. I don't even care that much. But if I had to say someone, yeah, definitely her.
Your call that it ended? Yeah. All right, so you're starting over. What do you guys? Are you guys all friends? You live together? What do you do? There, you're just the guy who's sitting here. Yeah. Why are your guys' thighs so much closer than them? That's awesome, dude. Something about your pheromones are attracting each other. Are you guys bi by any chance, or straight, or what? No? The shirt says otherwise. It is a hack comedy thing, but his shirt is a bisexual shirt if I've ever seen it in my life.
True.
Notice I didn't say gay. That's the evolution in hack crowd work, is you don't call him gay, you call him bi.
Evolved.
It is, for real, though. It is kind of a blouse. Anyway, whatever. Okay, nice. Damn, so how are you doing with rebuilding your life after something like that? Pretty good? Summer's fun. You've been out there getting your little nuts sucked. Nice. Good for you, man. Do you have like a go-to like date move? What do you do? Drinks?
Yeah, movie.
Movie? Oh, interesting. Fast, quickly into a movie? No even conversation? You're like, I'm not trying to fucking get to know you. Drinks then movie. Okay, nice. What's your hit? How many dates on average until your penis sees fresh air? Would you say? Just out of curiosity. 1.5?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Sometimes okay, but never 3. I like this guy fucks. Oh fuck. Think anybody outside will suck me off?
Yeah, there's some hot guys out there.
What? Guys?
Yeah.
I mean, you did say anybody. Is there anybody? You didn't ask, are there any women?
Salt Room, are you ready for some comedy?
Eldest. Blowing it.
Did you hear this?
Yeah, blowing it. Damn, dude. We got Don Pardo in the fucking building, the fucking announcer himself.
Try to get that little... Try to get the crowd really...
You really am.
Let's get ready.
Anybody chubbing up recently? We've got these guys. Oh, the whole team. What's going on, buddy? Oh, this is such a very supportive. This is so cute. I love this.
I lost much weight before COVID, and then I gained it all back.
I'm with you, brother. I gained a ton of weight during COVID. What were you snacking on?
Yeah.
I love cheeses.
Cheese, thanks for covering your mouth. Thanks. You're a cheese guy.
For sure.
The song is called Givenchy, and it is by Dookie. Dookie. Sure, bro. Link the song. I'll listen to it when I'm offline.
He's eating blue cheese. He's eating Parmesan. Yeah. You're eating Parmesan. Respect. Just a wheel. She was very supportive. How did you guys meet? Yeah.
We grew up in the same hometown.
Same hometown.
Yeah.
Oh, how long have you been together?
3 years.
3 years. Okay. Nice. Good for you. So you moved here together or separate or?
I went to NYU and he moved here.
Okay.
I was thin when we met.
Oh, you were damn, bro. Believe in yourself. God damn. This girl clearly cares for you. Jesus Christ. I was thin, not now. I'm a fucking piece of shit. So I wake up every day, I'm like, why are you with me?
Oh my god.
God damn, bro. Relax. You think that's what it was?
Chill.
I don't know. No chance.
He's the main character wherever we go.
Oh wow, really? Wherever you go, you don't go to too many cool places, I guess.
Rags.
Listen, that's cute. I don't want to wreck your relationship. And
Too
also, I
late.
think that has more to do with your outlook. But I'm not gonna get into this. I'm not gonna blow up his shit. Clearly, he's struggling. He doesn't need you. He doesn't need you to start seeing things clearly right now. So I'm gonna move on because I like both of you. I like what's going on, but I really could have a good time with you, and I want you to understand I've been where you are, and I'm not gonna fucking make it
Self-control.
worse. Okay? This is a man
God.
teetering on the edge. If this conversation goes a little different, he's fucking no Parmesan cheese is safe within the fucking New York metro area. Fuck, but it would be fun.
Sag. It would be content though.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It is. Anybody do anything to improve themselves this summer? You guys do anything good? A little meek hand raise? What did you do, buddy? Became a yoga teacher. All right, nice. Are you doing hot yoga? Sometimes. Do you know the guy who invented hot yoga? He just did it to like sexually assault people.
What?
It's one of the most fucked up stories of all time because it is like it trends on a lot of stereotypes. He's like a new age Indian guy, and it's like that's like what a racist person thinks hot yoga is. You know what I mean? It's like,
Jesus.
yeah, what is fucking some Indian guy trying to fuck my girlfriend? That's why he's got a sweating in
Oh my
there.
god.
And like he'd be right in this instance, That's a real loss for non-racists everywhere. You didn't go anywhere, buddy?
Rip.
No vacation for you? What? No. You just had to work the whole summer. What's your? Huh? Anguilla. Okay, there we go. Who'd you go with? Parents and husband. Oh, that's cute. Little fucking family trip. That's adorable. How old are you? 30. Okay, so it was like a proper family. Like, did you pay for yourself or did your parents pay? Yo, wow, you're still on the family fucking dime? Wow. Is your parents doing good, I guess? They're flying out your husband? Damn, is that you? You're not doing well, I guess, or?
Ooh, called out.
You're the dead weight that they put up with because they love their daughter?
Rip.
Okay, that's cool. So are you more successful than him? Yeah. Wow, you're living the dream. And let's be very clear, she's way hotter than him also. He's bringing... Dude, were you going through something when you guys met? You were married when you met him?
Holy.
Oh, man. Now, okay, hold on. Was this...
Hang on now.
So how'd you meet? Where'd you meet? What was... At work. Wow. Wow, that work husband shit is real, huh? You were his boss? Wow, that's all. What was the job? What kind of business was it?
We're prosecutors.
He was like, hey, I really like how you sent that teenager to jail for life. That was real. that showed real moxie. Why don't we talk about it in your parents' beach home? Nice, man. That's fun. Nobody else? No other vacations here? What about you? You look tan. Where'd you go? Huh? Tahoe. Interesting. Bachelor party. Oh, you guys do anything fucked up over there? Bachelor party? 12 guys hanging out. Damn, that's too many guys, honestly. 12. You weren't friends with all of them, right? Yeah, that's tough. It's like camp. It's like the shitty camp vibes. What do you think? Out of 12, where would you rank yourself? Oh, he ranked you? Wow, what a fucking sociopath. This is what's gonna make me feel good.
Oh my God.
I want number 12 to be sad all day. Where'd you land? Where'd you end up? 9. 9 out of 12. You should, honestly, you're the first. You should have been the first cut, and then you should have just taken the top 8. It should be MySpace rules for a bachelor party, I feel like. Nothing that anybody's ashamed of happened at the bachelor party? Did anybody embarrass themselves?
Surely not.
You talk to your pal Stav. Huh? You're asleep. So you did, yeah, you deserve to be 9. Fucking haven't seen him since college, sleeping. I'm gonna turn in, boys. Strip clubs are pretty expensive. I want to get a good start and go jogging tomorrow. Did you work out while you were there? Yeah. You stink.
All right. How'd that one feel?
It was pretty bad.
Pretty
the
bad.
The show was not good. The crowd was not good.
Oh, no.
So you went to Aruba, though. You did? You did. Okay. Boys trip to Aruba. Nice. Who were the boys? These guys? Oh, the whole team. The whole team showed up, fresh from a fucking Aruba. Hell yeah, dude. Tan lines. Let me fucking pull your waistband down. Let me see her. Yeah. They're doing it. The thighs are looking a little white. You're right. I love it. So just you guys. Now, Aruba, is this one of these places where 3 men would go for sex tourism? That sucks. Don't be proud of that. Yeah, we did. We took advantage of how much we've ravaged the third world. Yeah, me and the boys saved a lot of money on prostitution thanks to American foreign policy of the 20th century. These women are desperate to get out of Aruba, baby. Stop being proud, you idiots. They're like, that is what we did. You know, I will say I think you guys at least were not, you know what I mean? It seems like you probably busted pretty fast. You know what I mean? You're probably some of her best clients, you know? No? The opposite? Well, you lasted extra long? Why? You were training, you're like, I'm gonna get my money's worth. Like a guy clipping coupons. He's at the penny saver trying to get 2-for-1 blowjobs. It's like, hey, if we both put our dick in the same condom, that only counts for 1. We're gonna go half here. You guys are so happy-go-lucky, but I don't like you. You understand? I do. There's something innate that I enjoy about our back and forth, but if I read the transcript, I'd be like, I don't fuck with these guys. Yeah. Anybody here losing their hair, going bald, anything like that? Yeah? Oh,
what a
we're
question.
dealing with it with hats. Yeah. You seem like you're in a good place. You guys seem to have a good relationship. You're just gonna both lose his hair together. It seems like, yeah. Damn. But you don't mind? You don't mind a bald head, ma'am? Your dad? Okay, well, yeah. Of course. The most fuckable man you know is bald. So and do you like your dad? Actually, no. Oh, wow. Oh shit! I was gonna say, well, your symbol of what a good man is bald, so who cares? But you're like, nah, my dad, who I hate, is bald. So, listen, he's a piece of ass, so I gotta give him that. Not a good dad, but boy, oh boy. Any women in here with short kings tonight? Oh, nice, bald and short. Little penis too, the trifecta? No, yeah. He's no, big dick. Oh, that's why you don't care that he's bald. He's got... My man's packing. Respect, dude. All right, who cares about a little receding hairline when you got just a hammer in those jeans? That's nice. Biggest penis you ever seen? No, I don't want to. I'm trying to like turn it into into an insecurity. Oh, it's not. You know she's seen a bigger penis? Oh, you don't know and you don't want to know. Yeah. That's one of those you don't want to flip. Deal or no deal, you take the deal on that one. You don't open the suitcase. Oh, fuck, now you're going to be wondering.
Thank you very much. Some of that. I appreciate it. Did you get some food? I'm good. We're gonna order some here. Alright, what are we thinking? They're veggie dumplings.
Recently, what happened? Didn't work out. Doesn't sound like it was a we. It sounded like more of a she figured it out. You guys live together? Yeah. No, and then, but I guess that's 2 years. That's literally the pandemic, right? You moved in. Yeah. You were a roommate who dicked her down occasionally. She was like, "Hey, I don't know if you saw, vaccines are out, so take it easy, chief." What are you doing now? You good? Yeah. Back at home with your parents. That's tough. How old are you, by the way? 26. Okay. So you're right on the line where it's acceptable. It's not. I was in there. I was with you, but I wasn't proud of it. At 26, living at home, not getting pussy as well. Or I mean, you're a cute kid. I'm sure you're getting pussy, but not as much as I would think. Well, I was being polite. Let's be honest.
Oh my God.
To be honest, I didn't think you were getting that much pussy, but you just had to push it, didn't you, pal? Where's the last place you got?
What you asked
hooked up
for?
with somebody since you live with your parents? Her place. Never like a outdoor situation or a car or anything like that. It is summer. That's true. Yeah. Have you fucked outdoors? Yeah. Where many times? Oh shit! Wow, look at you. Where?
Nice.
Did you have like a spot, or was this in your youth, or what are we talking?
Honestly, I live near an elementary school.
No, dude.
No. What the fuck? What the fuck, dude?
No. No, stop. You understand you could become a sex offender, right? Your Honor, my dick was out, but the girl was of age.
Oh my God.
He's at the top of the slide. You know what I mean? Just like...
What the fuck? Depraved.
Not even a high school, man. Show some fucking decorum, dude.
Straight to hell.
That's all right, dude. All right. Well, listen, don't fuck near any elementary schools anymore. Do you have any plans on getting out of your parents' house? You just kind of hold it down for a sec? Sure. It is fucking brutal, right? That's fucking sucks. Well, listen, ride it out. But you know what they say, New York real estate always going down. So you should be you should be back in no time, pal. You're gonna be fucking at that elementary school till you're 40.
Oh man. Oh baby.
Oh baby.
Yeah, that was a good one, man. Yeah, maybe if the first show was as good as that, I wouldn't have been so fucking depressed. Between shows. I'm gay. I'm gay.
Anybody work on anything this summer? Anybody have anything they want to fucking fix about themselves? What about you, pal? What are you up to? Yeah, you over there. Shattered femur.
Going out with these guys.
Oh, you didn't break it at work. You don't even get workers' comp. Damn.
Went out, a few drinks.
Uh-huh.
1:30 in the morning, my brother gets a dirt bike, go out.
1:30 in the morning, your brother gets the dirt bike out. Nah, of course. Why
Naturally.
wouldn't you? This is what happens if you don't get pussy, by the way.
True. True.
If only some poor woman with low self-esteem had run into this man that night. His femur is intact. You know what I mean? But unfortunately, there was no head anywhere. And you fucking shattered your leg. That's a shame, dude. That's okay. Where do you work? Construction. You're working construction with a broken leg?
No, I'm out of work now.
You're out of work. Damn, you can't fucking fake something and pretend it was on the job?
I'm enjoying it right now.
You're enjoying it? Are you getting paid?
Yeah, not the most, but
What do you mean not the most? What kind
I
of...
got a full paycheck, but I'm getting like half of it.
Oh, really? Just because you're injured? Even on a dirt bike at 1 a.m.? Wow. Are you in a union, I'm guessing? See, hell yeah. This is why we need unions. I think dumb Italians who break their legs on a dirt bike deserve to be able to feed their families, all right? This is great. This man is a beneficiary of socialism right here.
True.
Let me guess. I wonder if your father votes that way.
Curious.
Hey, Bernie Sanders, that's my fucking kind of guy. We gotta fucking redistribute the wealth. Fucking Jeff Bezos, if I fucking get my fucking hands on him.
Amazing. I wish. His laugh. Oh my god, his laugh. So infectious. What a king. Truly. Alrighty. That's gonna do it for the evening. Thank you for everyone who came through. Appreciate you. I will be back on Saturday. Saturday Catterday. Maybe we'll do some video essays because we have so many video essays. Maybe we can even have 2 days, Saturday and Sunday. Yeah, I'll see you then though. Appreciate you. Thank you for being here. Have a good one. Bye. Me really feel, and I'm looking up to God. Can you tell me what's the deal? I'm just waiting for your answer at the altar where I kneel. I need a smoke, where the matches. I'm a king, fuck your status. Getting dough, I pay no taxes. I'm a star in all fashions of the word, bro. I'ma flip the bird, bro. Coming through in foreigns, and all you hear is skirt, huh? Let me get the money. I see you bitches acting funny. Can't take nothing from me. Nah, rapping blunts like mummies. Yeah, we freed the homie when he caught a bid. I roll around, you can't stop the kid. Truth be told, I'm hot as shit. Just say what up when you spot a kid. Real talk, I'm trying to speak the truth. I stay loyal, bro, to my roots. Since 15, I've been in the booth. That's 16, I was on the move. Used to ride in that old Chevy. Now we out here show ready. I can see the bull, you're so petty. You can have your shine, my glow heavy. I need a smoke, where the matches. I'm a king, fuck your status. Getting dough, I pay no taxes. I'm a star in all fashions of the word, bro. I'ma flip the bird, bro. Coming through in foreigns, and all you hear is skirt, huh?
What a fucking liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. Holy shit, dude. Holy fucking shit, dude. Literally lying. Still lying to his audience.